Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in as we've got ourselves some playoff action today, but not us. We're sitting in the cut, sipping on our iced tea, just watching it play out, saying, who's our next victim? Step on up. Thank you for watching, though, today. And I really appreciate y'all tuning in to me. We're going to be doing a little bit of bonus kind of play-by-play outside of our normal games. We do this in the playoffs any time of year, but especially this year with so much at stake. And our Seahawks, of course, having the potential of playing a couple of these teams that we're going to be covering today. So even more reason to be looking in a little closer and doing a little bit of advanced scouting and just enjoying the games and getting to go through all of it together in that way. If you can for me, walking on the door, hit that like button. We are minutes away here from game action, and we'll be covering just like we do the normal Hawk game here. Basic play-by-play. I want to thank the sponsor of the show, which is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the best app to run and the best sports app running out there in the game today. Yeah, you got a lot of options. I think this one's the best for my money. And they are also sponsoring the show, which is helpful at the same time. You can use my code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST, and they will sponsor you up to 100%. Your first deposit up to $100, so $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. And then they've got a freebie, $20. Just create a login, no deposit needed. Just create a login, $20 in your pocket through the Sleeper app. That's $120 through me to you through the Sleeper app. When you use my code and just use that create that login. And you can see here are my picks for today. Stafford under 2.5 throwing touchdowns. I think with some of the elements maybe at play today and the running game that I expect is going to come more to the forefront for the Rams, that's going to be more a part there. Puka, is there any doubt he's getting over 100 yards today? I mean, come on. Jebba Hubbard gets 8.5 receiving yards and then more than 1.5 catches. So I kind of put those two together, and I had an 80% boost on this. So an 80% boost time with my 4.82 times. Use Sleeper today. Take advantage. Thank you guys for all of you that have used the code this year. And yeah, there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but it's supposed to be opening up soon, and you can always use it on a casino network in the state of Washington. We got a lot of those. Hope everyone's having a great day. Thank you again for popping on in here with me. See if we can get the old game coverage action up here for y'all. Boom, 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 boom. All right, that'll work. I guess that'll work. That's a little bit. There we go. That's the one we're looking for. And of course, they're going to change up their whole dealie here, so we're probably going to have to adjust that sucker up a bit. That's okay. We'll do it live. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's interesting. ESPN decides to do a different scoreboard. Okay. You try to prep things and it just don't work out here. All right, okay. Well, maybe they'll change once we go live. I'll figure it out from there. We'll have to use a different one. One of the two. Usually they have the scoreboard a certain way, and then for these special matchups, they like to change it on our butt. It's not good. So we may just have to do this a different way. Bear with me, folks. Sorry, technical difficulties. We will be getting the start of the game here shortly. Cam Newton's busy pounding a hole in the drum at the moment. Okay, so maybe we'll just do this one then. Yeah. That ain't gonna work. Why you guys got to change it up on the day of? Try this a different way then. Sorry, folks. I had this set up, and yeah, scoreboard's not doing what I want it to do now. So let's see if that works a little better. There we go. We'll just have to do it that way. We'll do it that, and we'll take these off. We'll try it a different way today, since the ESPN's going to mess with me Play with my emotions. Got kickoff coming here right on up. Everyone's having a good night there. Good day there, CK. Good to see you, Kendrick. Stockzilla opening kickoff will go short to the Panthers. Very, very short. Panthers will take this up to about 36-yard line where they will begin. We got Sean, 5 All-Pros this year. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not bad. Almost did better on the All-Pro front than we did on the Pro Bowl front, quite frankly. Tit for tat. It's hard to get to the All-Pro side of it. Good to see Ernest Jones getting some love, though. Definitely going to twist that one on Jake just a little bit. Shaheed would house that, and he might have. You're not wrong. All righty. So we've got Bryce Young out here under center, 3 wide receiver look to begin things. And the Panthers will start this out. Megan, it's good to see you. Still getting my coffee ramped up as well. Hand off inside, Rico O'Dowdle. Rico Dowdle. He'll get a couple yards before he's cut down there. A few different Rams making way over on that side. Yeah, come on, Panthers. Come on, Panthers. Of course, they're not going to have a game cast. Ugh. All right, well, maybe we'll just do this differently. We'll fix the update on the overlay. Shotgun look here for Bryce. 2nd and 9. He's going to let it fly. And that's going to be incomplete. Tied coverage there by Kobe Durant. We'll do this. This will make it work. It's not pretty, but it'll work. 3rd down and 9. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Bryce jumps off his leg there. Xavier Leggett slips, falls, gets back up, tries to get close to the first down marker, and he's going to be short of a yard. And maybe even right now, an interesting decision here from the Panthers position, where they are a team that does like to already in just a normal day, normal matter on this, like to go for it. It's 4th and 1 here. Even though they're on their side of the field, they may look at this game like one where we were going to have to score points. And that's what this is going to take. Sucks that Leggett couldn't keep his footing, and that's going to be, of course, a part of this game with how much wetness and rain has existed out there in the Carolina area. Panthers under center here on 4th and 1. Play action pass. Bryce under some pressure. He's rolling out. He's rolling. He doesn't look like he's got anywhere to go, and he does not. That will be incomplete. 4th down stop there by the Rams. Interesting play call there. Definitely a lack of faith in your ability to run the ball there. And the willingness to do it that way. Didn't give Bryce a lot of options with that kind of play either. You know, you're kind of either giving him the one way or the other on that one. Matt Stafford comes right out with a pass. He's got about 3 years in the pocket to survey what he wants to do, and he finally comes back to Puka Nacua. No pressure whatsoever by the Panther defense there. Rams come right out, looking to make a big play there on that. No surprise there. First and 10, hand off inside here to Kyron Williams. He squirts through the hole there for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. They'll look like pillars, I guess. We'll go with that. $12:20 to go in the first quarter. Ball at the 24-yard line. Stafford play action pass, rolls out, finds Puka out in space again. Puka's going to get another first down. He'll be slung around after a good hard fought couple of yards after the catch. First down, Rams. I don't know if it's that on this, Brenny, I don't know if it's really that the Carolina Panthers don't trust their defense. It could be that. You understand it a little bit. Certainly isn't necessarily that you look at it from their perspective of being that their offense has been so great this year as they can rely upon that. They just seem to be one of those folks really in Canales, if I had to make a guess, that's leaning into that analytical age where he's making these decisions where it's just like, well, you should just go for it. Puka Nacua is wide open on a post route here into the back of the end zone. I don't know what it is. That guy's got some weird magic he's able to impart where he just gets secondaries deciding not to cover him. He's coming out of the backfield as a running back here and just, absolutely decimates the cornerback so cleanly there. You're not driving any, God forbid you put double coverage towards him, right? It's just wild to see. He's a very good route runner and he creates safe space and separation. And I don't want to take away from that either. But when this happened in our game too, where it's wild the number of routes you see where you just go, you're not going to cover him. Guy's in 8 yards coverage and you're going to leave him one-on-one with a two-way go on that route. All right, I'll see what I can do. It's not good there. Take my audio down. Get my audio back. Has any tried double teaming that guy? I haven't seen many do it. Maybe it's just impossible. And he's playing in the running back position. They're out of shotgun. That does make it harder to be able to double team a guy necessarily, like it makes it hard to do it for a guy that's in the slot. It's much easier to hit those guys on the outside with some of that bracket coverage. But it's wild to watch. I just over and over teams, and again, I include us in this mix, that just don't for some reason have say nothing of not covering him, just don't seem to have much of a cogent plan for dealing with him. The man just had 3 catches for 40 yards. Coming into this game, if you're Carolina, that he's going to be a key part to what they're going to try to do. Yet that whole drive, you just saw him just kind of running free and loose and wild. The first catch was off, just incredibly awful pass pro. That was, you can't really knock those guys for that one there. That was probably not their fault as much on that one. Some of the others. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can fix this stupid thingy. Looks like maybe a blowout here. Not denying that. This ain't a good sign here. Carolina's definitely going to have to put some points up today. Canales seems a pretty weak play caller. I never liked the sprint rollout option on a 4th and goal or a 3rd and super short situation or a 3rd and like this is our one chance to get it, because you split the field in half. And then if you have a guy like Bryce that's mobile and can get around, you've kind of neutralized that now. And now he gets boxed into that side of the field that he's rolling because he's got the sideline he's facing. It's just one of those plays that offensive coordinators like a lot and feel like in a bygone era, it used to work a lot more. Can't say that I can remember it working a lot, though, recently. That's one of those we might have to get pretty close to retiring. There's plays that come into vogue that are really utilized heavily for a given period and then kind of just slide away because there's an adjustment that's made by the defense and they figure it out. That one's felt like one for me that stopped working for after a while. The defense has just kind of found the turn. Shotgun look here for the Panthers. 1st and 10, 11:31. Ball at the 20-yard line here for them after a poor return. Quick completion inside to Cooker. He's going to gain about 8 yards in a little in-cutting route, 7 yards. Baker says, what am I studying in this game, Brando? Looking to see how other teams look to deal with really mainly this offense of the Rams. I mean, we're likely to be playing them, and I think that I'm already working on some things that I rewatching some of the tape from the earlier games that I think Seattle can kind of look to make work. Got a hand off inside here to Chubb Hubbard. He's going to give himself about 5 and a first down. I'd like to see how they're dealing with them. You get to see different teams that try different things, and I know that different teams have different personnel, and you can't just try what they're doing. As Mike talked about in the press conference earlier this year, you can't just go, well, that worked, so we'll do this. But specifically for like the Puka thing, is there some different things that they can do other than like what we do? We're just going to drop and drift back in zone, and evidently not. Short throw here underneath to Chubb Hubbard on 1st and 10. And that's the kind of play that, to me, they got to be living in and happy with today in the elements, but also in the name of controlling the clock and staying strong with the possessions, keeping Stafford off the field today. Those quick completions underneath like that are going to be big. Empty look here and kind of an up-tempo look for the Panthers. Rams, too high shell, 4 defensive linemen ready to roll. And they're going to get some pressure here. Somehow, though, Bryce looks like he's going to get out of it for a second. Braden Fisk is able to gather him back in. And we got a flag on the play, which is probably going to be, I'm saying, it looks like hold. Yep. Hold on the Carolina Panthers. Bryce took a long time back there in the pocket, and Ikem Ekawanu is still down on the turf. Oh, my goodness. Josiah Stewart forklifted him. And I'll tell you what, I think in Stewart, you got a guy that he's not a lot of talked about edge here for the Rams, but if they don't end up signing Byron Young, they've got to make some big contracts this offseason. And if they don't end up signing Byron Young, Josiah Stewart's going to be a big reason that they've got the confidence that they can do that. He is a guy that I like just a lot out of Michigan. You get as you watch that rep, think about this for a second. My comp for Stewart when he was coming out was James Harrison, because he's this mighty sized guy as far as like 6 foot. And you go, well, that shouldn't work off the edge. And then you see him just do what he did to Ikem Ekawanu, who was once formerly the number 1 tackle, I think, taken in the draft, or second tackle taken in the draft. Same draft as Charles Cross. And you get an understanding of why, because Harrison had that just sometimes superhuman-like power if he could hit you right, like you were a tackle sled, and you were going to go up off your feet, and you're like, I weigh 320 pounds. How is he doing this to me? Yeah, I didn't see the hold on that, but my eyes were also just blown away by watching Stewart throw a man around like that. I go, dude got holding. Dude gets called holding for getting owned. You talk about insult to injury, man. It's cold-blooded. Cold-blooded stuff right there. Kyle, how you doing, man? Good to see you at Kyle Sale Park. Thank you for the $5 donation. Rams only being called for 5 penalties per game on average since 2020 is insane. When you talk to Rams fans, you'd think they're the most flagged team. Well, I think that you touch upon why I was getting a little bit up in arms a couple weeks ago when this whole thing came up in our game. Right, Kyle? Like that was the big, kind of the big issue there with what I was seeing too, is that like that they're going to start to come up in arms a little bit on this stuff when they've been the beneficiary so very often. And you mentioned since 2020, and the least penalized team, and then it's like you can do this fun exercise where you go the least penalized team since 2020, the least penalized team since 2024, the least penalized team since 2023, the least penalized team since 2022, and it is is what it is on it. And I'm not saying that the Rams fans need to feel bad about that. But then to your point, when you come back around and you're not getting flagged, and to that, it just, okay, no. Zzz, zzz, right? That's a little bit of the feeling that I was feeling too. Empty look here, 3rd and 9. They're going to go up over the top to Coker. Not a good throw there by Bryce Young. He had a whole shot throw there with the cover 2. And he ended up overthrowing Tataroa McMillan, and McMillan got him a nice little release there. Beautiful route there by McMillan. He might have taken a little bit of time with the release because he went a little bit extra on the release. But with that said, that's a throw you'd like to get layered in there, I think, if you're Bryce Young. I think he'd admit that he should make that throw. Whew. All right, here comes a punt. 9:34 here in the first quarter. Deep in their own territory are the Panthers. Pressure mounting. Great punt, though. Man, he got a freaking, oh my gosh. That was like a freaking insane punt. There must be some wind there or something. That thing was fired from one continent to another. That's not a punt. That's an intercontinental ballistic missile. Good job of the Panthers covering up, too. Did now kick his coverage. So, yeah, I'm in the same place you are a little bit on this stuff. I was looking for this thing that I wanted to show in regards to your point on this, Kyle, and I have found it. I don't know if I can find a way to put it up on screen here. That'll be great. And I just, you're struck right here. You just look at things like this. You just kind of go, you kind of look at stuff like this, Kyle. Just 20, 21, and 22. Yeah, okay. And 23. I'm not saying, but I'm saying. I'm not fully saying, but I'm saying. It's all good. We shall overcome, Kyle. We shall overcome. Ikem Ekawanu is heading on the cart. Not a good sign for the Panthers that we're going to lean heavily upon their offensive line carrying the day for them today. Shotgun look here for Stafford. Snap quickly. Sidestep by Puka Nacua. There's that man again. Another catch. 4th one of the game here. Let's just not cover him. There's no point in doing that. He's going to get his anyway. Let's just look at the other guys. But a bad sign for the Panthers. They were just getting back their right guard Hunt into the mix and looking like maybe they could get their offensive line as strong as it had been throughout the course of the season. And now you lose Ikem Ekawanu on the second drive of the game against a tough Rams front. Not good. First down and 10 for the Rams. Ball at the 23-yard line. Stafford under center here. Hand off inside to Kyron Williams. He bounces around looking for a hole and scraping his way forward for a couple, 4 or 5 yard gain. Good little run. Tough run there by Kyron. Man. Puka Nacua, 4 catches already here for the Rams. Yeah, Brendan, that would probably be their best lineman. Him or Damian. Hunt's a good one too when he's healthy. But that's left tackle, blind side. There's no way to dress that one up. Second down and 4. The game is 6. Hand off here off outside zone. And another 3-yard gain there. Hawks did well in all-pro voting, but Hal Murphy at least not second team. It's hard getting the all-pros. It is. It's tough to get in there, and some of it can be a little bit of reputationally. It's not as much Pro Bowl in that, but it's hard to get in there too with so many guys that are names, I guess, would be my versus actual pure performance. There's a little bit of that. Well, this is a name versus this guy. Okay, so we've got 3rd down and 1 here. Ball at the 32. Stafford under center with the handoff here to Kyron. Kyron gets swallowed up. Great job by the Panthers defense there. Getting stifling. That's a low-key kind of big play in this game here to get a stop. Get this ball back to your offense to give them a chance. So 4th and 2. There we go, Panthers. Panthers. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, holding. Dude tore his MCL. Rams gets 0 calls. Yeah, I know we got a few Ram fans in the chat here tonight, and I mean, this is what you guys got to understand when it comes off with you guys on this. If you're on the good purpose of this, if my team was on the good purpose of it, my team's been on the other end of this with the penalty thing. That's why Hawk fans may be a little bit, you might find us a little bit kind of somewhat sensitive to this, is that, if anybody's got a reason to sit here and kind of say, hey, we've had some pretty rough ones here, and the penalties, the sheer number of penalties back this up, going back almost a 10-year period here now. So, yeah, I can get people being up in arms, and again, this is why I was sensitive to it a couple weeks ago. I'm like, really, you, really, really, and it's I kind of what strikes me on some of the stuff with some of the Ram fans' criticism on some of the calls that they're not liking is that there's a striking number of these calls where they're getting it right. The officials aren't getting it wrong. It's not in retrospect that you got jobbed. Is that was the correct call. Confirmed by New York. Kind of one of those. Mungles, thank you for almost 12 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, Brando, they will not shut up about Puka being the offensive player of the year. They're very, very caught up on the individual awards thing, which you want your players, I guess, to get the hardware. You want them to be in search of that stuff, and all pros and Pro Bowls and offensive player of the years and MVPs. And these are cool awards. They really are. We got the MVP the year that Sean Alexander went for 28 touchdowns and we lost in the Super Bowl. Did that MVP award kind of carry you through the offseason and feeling like, it was, it didn't. It wasn't worth a hell of a lot as a Hawk fan after that point, after that brutal loss. And so that's why I always go back to, to me, I don't get too much in the awards. They're cool to talk about a little bit, and they're cool for kind of trying to kind of rank guys and put guys in the right position of where you should, hold them from a value front in the NFL. But even that is team by team, guys can change in their value, and what they might do here, they won't do there. So that's where we get to. It's a little bit of the individual awards in this sport are just kind of hard for me. And they get harder for me with more years going on, quite frankly. But yeah, I'm seeing online that the offensive player of the year thing, they're passionate about that award, that prestigious offensive player of the year award. I always thought it was MVP, but I guess they think they got that wrapped up. So it's, okay, look at this one too. Like, okay, they're cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-award, but just there has been a little bit of almost seemingly kind of obsession online with it. Everything that's Rams in my Rams feed this really should be this. And if you take the penalty yards, and if you take the thing that should have been this with that, all right. Tell you what, well, you guys can have Stafford gets MVP and Puka can have the offensive player there, and we get the Super Bowl, and I'll take that trade off. Play action pass on first down. Puna Ford is launched into the backfield, unblocked, and he is not buying into the run whatsoever. You got to prove you're going to run the ball to get to play the play action there. Panthers getting a little bit too pass happy for their own favor, in my opinion here. They have the run game working a little bit, and they're falling back into this we're going to throw thing here in this game. This is not the way. And now you're shotgun empty here for Bryce. Bryce gets hit as he throws. He manages to complete it. Actually gets a decent completion out to Tommy Treble. That was a close play to looking like a safety. Rams bearing down with some pressure there. Still will make this a 3rd and 8, though, after the first down sack. But weird kind of amount of... You got two carries in this game so far for the Panthers. They're on their 3rd drive here. Would have thought against this light box of the Rams that there would have been a lot more of an attempt to try to run the ball. 3rd down and 8. Rams, a lot of players drifting around the line of scrimmage looking to overload the A or B gap. They fake it, drop out of it. Bryce able to complete it. Nice completion there. Nice conversion there for first down, going back to Coker. Getting a little bit of the chemistry working between those two guys here now. Coker, very nice release there. He did a whole salsa dance worth of moves off the line to clear himself in space. First and 10. Bryce sensing a blitz is going to change the play. Rams still bringing it. Play action pass. Bryce looking. Jeez. That Rams defense can feel fast when it's going good. It can really feel like it's flying around, and they definitely felt like that there. They got around out there in space on top of Bryce real quick. I think that they had a run play that side, and Landman just kind of shut that down. Back to pass city, though. You're letting the Rams kind of dictate to you what you do here. Second down, they're going to do a shotgun run for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. So Rams come up with the run blitz there, forces him to change the play. He changes it to a play action pass, ends up scrambling out in space, throwing it away. So the Rams with the run blitz kind of taking away that situation. Witherspoon remains on the ground here for the Rams. Kilio Witherspoon. And Witherspoon. Oh, you got McVay coming off the sidelines here. Looked like he was going to initially kind of get back up there, but they're kind of keeping him down there. Hope it's not too bad there. Oof. Dave says, usually I'm a play ahead, but today I'm watching from a play behind. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the syncing. I wish the syncing was universal. We all got it down at the same time. Their quarterback is awful. Bryce is not my favorite. You know that, Jordan. Not my favorite. I got to give him credit for coming forward this year and getting into a better place here from what he was showing, which was, kind of on the track of, ooh, this is not good. I also, though, to some of the people's discussion here, this play calling. You had a week to prepare for this, Dave, and this is what you're going to do. In a wet environment where it's hard to get your footing, you're going to throw the ball. You're going to throw the ball with Bryce Young. I would have come in this game saying, I got to make this dirty. I got to make this grubby. And not the grubby from last year. I'm talking about just everything just mucked up a little bit, We're going to take the 3 yards today. It's going to be living in third and shorts. Does not seem to be the Panthers' approach today, though. Already take a shot play down the field. Are you going to hit the whole shot on the cover 2 in the Rams defense with Forbes trailing? That's a choice. In the wet rain. I'm just trying to I'm trying to understand out loud the Panthers' approach here offensively early on. And I'm hoping somebody in the chat leads me to the light. What they're doing is they're just setting this up. It's a probe mode thing. Probe mode. I could buy into something like that. 3rd and 6 here for the Panthers. Blitz look here from the Rams. Fire zone threat. Cover 2 shell in the back end with off coverage. Panthers taking some time to get the snap off. Bryce set up. He's looking, completes it. Wow. Man. Treble and Coker are holding it down right now for the Panthers. First down. Tough catch there. think that was Tremble right there. I've always liked him since his, I think, Notre Dame days. Good little H-back tight end. Not next level, just good solid player. 1st and 10. Little pop pass here to Heroic McMillan, completed for a first down. Panthers cooking here a little bit now. There's some creativity. Play action and a quick throw on the slant back to Tetaroa out of shotgun. He's such a nice player. He's going to have such a bright future. The new Mike Evans, folks. The new Mike Evans. 1:42 to go here in the first quarter. Panthers on their third possession here with the best drive of the day by far. Bryce having to navigate, guide guys along a little bit. A lot of navigating. That ball is going to be picked off. Woo. Panthers are not ready to go today right now. The receiver stopped a little bit on the route, and you could say that if he keeps going there, that he's got a true opportunity at that point to, at least interfere with the guy or mess with the guy in order to be able to have that not be what goes down there. But at the same point in time, why are we pushing the ball down the field after the first down? Why are we refusing to run the ball? What's going on from the Panthers' perspective? You think you're going to go through this Rams team by passing the ball down the field? Having Bryce with his arm strength throwing it into tight windows? That's a first down play. Go take that positive gain that you were taking earlier on the drive. Hand off inside here to Kyron for a couple of yards here after the Rams take back over. They're already on to the Panthers side of the field here with the 2nd and 2. Throw here to Parkinson. He one-hands it in space. Gets climbing upfield here quickly. A nice gain for them there. I mean, the Rams barely have had the ball compared to the Panthers. They've already got 6 rushing attempts. This is the difference between a team ready to play in the playoffs and a team that's just kind of happy to be here. And maybe the Panthers look at it like, well, if we're in this, let's go for aggression. But you're just going into I said this in the first matchup with the Rams. This is not a defense that plays things differently. They play things very similar. The Rams are playing smarter rather than just being the better team here. That's standing out here early on. Yeah, Thomas, I don't, this is confounding me here a little bit about what the approach is. That Coker play, you're throwing a 15-yard in cut with the safety sitting in the middle of the field, but it's a very tight window. Not to mention they can't even get lined up prior to the snap. Whew, sloppy. Jeff says was thinking that the Panthers are going to win this. No, that's not happening yet. It's not happening today with this. Not like this. Mr. Dog, they go for it a lot on 4th down. They're kind of known for being that. They're like Dan Campbell light a little bit in that way. Definitely looked like a little bit of a panic throw there by Bryce where he just kind of decided let me try to get through. And it just go take 3 or 4 yards and get tackled even, right? Fall forward. I mean, this is the thing that I would come back to Darnold coming in our playoff games in these kind of moments like that. It's like that's the exact key moment we saw with like that Darnold interception in the first matchup, where you're getting late into the play, you've climbed up in the pocket, you're looking down the field, you're trying to think like, you can almost even feel within the quarterback's mind he's going, yeah, maybe. You go, no, just fall forward and go get me 2 yards on first down. Let's come back on the next play. Especially if it's one of those plays like that where it can all kind of the stages of it all set up before the snap even occurs, where Bryce is over here and he's like, no, you go over here. Okay, you come back here. Okay, now you go. I said, come back here. Now you go out. Come back in. Now you go. You over here. Then you, okay, hike. You go, yeah, it's not, you don't want to be doing that. That's timeout. It's playoffs. You're on their side of the field. Get it right. Because when it goes wrong like that, when things are just out of sorts like that, that's where it can go wrong. That's where you get the worst result. Newblack says spamming Bryce Young is certainly a choice. Oh. Jay Bryce with it. That's why you don't spam pass. I get this is where it does come back. It's really not a Bryce fault to me. This is Dave Canales. What are you doing? Your game plan this week was to come out with 12 passing attempts in the first quarter. Where's my button?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
All right. 1st and 10 here for the Rams, the 25-yard line into Panther territory. Another inside run here for Kyron, and he just keeps grinding the end of the run out really well. Good job falling forward. He's done that throughout this game early on. A 4-yard gain becomes a 6-yard gain. 6-yard gain becomes an 8-yard gain. Just on contact, doing a good job pushing it forward. Rams doing a good job of really getting that scrum in there too and helping get in that last of that yards. This is the style we're going to be dealing with potentially. And that second matchup, especially that first half, they were really leaning into it. And though we weren't finding a lot of points, it was finding effectiveness at controlling the ball, getting first downs cleared through. 2nd and 4. Another inside carry here to Kyron. He's going to be stopped, though. Very short gain of only about a yard here, bringing up a 3rd down and short. Stafford 5 of 5 here so far in this game. Rams, though, choosing to run 8 rushing attempts now for them. To the Panthers 3. Matt's got it here, man. Dropping back to throw. Stafford's going to let it loose. He's going to find Puka Nacua, covered by a linebacker. First and goal from the 10-yard line. Outside zone give here to Kyron. He takes it for a gain of 5 yards. Nice gain there. Not just any linebacker, 285-pound linebacker. It's okay. It's only Puka's 5th catch of the game. I'm sorry. I find this shit funny. It's like nobody's gonna guard his ass. 2nd and goal here from the 5. Bubble screen out to Puka. Puka winds his way through traffic. No one's gonna tackle him either. Touchdown. Puka Nacua. Little bubble screen, and Panther players were all around him. He's got a force field bubble, I'm convinced. He's an interdimensional being that's got a force field bubble around him that forces players to ignore him when they're near him, when he's got a pigskin in his hand, especially. Great drive by the Rams. Props to them. Props to them. beautiful mix of run and pass, not getting away from the run when you don't get one of those 6-7 yard gains, just going, well, that means you don't have to go. You stay with it. You stay with it. 14-0 Rams after the extra point. D-Max's Panthers are horrible. They don't deserve to be here at all. They're not playing like a team they're playing like the cold version of the Panther teams we've seen this year, where it's like you get hot, cold in games with them, and you're definitely getting the cold version. I think you can if I was a Panther fan, I could say, well, I understand if we lose to them from a talent basis and we're just not good enough. I'd get that. But getting the out scheme thing is the real bitter pill. That's the tough one to swallow there, because you can get better as a younger team. The guy going to get better as a play caller with that stuff, and that's the part that would be grinding my axe a little bit if I was a fan watching this and going, this is not the approach. I was a Panther fan setting this game up all week. This is not the approach offensively. You got to score points. You get that part of it, but controlling the clock and getting those first downs is very valuable too. I thought they were really on that last drive, especially before he made that interception. It really felt like the Panthers were buying into that approach on that drive. And then they just got a little too much. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Phoebe. If the Niners lose, Jesse is in for a rough week. Yeah, he is. I know he's probably already going for it. What a tough performance last night by the Ducks. Maybe you look through all the years with them of having the best opportunities going to get the national title, that this year as much as ever, not only because they have such a great team, but because of the fact that it seems like such an open year for them to go and finally get it versus there always being that juggernaut that exists in college football that's just a little bit better, a little bit more talented, a little bit of coaching maybe. And that Indiana team, I've got to eat crow on that one. I've been underselling that team throughout the year, and Fernando throughout the year, and he just keeps making me look silly time and time again. I mean, they took that team apart. Now, a big part was the defense and just what they did to Oregon's offense, especially the pass protection, turnovers in their own territory. But now he's got the Niners here tomorrow, and this may not be Jesse's favorite football weekend of the year. You're right about that. Feed me. Maybe a little bit of a tough one on that one. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Mungles says, also, Greg Olson so far, awful. I'm sorry to hear that. That's tough. He's another guy that definitely has one of those just that drives a lot of divergence of opinion, but I rarely see in the chat like, he's awesome today. And I do maintain with the NFL, they might be better served to kind of refresh everything with how much I hear from different folks week in, week out with these these announcers. Sometimes seems like too that the B teams, they get a little bit more love from people and they don't get as much of the play in these prime games that just kind of gets decided on these set people get to call these games versus having opportunity for some others that, might be able to do it better. That sucks though, Mungles. Sorry to hear that, man. Thank you for the dono. You too, feed me. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. All the Rams coaches look like sketchy porn stars. Handoff inside here by the Rams for a 3-yard gain. Definitely McVay's beard's getting a little creepy. There's a creep factor. It's losing some of the youthful vigor, and now it's starting to get a little bit of that. I don't know what to call it. You know what I mean? Got a little bit of that. Whatever. All right, 2nd and 7 here for the Panthers. Ball on the 38-yard line. Boy, the Rams got off the line of scrimmage incredibly fast there. He comes back and pinwheels around the pass rush, is able to do a little old Russell Wilson there, finding his man late along the sidelines, Coker for a first down. There's where Bryce's acceleration of mobility can really help him out. Puka Ford, for the second time in this game, just looked like he got put on a fast track to create pressure there where he's just not even seemingly being blocked. He's so quick out of his stance, and I don't know if they're just not getting that block or what. They're not showing a good enough replay there to tell, but he is eating up the interior of this Carolina Panther offensive line right now. 1st and 10, ball onto the Rams side of the football field. Bryce is dropping back to throw here. He's going to complete this to Teteroa McMillan for a first down. Panthers going to continue to throw. That looks just so hot right now, Keon. That's all it is. Looks just so hot right now. Whew. Bryce, 9 of 14, 92 yards and an interception here to start things off. We got the ball at the 33-yard line. They're going to be in shotgunning here with 3 wide. And play action pass here to Hubbard. Bryce, again, going to throw it. And again, he's going to find Teteroa McMillan. First down. All right. Well, they're not deviating from the game plan. We may chide it as we have so far, but they are going to live in this game plan. In-cutting, breaking route there by McMillan. Achillea Witherspoon's back on the field here for the Rams, so he seems to be okay. Just attacking a little bit of that soft zone defense of the Rams. 9:48 to go in the second quarter. Rams up 14-0. 2 tight end look here for the Panthers. Hand off inside to Hubbard. Hubbard, a little bit of space to work with. Good run there by Hubbard. He looked like he was going to get shut down. Only a 4-yard gain. Got clipped hard in the thigh by a torpedo tackle, and he was able to still kind of hobble his way forward for a couple of extra yards thereafter. Panthers going right at Braden Fisk there. Something that you'd like to see the Hawks do if we have to play them next week is you get Braden on the field like that, get downhill and attack him at the point of attack. Single block him up, double the other guy, and road grade him out of position. He is a negative as a run blocker up there. And it's like right now with what they're doing with him where they kick him into kind of a defensive end position at the goal line. They're going to throw it on 2nd and 3. Incomplete in the back of the end zone. I just like, 3rd and 3. Why not run here too? You're going to go for it on 4th down anyway. They're going to throw it. Bryce through the back of the end zone, and they're going to bail him out with a call there. It looked like a good call. Don't get me wrong there. Was that PI? I think it is to me because he's never turned back to the ball and he's got his hands all over the guy. Yeah. So it all starts where he's far beyond 5 yards down the field and he's got his hand on the back of his jersey and he never lets that back of the jersey go all the way through the process of a passing attempt being thrown. And I'm sure partly why Bryce is throwing it because he knows the guy's head's not turned around. He's just face guarding. It's a big call there, but you've got to call that. The contact happened long before the ball came in route and the man never looked back for the ball. That is as textbook pass interference as you're going to get. Okay, Panthers, run the ball, please. 1st and goal, ball at the 1-yard line, goal line look here for them. They run it, and they almost just about walk into the end zone for a touchdown. There we go. Okay. Goodness, it doesn't have to be so bloody hard. Jake's going to trigger me this week when he talks about that. I swear to God, Jake, I almost want to go look right now at Twitter with Jake on this one. Just, Jake, don't you do it. Don't you dare do it. Don't you dare. That was textbook. I'm telling you, that was textbook. Okay. No, he's not. Okay. That's such bad coverage on arguably their 4th best receiver. So he's calling it bad coverage. Props to him. Props to him. That's in the moment. That's in the emotion of the moment. And he's not, he's not going there. So I'm not going to have to hear that this week on Tuesday because come on. Come on now. Right? Not yet, says Megan. Give it time. Nicholas, they need to keep running the ball. The pretty passing is all great and good here, but like keep with the running. Make sure that you don't have the Rams make the Rams take it away. You got a guy in Chubb Hubbard, can be a big play kind of guy. You never know when he might have a potential of breaking one against this kind of defense, which has had some big runs broken on them. From Bijan to Kenneth Walker. I'm talking about just in recent weeks. Jordan says, I mean, it was bad coverage. I don't know what Durant's doing. Yeah, I don't either. It's definitely a panic situation there. But what's weird is that he didn't panic when like he realized the ball was en route. He panicked off of the cut in the back of the end zone by the receiver and started reaching for this back at that point. You go, why? What? Yeah. Was the whole plan there just to kind of hold and hope they didn't see it? You guys are gonna crack me up today. Oh, that's right. You guys are crack me up. Oh, Lordy. Mungos, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Bryce doing his best Geno impression. Yeah, definitely some of that in there. And in heavy in the improvisation off of these throws too, by the way, which you talk about lack of sustainability where the stuff ain't all coming on time. It's, well, I'll pirouette out of the pocket. I'll spin away from this first guy that's about to sack me. And like over the course of the game, trying to live that way is a hard life. That's a hard knock life. And it can lead to interceptions as it did on that third drive of the game for them. And maybe they can get a little bit of momentum here now for back over their defense, which Lord knows could use it with what they've done to him so far offensively. Jay Bra, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Bra. Does Canales think he's coaching Brett Favre today? I don't know. That was the other part with it, is that these weather elements you get in winter and wet and all that, it doesn't help for those guys that aren't necessarily let's call it the strongest of arms. And in Bryce, you probably have kind of a guy that bottom line's about an average-ish arm strength is kind of about where he lives in the best of times. Wouldn't think you want that guy doing a lot of pushing ball downfield into the heavy traffic of the Rams secondary. Just basic conceptual. They drop guys in space. They're not going to blitz you day and night. Maybe you don't want to be, doing this. And we learned this lesson ourselves in the first matchup with the Rams, didn't we? And thankfully, Kubiak learned from that into the second matchup. But that's probably why maybe I'm a little bit sensitive to it here with Canales and them, is that they've looked at the tape of that this year with the Rams, and this kind of data is pretty succinct in what it says about how you have to go after this Rams defense. Not that they're a bad defense, and not that it makes it to where you're going to beat them that way by just simply utilizing this method of approach. It's more of one of those things where you just say, well, what you want to make sure that they've got their vulnerability cleaned up on that day, and that you're actually attacking that rather than letting that off the hook naturally. All right. One wide receiver look here for the Rams. They're going to go with an inside run to Kyren Williams, and he does a good job bouncing off first contact, falling forward. That is what he has done today so far really well. Actually, Blake Corum on that one. But nice job by both these backs in that regard. Thank you, Jay Bra, for the $5 donation. And I agree, of course, 100% on this. Like, can't coach it like that's what you got, or you're going to get the bad Brett Favre if you're going to coach that way, and not the good stuff, not all the good things. Stafford 6 of 6 for 74 yards and a touchdown here to start this game off. They have been able to live, I tell you, in the run game. Got a play action. We got looks like a false start here on the Rams. 8:12 to go in the second quarter. Rams up 14-7. And that will back them up. Look at just that point here where this is the Rams offense is in the ideal place they would have liked to have been coming in this game. Got 6 of 6 for Stafford, and then you've got 11 rushing attempts in total. Puka's technically a pass. or technically a run, but it was a pass, of course. Balanced, able to lean on the run game, just where they would like to be at here. 2nd down and 10. 3 wide receiver look for the Rams. We're going to go a quick throw here out to Davante Adams. There is a flag down. Panthers are pointing it's on the Rams. No, on the Panthers. No, on the Rams. I think they're getting him for lining off sides. Yeah, I think they're getting him. Is that Larry Jackson they're getting for the old tackle doesn't have his head over the butt thing? It looked like that's what that was. Okay. Backs him up. 2nd and 15. Quick snap here by the Rams. Oh. Higbee's wide open up the seam for about 40 yards. Stafford catching with the quick snaps, and you're not aligned, and you don't have all your final communication on point. He gets the quick snap going, and you get a blown coverage on the back end with it. I think it did get us in the second matchup. Handoff inside here to, I believe it's Corum. He's going to be gathered up, though, for a very short gain. Nice play by Derek Brown. It's tough. You come up as a defense and you want to structure a lot of what you're seeing from the offense and communicate a lot of different stuff. And he will come up at times in that way and he'll just be like, F it, I'm going to fast snap this. And Seattle had a couple of adjustments in that game when playing him on that in a way to get around that. But you saw there the Panthers got exposed on it with that wide open Higbee running up the seam and nobody on him. I think it's that quick snap when then you can tell with how fast the snap is because the camera's still on the shot from the end zone on Stafford, right? And they're having a fast quick it to get to Stafford on the snap. And I think that Stafford, this is one of the things he does that's so smart. That's one of those little technical nuances within his game that can throw you off. And then you start trying to get yourself prepped up and ready quicker for the snap prior. And now you've kind of shown your hand. And if he's read into anything you've done, now he can read on some stuff and take his time. Or as the game goes on, he can adjust to that and not make it to where now he's just hitting you with the quick snap to the game. He mixes it all in there as a smart vet quarterback would. And he can go steal you those kind of, what the hell was that? 36-yard throw down the seam there. Dropping back to throw is Stafford here. Quick completion into Puka Nacua. He'll gain about 7 yards there. $5:43 to go in the second quarter. 3rd and 3 for the Rams. 3 wide. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's looking. Wants to go over there to Davante Adams. Davante climbs the ladder, and while he does so, a corner pushes him out of bounds. Nice job by Michael Jackson. Getting him pushed out of bounds while he was floating in the air. Davante still got the hops. He's still dunking. 4th and 3 now, and the Rams with a little bit of maybe decision time. Looks like they're going to take the points, which I think is what you'd like to do here. Harrison Mevis, the thicker kicker. 12 of 13 on the year. 52 is his long. This will be a 46-yarder. Snap is down, holds down. Kick is up, and it's good. So the Rams take a 17-7 lead. The Panthers had the ball to start the game, so this is going to be an interesting kind of climb through the end of this half, where I think Panthers, from an ideal standpoint, to kind of keep this game where you'd like to keep it, would be that you're able to kind of control this clock, get the touchdown, get yourself back into 3 points if you can, and pull yourself back into this game into halftime where you can maybe make some adjustments. It ain't gonna be easy though. CED Woods, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, when did the Panthers hire Ryan Grubb? It sure feels like that in this game. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. It definitely has a little bit of that vibe to it. You guys are not wrong. Whew. Woo-wee. Thank you, CD. Strange game plan in this first half for the Panthers offense. Very, very, very strange. 16 passing attempts with Bryce. I mean, he might get up to 24, 25 passing attempts in this game or something silly like that, just in the first half. It's not like you've, been tremendously down. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. It says the LA fans, the refs hate LA. They didn't let them commit assault with a deadly weapon or give the players massages before the game. Where's our freebie call? Like we get the freebie picks on our on the sports apps. Where's my freebie call? I give my one freebie call a game. Where's it at? Come on. Yeah, they have to be the one that just kind of goes, look, we've had some good stuff. It's worked in our favor pretty well for the most part of about the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years since we come to LA. It's been since about then. We're good with it. I'd own it. We're the least penalized team for a 5, 6 year period. I'd be like, yeah, we probably get a little bit of benefit. Or I'd just be quiet. When it came to refs, the refs discussion happens. You just kind of do the Homer Simpson meme, moving into the bushes, One of those. Thank you, Wu-Tang. It's good to see you in the house, bro. Thank you for that. Ahoy on Grenade. Thank you for the $5 donation. If you can't beat them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. It's one way to do it, man. Just throw chaos at them. They can't pin down what you're doing if there isn't nothing to pin down. It's one way to go. Maybe the chaos theory is one the Panthers are going to have to bring about here in the second half to pull this thing off. Boy, their kick return game is no bueno. You get this back to about the 23-yard line. You'd sure like a little bit more than that. 10 of 16 for Bryce Young here in this first half. 114 yards, 1 interception, a 57.8 rating. Panthers have 7 carries for 30 yards for a 4.3 yard per carry average. So not running the ball too badly against this Rams defense, but not a lot of commitment. More than a 2-to-1 pass to run ratio here in this first half. And the Rams are creating some pressure. 10 pressures on 18 dropbacks. One of the problems with trying to do this with him throwing the ball so much here is that you open that door up to the pass rush being able to really get downhill on you. Quick handoff here to Dowdle. He has a nice run inside for a gain of about 8 yards. Well said, Hand Grenade. And thank you for the $5 donation. You're going to probably see trick plays and everything else brought out in the second half if it holds to serve where this Ram team starts really elongating out this lead. Very kind of you. Second down and 2. 2-3 tight end look here for the Panthers. Hand off. Dowdle looking for some space to work with, and he just can't find it. Josiah Stewart doing a great job over there setting the edge and then getting around him, getting in on the play. Squeezing the edge and then collapsing it down when he got Dowdle to bounce it back inside. Very well done. Third down and 2. Panthers 2 of 4 today on third downs. Rams are sensing a little bit of potential of a run here, I think. They got a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. Get it out there. Jesus. Oh, Bryce had about the easiest throw you could ever have with a little throw to the flat 3 yards away, and he puts it a little bit low and a little bit too far out in front of the running back, and the running back cannot reel it in. Young just, I think, panicked is a good way of putting it. Misfit, just he was wide open. You got to hit that. That's as much a throw you got to hit as anything else. That's as easy as they get in the book. And he would have walked for a first down. He would have walked for a first down if he had just made the throw a little bit closer to the running back rather than out in front. And remember, with running back, you can knock him there and say, well, he's got to go get that ball out in front of him. But remember, because the throw's coming to him from 2 feet away, you don't have as much of that timeline there to sort of react to the ball when it's a little bit off, like you would if you're a receiver down the field. So it's like it's coming like that. And you're trying to, in the blink of the eye, rechange your hands, expecting it to be kind of here, and it's way out in front. Yeah. It's entirely on Bryce there. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $10 donation. Kyle, man, appreciate all the support, bro. We'll get a little applause on that. It's your second dono drop today. He says, Allen, Jackson, Burrow, Prescott, Love, Purdy, Lawrence, Herbert, Murray, Watson, Cousins, and Geno are all paid higher than Sam Darnold. Some paid more than double. 0 Super Bowl wins. Why do they get the excuses, but not Sam Darnold? It's a great question, Kyle. It's a great question. I think that for whatever reason, there are certain quarterbacks that get just a pass, and that people look at the circumstances they're within, and that they just decide that those circumstances drive it for you on this. It's not you. You would be able to go out there and win Super Bowls right now if it just wasn't for your poor front office, if it just wasn't for the poor coaching staff you have in place. And when it comes to Burrow, Justin Herbert, and when it comes to Dak Prescott, I think that with those two guys, that's part of the benefit that those two guys get so far in their career, is that people look at that and they say that's the reality of your situation. Lawrence, I think that's the same thing that people do on that situation. So the other Allen, Jackson are kind of different stories because they've got some of the prolific yardage and rushing yards they put on top of it with that. Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. I don't say I agree with that argument necessarily on it, Kyle, like that's the one that carries the weight to me, that you happen to have been in to get to a Super Bowl, because that can be as much the team that helped to get you there. But that is for some people why they give them that pass, for better, worse, or good, bad, or the other, But the other names you mentioned on there, I think it is weird because it's what we call an inconsistency in people's approach to how they look at the position and players. Because they look at Sam and they go, you get no pass for what went on with the Jets, and you're going to get no credit for what you did with the Vikings, and you're going to get no credit for what you did with the Seahawks this year. You are that Jets guy. That's who you really were. That's who you really are. And that doesn't get applied to these same guys with the same situation. Handoff here inside to Kyron Williams on 1st and 10 for the Rams. I think they would be perfectly happy here if this ends in just simply them running the clock out. Not that they're not going to go and try to take a strike down the field, but they're going to be happy to bleed this clock here at the end of the second half and roll this on through. So I don't understand. I know that it happens. It happens for different reasons for different players that you mentioned on that list for why it's looked at that way. But the bottom line of it's the same thing, Kyle, as to it making a lot of sense. And it doesn't make a lot of sense because it's inconsistent. It's an inconsistent position. You don't apply it to other places. There are guys that you will like that you'll be like, yeah, but for this guy, I don't apply that same thing to him. And you go, well, why? This is the key point, Kyle. We have an incompletion on 2nd down, by the way. You go, why? And they go, well, because I just like this guy. There's just something about him. And you go, well, that's we got Justin Herbert. And I think you're right. But that's the name on there to really present to me when you look at Sam Darnold and the criticism to him and the lack of criticism that's been hurled at Justin Herbert in his career. 302. Panthers showing a blitz. I think the Rams caught it. No, don't bring it now. And we got a timeout from the Rams. They didn't like that front that they were facing. And McVay will call a timeout here. This is a big play in this football game. 3:02 to go in the second quarter. It's 3rd and 6. That is the Rams' second timeout. The Panthers have all 3 of them. Panthers get a stop here. They get the ball back to their offense with a chance here at the end of half to maybe kind of bring this closer. But if the Rams can go get a score at this point and push this out to even a 20-7 game, yikes. So when it comes to really, that's the name on that list that stands out to me, because that's a guy that has a lot of still potential up ahead of him, whose story's not yet sold. Lawrence, another guy like this. And I think, quite frankly, the bottom line on this is that benefit of the doubt that those people you talk about, Kyle, who give Lawrence and Herbert that sort of like, oh, yeah, it's not been a great ride so far, but it's not really been all your fault. There's a lot of factors to play here. 3rd and 6, 3 wide receiver look, shotgun here for the Rams. They're going to bring a blitz, and it's picked up, and they're going at right to attack, and Stafford just can't get it in there. Ooh, boy, that's a throw Stafford makes. Feels like 99 times out of 100, he makes that throw. Horns blitzing off the edge, so he leaves Stafford. He leaves Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams is left with the slot corner up the field on a 9 route. In the slot corner, the whole time you can see him panicking. He's drowning on that route right from the jump, where he's like, oh my God, I got to come off my inside slot position and then carry the outside receiver. That's, woo! Panthers dialing up the risks on that one, but I guess you're just going for it. Going, man, we don't. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. All right. Well, fumble by the punt returner of the Panthers. Panthers just not ready to go today. Holy jeez. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. 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 Panthers special teams today has been awful. It's not on, you don't have a lot of like field goal attempts or whatnot with that, but their kick returning and now a fumble punt. Man, you can't do this against this Rams team. You can't do this at home. You cannot do this against this Rams team. Your defense just gets a tremendous stop and gets their butts saved by Stafford missing a pass he's going to hit every other time, and then you do this to your defense on a fair caught catch. Second and 4, 6-yard gain on first down for the Rams. I give him 7 yards with Kyron on first down. Between Blake Corum, that might have been Blake, sorry. They look very similar. They got 22 and 23, so it's not always easy to pinpoint out. Back to Corum here. Sidesteps the first guy, spins out of the next one, falls forward. He's going to get a first down. That'll take us down to the 2-minute warning. Rams knocking on the door. $15 carries, 69 yards in this first half for the Rams. Turnovers, man. Yeesh. When do the Packers play? I think it's 5 o'clock tonight. Well said again, though, Kyle. Back to your point on that. Thank you again for the dono. It's a weird line that they draw in the sand as to what makes this guy this and what makes that guy that. This guy's trash, this guy's amazing. And it's an arbitrary line, and it's one that doesn't remain consistent when you delve into this argument with guys, man by man on this, going, okay, well, how do you think this? Why do you think this? Okay, what about this guy? No, he's great. Well, but this guy's got the same thing as this guy. Yeah, I don't care about any of that, but I just tend to think this guy's great. And that's where you just sort of throw up your hands and you go, okay, think. That's where I've got that point with Sam, where it says you throw up your hands like I have on the round table times and go, okay, think what you're going to think. I think it's incredibly wrong on a lot of different levels, but I can just see there's no gaining any headway into making the argument stick at all. No matter the points that are raised or the lack of points from their other side that are raised. Kyle, with another fiver, man. Thank you for all the don't knows, bro. Fun fact, the Jets Darnold played with a bottom 5 O-line, wide receiver room, running back room, tight end room, defense, and head coach his entire time there, but he was the quote-unquote problem. Beautifully put, man. Beautifully put. And this is why context always matters rather than just blindly looking at a quarterback in his first stop being like, what did he do? All right. Yeah, whatever. He sucks. Or they have the one soundbite they can go to. They see that he doesn't perform well in that first stop and they hear the soundbite of a ghost, right? Ghost soundbite, doesn't perform well in that first stop. I'll just simply put together that he's just trash. And that's that simplistic outlook of thinking in football that sends you wrong and down the bad path. And also to the positive direction of it for the smart organization that's more thinking about trying to find those smart finds and those guys that actually do have something in their reservoir and that maybe they've been cast away because of this pervasive thinking that's out there that just throws guys out the door when they're still basically a baby in their career as far as their quarterback career goes, and that they don't, hey, we'll take them. We'll raise them right. We'll raise them good. And that's definitely the case. And yeah, that was what he had to deal with. All right, we've got 1st and 10 here for the Rams here off the 2-minute break. Play action pass. Throw out in the flat to Kyron. Bouncing around through. There is a flag on the play, though. Looks like maybe holding here. Yep, block in the back. Legal block. Steve Avila. Yep. That's definitely a block in the back. 1st down and 20. See, watch what McVay does here with 1st and 20. Tactical technician that he is going to come out of here. He's going to run the ball on 1st down. He's going to start to force the Panthers to call their timeouts. Watch. Hand off. 7-yard gain. Just what he'd like to get on that. Into easier field goal range right from the rip. Panthers now have to call a timeout. Kyron Williams comes up a little bit gimpy after that play, and he'll hurry off the field. So this is where McVay can be also just not just the smart offensive mind, but smart in the moments of the play calling and how he's calling the game, being aware of what's happening at play and what he's trying to drive to at the end of this half. Panthers do call their first timeout. Yeah, it comes down to as well, I think, Kyle, let's just take what you just said as a baseline and then look at it as well, all those quarterbacks that have gone through there over the last 15 years that they've drafted who've been faced with similar environments to what Sam did and who also failed. We saw this with Geno before him that was put into a very much the same kind of conditions you talk about. Rex Ryan was his head coach. 2nd and 13. Again, I think they come back with a run here. Back to a run. I called it. Handoff inside, gain of 2 yards. Colby Parkinson making Nick Scorden get pissed. There we go. A little bit of fight from the Panthers. Maybe Scorden turning some guys up a little bit. Panthers will take another timeout here. 3rd down and 12, 1:42 to go on the clock. You would hoped there from, I think, a Ram standpoint, McVay and his play calling, okay, we go get another 5 there and get this into more 3rd and 8. But the Rams have still been a very good team in 3rd and long this year. So this is where you go for now. This is where you let it rip. You burn those first 2 timeouts. Now you let it rip a little bit here. And then if you do give the Panthers back the ball, okay, maybe you got a timeout left on the board, but it's going to be hard to get up that field quick, especially against this Rams defense. They tend to live with those 7 guys in coverage. 3rd and 12. 4-man pass rush here from the Panthers. They do complete the ball into Higbee. It will be short of the 1st down. Final timeout called by the Panthers. 1:37 on the clock. I'm going to guess now the Rams go for that field goal attempt. And from a Panther standpoint, you get the ball back about a minute 30 and no timeouts remaining. Great points all around there, Kyle. I agree 100% on all of these things and things that are never taken into account. And again, these are part of those litany of points I think that you could bring up to people that are anti-Sam folks, and you just kind of watch their eyes glaze over, and it just sort of skims across the pond, the surface of their pond a little bit, and they don't want to really give it much. And that's where then I come back to again feeling like those folks with Sam on this stuff is it's less of you've built up this opinion and outlook of the player through some intrinsic deliberation and really turning over the parts and pieces. And it's more of just kind of you're saying, "Ooh, we're going for it on 4th and 3." Blitz look from the Panthers. Stafford's going to break the pocket. Stafford, incomplete. Wow. Wow, the Rams don't play it safe. The Rams don't play it safe. Wow, nice job. That's a defensive end in space. Wongum out there in space knocks it free. And he was climbing there out in space. Interesting call there from the Rams. You have a chip shot field goal there, All right, well, 1st and 10. Long field for the Panthers. Let's see if they can make them pay the price here at the end of half. They're going to hand the ball. Now you guys are going to hand the effing ball off? What is this game plan by the Panthers, man? Did you pull this out of a toilet bowl? Did you grab this out of a landfill? Canales needs to burn this thing at halftime. You don't have any timeouts, jackass. Check it down. Oh, my God. Oh, they're going to get a PI here? Well, Jake's going to get mad about this one. Jake's going to get pissed about this one. Man, might have gotten bailed out on that one. I don't know if that's catchable. Well, he's got his arms up around him there. Rams, things driving me crazy. They are allowed secondary wise to get away with a lot of pulling and tugging. You saw it on that one interference on the last one. They get hit here. They do a lot of don't look back for the ball tug thing is kind of their technique. And they've got hit twice on it now, especially they showed the replay on that, and you can see him just wrap his arms up around the neck and prevent Coker from just jumping up off the ground. And it's like, you can't, it's a good call. You can't let the guy, you got to cover the guy. The point's not to get contact on the guy 40 yards down the field. Keep your hands off, especially when they're not initiating the contact. Another deep throw down the field. He's got a ran free. Coker's free, and he'll get out of bounds on a deep ball down the sideline for a first down. And suddenly the Panthers on the back of a big pass interference down the field. And now just a big little kind of wheel route there out of the slot. Ball will be at the 20-yard line here. So 53 seconds. So plenty of time on the clock. Empty look here for the Panthers. 5 wide. He's going to go up over the top here. Again, physical coverage down the field by the Rams cornerback. Xavier Legette was the man that they were looking to complete the ball with there, and not even close. See how, even on that's the technique that they train there, where it's like that's way past hitting a guy at the line of scrimmage, right? They just count on the fact you're not going to call it. But you got to deal with that. They're going to be physical like that in the secondary. I'm not complaining on it, just that this is part of the anticipation. And if we have to play this team next week, that you got to think about it a little bit in your play calling from a Kubiak perspective. Oh boy. Another throwaway there by Bryce is Man, he is definitely getting jumpy back there. You talk about seeing ghosts. You talk about seeing ghosts. "44 seconds here, 3rd down and 10. Bryce dropping back to throw, breaks the pocket. He's going to run it up. Bryce free. Bryce jumping forward. Bryce in for a touchdown. Wow, what a run there by Bryce. He slow rolled it on the approach to Landman, and Landman just could not corral him out in the space. I wonder if Ernest Jones would have been able to corral him there. Jake? Could have Ernest Jones, had it not been the slow-footed Landman. Landman, your feet are slow. You cannot move them. The quarterback is too swift. Sorry, Landman. Well, Panthers come back and get a touchdown, and the Rams get a little bit nervous under the collar. A little bit of sweat. Well, a well-executed drive overall there by Bryce. It is one that is this is Russ-like a little bit, right? Back in the days where you go, I don't know if this is sustainable, but it's fun. He just got Nate to completely buy on that little fake there. That was enough. And wow, goodness, Rams right up the football field there, or Panthers right up the field there. No timeouts either. Goodness. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. If Shula leaves, does Raheem worry you, quote unquote, more? No. I think, Banker, the thing that I come to with this is that, when you look through all of the defensive coordinators that have been there with McVay, again, just to give him some credit, again, why he's such a good head coach. And I think that's really about with Shanahan, and I think this is about McDonald too as well. And then I think that they just assembling a grade A staff is not just a casual thing for them, but a very high priority. And that whether it's Raheem or the guy that was before him that went and got a head coaching job, or Shula, after him, who's going to go get a head coaching job. Opening kickoff here at the 10 does not go far enough. They'll be flagged. Panthers special teams is going to lose them this game. Wait, why aren't you kicking it? I'm glad I'm not a Panther fan. This team would stress me out. There's 37 seconds on the clock. They're trying to squib kick it, but he doesn't squib kick the kick far enough on the landing zone. He's short by about a yard on the squib. So you're going to give them an intensely good field goal position here from the Panthers' perspective. Like, second big snafu of the game by the Panthers here. And it's so big because if that ball's down at the 30-yard line versus even at the 40 here, that's 10 yards of difference is big right now with the Rams only having one timeout. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's got a man underneath. Devontae Adams completed there for a gain of about 13 yards on an in-cutting route. Clock rolling. They're going to call a timeout here, the Rams, smart enough. So not really on that. I think that there's kind of an equivalency, if anything, in the way I would think about both the Shula and Raheem, where I think that they're really good coordinators. I do. To me, Raheem, the big thing that he was really able to do that was the most interesting thing that he did with the Rams defense was the utilization of taking Aaron Donald as the centerpiece point, and rather than it being just about like, well, how do I just get Aaron Donald set up for one-on-one situations and for him to go and, have more opportunities to be less doubled and all that. He kind of leaned into like understanding that teams are going to double Donald and then how he can work off of that. And the stunt twist loop game that kind of started with him that I think has been really refined by Shula there. Let's look here by the Panthers. Pressure's mounting in. And it will be incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Panthers are in this second quarter have decided that they're going to dial up a little bit more of the blitz look here on Stafford. And the Rams haven't quite looked like they were really ready for this blitz look. He's been caught a little bit off guard by it. Holy Jesus. JC Horn got away with a hell of a hold out there on the edge on Devontae Adams. He just spun him out in space. Didn't get called. 27 seconds to go here. Nickel blitz. They're threatening it are the Panthers. They fall out of it. Stafford drops back, comes back the second read, comes back the third read. Ball's tipped, and that will be incomplete. 3rd down and 10 for the Rams now. And Parkinson, all right, we're okay. Oh, Stafford with the finger. Looks like he hit his hand on. Ooh. Okay. That does not feel good. Looks like he hit the hand on the wrist of Wongum, but seemed to have kind of maybe blood just hurt a little bit. He's kind of pressing it there. 3rd down and 10. Dropping back. Pressure coming. He's got a man open. Puka Nacua. Puka can't quite reel it in there, and he's slow to get up. I think he's just frustrated with himself that he didn't make the reception. Boy, Stafford made such an incredibly good throw there, and Puka's just getting off of the physical coverage and just kind of getting his head turned around late there. I just maybe wasn't expecting it, and Stafford couldn't have made a more beautiful throw there. I mean, that thing was right on the spot. Maybe it's just that the physical coverage with Puka there was just tough for him to kind of get off of and get his head back in the right spot there, but very good job of great throw there by Stafford. Kind of strange there by Puka. They just didn't. That's a catch we've seen Puka make many times over. I mean, he's right there. And he's beating himself up, I think, kind of going, man, how'd I drop that thing? I don't know. So I think with Raheem, he did a really good job of, he'd get Aaron moved over here, and then he'd know your protection's going to draw over here, and then he would attack away from it. The Panthers are going to down the ball here, and they're up 17-14 at half. Rams get it after halftime, but you got to feel like they are much more nervous than they would like to be in this game, walking into halftime the way that this first half has gone for them here. So I would say I would say that was really cool what he did with that. I think Shula's done a little bit more with certain elements on really embracing some of the stunt loop twist game as he has there. So he's kind of like, both of them have shown signs of being able to be innovators. That's what I kind of want to see with my coordinators, not just that he has a scheme, but can show signs of innovation within his scheme. But they both did kind of separately impressive, innovative things. And this is why they're both going to be hired for head coaching jobs, probably, I'd say, Banker. And then if Raheem goes back, you don't take a step back, and then, he's able to do a lot of some similar stuff, run similar defense to what Shula's done. So, no, they're both just good, solid, coordinators. And I don't think that they're geniuses necessarily. I don't hold them into some regards as we might have certain guys out there that are, considered, really, really the top end of the bunch, I suppose, but maybe just below that in my outlook of them. Lord's Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, not trying to underestimate, but I'm not scared of these Rams. I ain't scared of you, mother. Oh, Bernie Mac. Stand up out there. That's hilarious. Here you get a chance. I ain't scared of you, mother. I'm not scared of him either. We can take this team on. We can stand toe-to-toe with this team. It's going to be a tough battle. And I ain't saying it's going to be easy. I ain't going to say we're going to walk on them. But I'm also going to say, we stand right with you guys. We've earned the right to say we can stand with this team. And, boy, they're starting to delve into territory here in the second half where you're going to be very close to that sort of, we had them, we knew what they are, and we let them off the hook. You're into kind of one of those Dennis Green places here a little bit on this situation, because you have got the fumble off the punt return. You got the interception here from Bryce Young. You played a crystal clean first half offensively as far as your turnovers go. You're running the ball at a 4.5 yard per carry average clip. You got 17 carries to their 11 carries. Everything on the surface of this should be that you're, showing signs of running away with this game rather than it being just 17-14. But no, I ain't scared of these guys. I ain't scared of these guys. No, me neither, Lord's Disciple. Bring it. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation, Keon Lund. Is Coker good? I've never heard of him. he's one of those receivers you sort of take into day 3 of a draft, and there's some talent there. He's going to give you some plays along the way, and maybe he can develop a bit. I don't think that there's anything where he's giving you like any sort of difference making component. Like Tedero McMillan can be a difference maker for you off the edge, off the outside. This guy's more of like kind of a league average number 2 is sort of what he brings. But I think he's also a guy that's pretty early in his career, so I could be underselling him a little bit. Yeah, he's only in his second season. There wasn't a real great chance with him from an opportunity standpoint. To most of these guys, Keon, I've had a chance to do a lot of scouting with, but it comes out of Holy Cross. You don't have as much of an opportunity to really look that deeply at those kind of guys. So, maybe he's a guy that will develop with time, and I'm underselling him. And part of my underselling him is just not having a chance to see as close a look at him on college tape. But been good for them today. 4 catches, 70 yards, aside from giving up on that one route on the interception, that is, of course. Can't do that. Can't do that, buddy. Got to keep running through the course of the route. But they seem to have a lot of faith in him, and he seems to have taken the one thing with this, Keon, is that they put a second-round pick on Xavier Legette not 2 years ago, hoping, I'm sure, for him to develop and be much more than he's been as a receiver, and this guy's overtaken him on that depth chart. So that in itself kind of speaks to, that he's got a little bit more juice, than maybe would you'd first see or think with where they took him last year and the school he was coming from. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. He says, Quentin Lake, they needed to get right? Said to be struggling. Yeah, he is struggling in this game. He gave the play up over the top on the wheel route where he was out of the slot. He's supposed to be essentially their Kyle Hamilton, their Nick Emanwari. And he does not look at 100% health. I'll tell you that. He does not look, maybe he's just knocking off rust. It's been quite a few weeks since he's last played, but he's got a big ass brace out there on his shoulder. And he was kind of lumbering around from kind of the looks of things out there a little bit early on this game. Give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's just, rest and all that. He's got 2 passes defensed in this game. And in addition to the plays he might have given up, but yeah, Yeah, he does. He seems to be struggling just a little bit in that first half. A little bit. Then we'll go with rust for right now, Jay Gundy. But something to track and monitor through the second half, see how he's performing going down, through with this. John says the Rams always finish like the Lambs. The doubt is creeping in. Can you feel it? That creeping suspicion, that scratching at the back of your neck, that caught gulp in your throat as you can't swallow. And the second half wears down, and you, as a Rams team, look around you and say, my God, we're going to lose this game. How? How, they will ask. And the officials they shall blame. O'Dwyer says the Rams have looked all over the place. They're probably going to still win, but they're not finishing the year strong. The Panthers special teams is horrendous. The Panthers special teams might be the worst performance I've seen of the year so far, and that's saying something because we had to play the Falcons and Rams don't have a great special teams unit, but they're making these guys look good. It's bad. And boy, you just talk about from a Ram perspective of we get a Panther team that gets pass happy. We're generating pressure like nobody's business. We're running the ball like you can't believe. Stafford hasn't thrown an interception in the first half. It's got 137 yards on the back of run the ball well. We've got the 2-0 turnover war won. We're kicking their butt in the special teams game. And we're up by 3. Wait, huh? Wait, that doesn't add up. That math doesn't math. Panthers, my team better drop some serious money on stars this offseason with that schedule. Mm. Mm-hmm. You remind me, John. Please, if you like the stream, hit that smash button. Smash that like, smash the button, the smashing. I'm no smart man, but I know what the like button is. I can't speak, folks, but if you can hit that button, it's helpful. It is good. Joshua Carlisle in the house. What's up, Joshua? Rams D looks markedly worse. Also, funny how bad they are when they can't get away with PI on every play, laughing out loud. Appreciate your hard work, B. It's something that I was noticing right out of that first Rams game. And go back if you guys can for me on it. And this isn't a complaint thing again. So for Rams fans, they're going to get super sensitive about me bringing this up. It's more of just that this is what you're going to encounter with this Rams secondary. And I kind of feel like when you look at the secondary, Joshua, and you take notice of the fact that this is not a secondary that's littered with first, second, high-end picks. You've not put a lot of money into it. But it's been a secondary that reasonably well has held up over the course of the season. And one of the ways that you might get around having a little bit of that, limitation to the talent side of it is to be playing a little more physical out there and to be willing to try to play a little bit more on that line of, are they going to call it? Are they not going to call it? Go back and watch that first Cooper Kupp interception in the first game against the Rams. And he's coming out of a basically a stop comeback route. So you drive up the field and then you're coming back. And as he's drive up in the field and he's trying to come back and make that cut sharp, and that determines whether or not you get that separation on that play to make the catch. Because rather than the separation being horizontal, it's more of a vertical back, right? And so when he grabs on him and pulls on his jersey as he's coming back, he's not only preventing Cooper Kupp from being able to get to the ball, he's preventing Cooper Kupp from being able to get back to the ball to prevent the undercutting the player from picking the ball off. And that's something that they will get away with on tape, and that you've got to now, rather than looking to the officials and being like, you guys got to just call this a little bit more on the line, which they're not going to do in the playoffs. Quite frankly, I think that second call that they did in the end of the first half there, I'm surprised they called it there, because in the playoffs you get even more away with it. But it ain't going away next week if we got to deal with it. And coaching staff has got to build within its game plan how to get around that offensively and what they can do to kind of mitigate some of that stuff. And I think, like, for instance, use of pre-snap motion can be very helpful along on this part of it. Working other different types of routes concepts within it a little bit. There's some different things to a degree. There's certain things you just can't do about it. And it's part of what made the LOB really tough back in the day, is that we were very physical as well out on the edges, and that we would be very much in that same kind of manner of things. So got to fight through it, but they're not getting the calls today on those two calls, and they're pretty much on the letter of the line of what is a PI. And I agree with you as well. I think the biggest point that you made, and thank you for the donation, is that this Rams defense, as many people have noted beyond us here, that might be Hawk fans that want to see it. Many people have noted over the back half of this schedule here, this Rams defense this year is, if not faltering, they're getting lessened than what they've been over the, let's say, cumulative overall last 2 years. And that's not a great sign for them as they're in this playoff point. And this is part of that playing your best football at this time of the year. It's easier said than done, number one. And number two, when you're not, even if you're a really highly talented team, even if you're really good, even if you're considered one of the Super Bowl front runners, it is more than just a little bit of a bump in the road in your aspirations to get to the promised land. And it can become that thing that very much then comes up and becomes the thing that, sort of takes you down when it's all said and done. Rams defense, doing a relatively good job stopping the run, but you came in that first half from a Rams perspective, you're like, Bryce Young's going to throw 20 times in this first half. I think you would have been tucking the napkin into your shirt. You would have been grabbing your fork. You would have been grabbing your knife. And instead of that, it's more of that this Panther team feels like there's a lot of open holes here in this Rams defense. Their game plan alone tells you that, just by the sheer audacity to throw that much in this environment with some of the elements at play as they are in that stadium, says, yeah, we think this secondary's got some weak functionality to it, and we are going to attack it. And maybe, again, something within that for our Seahawks offense and how they can deal with this team too. But good points all around there, Joshua. It's great to see you in the house, man, and thank you for your support. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Puka's crash out is about to be AB generational. I mean, it wouldn't shock us, I don't think. Wouldn't surprise us. He is a guy that, like AB, that wiring that makes him so competitive, that wiring that makes him the guy that when the ball's in the air, it's his ball. Antonio had this too. to him as well. That almost within that, there's a price that you pay within that on being just right on that edge, just right on that. Oh, that's gonna be so intense, and I'm gonna a little bit of that, like you get a little Cujo kind of feeling to him almost at times. But he's a hell of a player, and I wish all my players had that kind of competitive streak and that feistiness. And tough drop there at the end of the half, but still 6 catches, 63 yards, a touchdown the first half for Puka. Doesn't look like Davante Adams is completely maybe 100% right off of that, off the hammy, or they're just trying to be careful with them. 3 targets, 1 catch, 14 yards in that first half. But yeah, I could see that potentially being the way. And interesting for the Rams here coming up, because it's going to be this offseason that they've got to pay Puka. And there ain't going to be you got to get around to year 4 for Puka. He ain't a first-round pick that's already made his money. You're going to have to pay the guy. Going to be interesting to see what he makes, how much they're willing to divvy up to give him, because we're talking potentially $40 million a year for this guy. Ooh-wee, as much as I love him, I mean, especially with what I think is potentially some injury stuff come down the line quickly with him, you get a little nervous, Kyle. You get a little nervous thinking about that. Please do again. Yeah, hit that like button. Well over 500 people in the house tonight. Thank you for watching the channel. If you guys can hit that like button and sub on up, I would really appreciate it. We're on the road to 30,000 subscribers here now, and we're working along our way to hitting that spot. So please do hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. All right, the Rams are going to take over here now with the 35-yard line here to start things out in the third quarter. Stafford comes out 10-17, 137 yards and a touchdown in the first half. They'll come out with a 2 wide receiver look and play action to start things off for the Rams. Quick throw, beautiful coverage out there. Mike Jackson out there making great coverage and space there. Davante Adams looked like he had the completion, and Mike was able to get his hand in there and dislodge that ball out of there. What a job there by Mike. Great play by him. That's as good as it gets from the cornerback position right there. 2nd down and 10. Quick snap. Pressure look here from the Panthers. Another great play out in space, this time by J.C. Horn down the field, also on Davante Adams, tied in coverage, knocking the ball away. Panthers countering now into a little bit of what they're doing with Stafford, is that Stafford's trying a little bit of that fast snap city stuff that he likes to do, get right up at the line and quick snap it. And then you had a quick blitz off of that quick snap there from the linebackers, and it kind of helped to get them home, because one of the things that's happening now is if you do a quick snap and you're going to throw the ball down the field from an offensive perspective, well, you don't have a chance to set your protections if you do that quick snap. And Stafford did not there, and that allowed the double-A gap pressure to get home. 3rd down and 10. Stafford dropping back to throw. He sidearms this ball over there to Davante Adams, and that ball will be incomplete. A quick 3 and out for the Rams as they get very pass happy here to start it off in the second half, rather than going back to that ground game that was working for them. OCs, man, they just don't want to stay with the run game. I would think I would be a super I used to give these defensive head coordinators hell for always putting their hands in the pockets, the offensive coordinators, and being like, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. But now I'm kind of like, I'm getting older. I'm getting it. I'm starting to feel like I get it, Oh, he almost bobbled it again. Oh my gosh. ETN got the punt, but that was not pretty. I'm going to be holding my breath. I got D. Williams flashbacks here, folks. Hold on. I'm going to start twitching. I'm getting D. Williams flashbacks here. I know a punter who's not comfortable, punt returner who's not comfortable back there receiving the ball, and I see one right now. I'm looking one dead in the eye. Well, let's see what approach the Panthers go with here. Heavy passing attack in the first half rather than what you might think they would have done, which was run the ball. See if they come back with some similar stuff here now. Bryce is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's looking at a 3-4 look here from the Rams to start things off. They do a play action pass. He changes it to a pass. He's going to have to run this one. Run it, Bryce. Run it. Got to use your legs today if you're Bryce Young now in the second half. You want to win this game. And moments like that, absolutely. Landman, again, a little bit late to getting back over there off of his zone drop. One little particular place where I feel like they were able to attack here, this Panthers team with Bryce's mobility is in that, is with that method and approach here. Came up, got the 3-4 look there, true, and a lot of bodies down by the line of scrimmage, and he went to looks like he went to the pass call there. Good audible by Bryce. Another 3-4 look here from the Rams, though. They're dropped a little bit more back in coverage on this one. And now you'll get a handoff here and a nice run to Chuba. Rams came out there with a stupid looking. They got a 3-4 look, and then they got our linebackers and corners stacked over to one side of a hash, off away from the line of scrimmage. Looked like a complete anticipation play for pass, but just a weird looking thing there. Just want to control this clock with the Panthers and get this ball glided down. Don't get too greedy. 4-man front now from the Rams, and now you're back to passing. Okay. Just run the ball. Just run the ball. Run the ball. Every time the Rams team shows me a 4-man front right now in this half, I'd be in Bryce's ear being like, okay, you were great about audibling out when you saw the 3-4 look and you audibled to the pass. Okay, now inverse that, please. You get the 4-man front, go back to the run off that, especially when you just got a first down run. They do not want to run Canales does not want to even try to run against this Rams team right now. It's kind of how it feels. Like he's just kind of running for show. 2nd down and 10. Bryce dropping back to throw, gets the blitz. He breaks the pocket, floats it back over the top and throws it away. Boy. B. Ballins, is raining there, guys? How's weather? Looks like it's actually all right weather right now. Might have a little bit of that sort of, dampness to the air with the south and how it gets down there. It's a little bit breezy. So the wind's a little bit of a factor, but I don't think that it's, I don't think that's the factor we thought it was going to be leading into this week. Okay, 3rd and 10 here for Bryce. He's looking at a blitz look here up front from the Rams. They're showing the fireman zone. Boy, it looked like Verse almost jumped off sides. Bryce completes it. Wow. Able to complete it there. Teterow and McMillan with a first down reception. Is that on Forbes? Yeah, I got that on Forbes. Big throw there by Bryce. Crossing route there to Teterow, McMillan. Pass protection holds up. 1st down and 10. 4 catches, 65 yards for McMillan. Ball in the 44-yard line. Handoff inside here to Chuba. Chuba spun through there, and he'll gain about 3 or 4 yards there on the play. Nice drive here by the Panthers. Chuba, 6 carries, 27 yards. Dowdle, 4 carries, 9 yards. Chuba, a little bit more effectiveness here with him today. Light box look here. Yeah, this is where I'm checking to the run. I got a 2nd and 5 with a light box kind of look here from the Rams. See how they do this. Landman comes on a run blitz. Chuba sidesteps him. Boy, Landman read that play a mile away. He read that run check a mile away. As soon as the run check came in, Landman pulled the trigger on that right through the B gap there, and he was right there to greet the back on the outside zone run. Maybe you don't check into that play, as I sheepishly hide myself under my desk here. 3rd down and 5. No one can Canales. This might very well be 2-down territory right here where they sit at the 49-yard line in their own territory. It's like we got offsides by the Rams and a free play here for the Panthers. Coker goes up. Just kind of an overthrow there. I think you're going to get a false start. Offside. Sorry, not full start, but offsides by the Rams. Looks like Fisk jumped there. Yes, sir, he did. And boy, that's a first down off that. And he got him to like just 2 plays back. He got versed too. So smart on Bryce Young, sensing he had gotten versed 2 plays back, comes back to the hard cadence again there on 3rd down and 5. Under center here. Handoff inside to Chuba. Chuba, good job fighting off the first tackler. Rolls forward there for a gain of about 3. This is what I'm very good with. You even got into that 3rd and 5. It's like I was on the back of the commitment to the first 2 runs to get you into the 3rd makeable and not make this so hard on Bryce where it's too many times that first half, even on the opening drive here at the start of this drive, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10s. Your offenses, and few offenses are built to live out of that, but this particular offense is really not built to be living out of that. 2nd down and 6, 8-play, 43-yard drive here for the Panthers. Jimmy Horn goes in motion. Bryce drops back to throw here. They got a screenplay set up for Chuba Hubbard, and this looks like a pretty good one. Chuba able to fall on in forward here and go get himself a first down. Haven't heard a lot of the screen game today on the Rams. Kind of that little shock screen, less of the traditional screen drop back and more kind of you throw it to the side for the running back. It's a way to kind of get around those linemen climbing up on you with those arms overstretched, 6'5", you can't throw over the top of them. Ball at the 36-yard line here. 1st and 10. Hand off back into Chuba. Chuba stops his feet and then jumps over a tackler there just past the line of scrimmage, falling forward for a gain of about 2. I love this draft in the Panthers. Love it, love it, love it. Chubba, chubba, chubba. I want my baby, 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 baby. Let's go. Nine minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down, 8. 3 wide receiver look here for the Panthers. Hand off into Chuba again here at a shotgun. And he'll maybe get another 2 yards there and bring you up to 3rd and 6. Probably not two down territory where you're sitting on the field right now from a Panther standpoint, as you are now in field goal range. I don't think they're going for it on 4th down with 17-14. You take the tie, even with as aggressive as they can be on 4th down. Shotgun look here now. Ram bringing their front 4. Not a lot of blitzing necessarily, and they'll be knocked down here. He tries to complete underneath to his tight end, Treble. And he'll make the catch, but he will be far short, about 2.5, 3 yards short of the first down. So I guess we're going to learn about Canellis right here on an aggressive front, but I can't think that you don't take the field goal as it's a medium-ish size field goal attempt here. And down by 3, it's just kind of, this is a pretty staunch coaching book, lay of the land. Now, Fitzgerald he can be a bit of a journey, 24 of 29 this year. So this 46-yard attempt is no guarantee. Ball is drifting, and I think had some late left-handed drift to it, but he's able to swing it on through, and the Panthers tie the game 17-17. And Will Valdez sums it up nicely. That was a successful drive. Want the touchdown, but it's more about, hey, you came back in the second half, came back and recalibrating back to the brand of football you should be playing against this Rams team. This is potentially a winning brand of football against this Rams team here today, especially the defense can start to find some answers against this Rams offense. Very, very well said. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate all of your support today, too. Do I think that the Cooper Cup in LA had a bad breakup? I don't actually. No, Lord Disciple. I think that Cooper Cup would tell you that he understands why they went the direction that they went. You can see it, I think, Lord's Disciple in the role that Cooper Cup is playing here within Seattle. At the time, it wasn't really as clear on this, but with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, you have two guys that really should be by and large living in the slot, and then have some moments and times that you work them on the outside. Not that they live on the outside and that they work a little bit in the slot. And of course, we weren't sure about this with JSN being here and how much he had been your slot guy prior. If you're going to try to kick Cooper back to the outside, what we've learned is that he's been your slot guy. That's really where he's lived. And so what the Rams had was a little bit of redundancy there with two guys that could both get it done. It wasn't as much of, well, Kupp's cooked, Kupp's spent, Kupp's out, as much as like, look, we need to have a pure X out here. We got our slot, we got our Y, we got our X. Cooper's not really a Y or an X anymore. He's more of a slot. And so they just went, we're going to go with this guy instead on that Lord Disciple. And that's understandable because then they went and got Devontae Adams, who is an outside X type wide receiver. So it does kind of fit to what they were looking to kind of find there. And then it just became about cap hit. And the Rams have some guys that they're paying, and they couldn't have afforded to keep Kupp, Puka, and sign Devontae. You had to kind of decide between, is it going to be a Devontae signing or holding back on to Cooper Kupp? And they decided to go with Devontae instead. But it makes a lot of sense from their standpoint of it. And, this is the way that this stuff tends to go in the NFL, not even just this singular organization, but most organizations, this kind of thing will go this route with it. Once the player hits a certain cost point and then they come back to him, they're not really going to have him renegotiate at that original place, especially where you've done so much good work like Kupp has. It just becomes one of where you go, okay, we're going to release you, give you an opportunity to go choose your next destination. You did great by us. Bop. So I don't think Kupp looks at it that way. I wouldn't either on that. Great question though. Great question. Let's get a turnover here, man. Pick 6. Let's get a turnover. I'll take a Bokel. Little pick 6 JC Horn action, huh? Out route to Devontae Adams, jumps the out route, runs it back for a pick 6. Sad ram face. I wouldn't be against that. Joe says, man, I would have taken this to start the game. You do kind of wonder about what could have been for the Rams on this one if they just kind of lived in that attack just right from the jump, right, Joe? All right. Ball received at the 1-yard line, brought back there. Wheeled down to the ground at the 25. $7:23 to go in the third quarter. Let's see what the Rams got offensively wise for answers here. Stafford out, going back to the 13 personnel. Hand off inside here to, I believe that's Kyron, sorry, not Corum, Kyron. Corum, not Kyron. Kyron, not Corum. Kyron has ran well here for the Rams today. Got 3 yards on that play. 7 carries, 37 yards. Quick snap here. Blitz coming with it. Oh, and that's been and they have great coverage out there. Nice job, Mike Jackson. Out there tight on Puka Nacua. And again, the Panthers almost seem to have like I don't know if they're just going hyper blitz, but they're almost just running a blitz option off the back of the quick snaps. Because once you see that quick snap, you're almost seeing like an automatic functionality of them driving. I wonder if Mike sees anything within this that he can utilize on this offense down the road potentially with that. It's interesting the way they've done that because the fast snap stuff can definitely throw offenses off. We have a Panther defender down right now in the field. Those fast snaps it's been a cool adjustment to see the Panthers with some of those you're not having even guys walking towards the line of scrimmage prior to the snap. It's that the quick snap comes up and then they engage the blitz. And it's like, all right, boom, hit the blitz now, go. So kind of interesting the way that they're rolling that. Kind of interesting. Stafford 3 for his last 14. I'll be right back. 1 sec. Oh, wait. What was that here? Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Is Canales better than Sala? I think it's hard to say on that, Keon. I mean, this is like going back to a little bit of like what Kyle was talking about with the Jets organization and like what you set up for Sam and what had gotten set up for Geno Smith. And I don't think that it means that everybody gets a pass, whoever goes through the New York Jets. But I do think that if you're making any determinations about a guy solely or really in regard to coach or player based on just what they had done with their time with the Jets, it gets kind of hard to make that assessment without feeling like, boy, the bad ownership really does kind of weigh heavily over everything there. And so with Canales, he went to Carolina and 1 second. It's a great question. Well, 1 second here. We got it back here. 3rd and 7. Very important play here. Again, Panthers showing a blitz. Stafford caught it. Call out of it, boys. He caught it. He's checking it. 3rd and 7. Can't still run it. Can't still run it. He's going to have an answer. Call out of it. First down. Second Stafford catches you on that, you've got to counter back out of it like that. You've done a good job here catching him off guard with the blitzes, but you showed your hand too fast, and then you kept showing you stayed in your hand. Adjust out. Go back into the zone drop and play it true there. And hope his adjustment's now gone into your adjustment. Much like those chances better than trying to stay in. He checked into something there for sure. First down on 10. Finally get it back to Devontae Adams there. Maybe this gives the Rams a little bit of life. Another blitz here. They're bringing it here on staff. Another attempt there into Puka Nacua and tight coverage. Linebackers in on tight on him there. Rosebloom made a nice little play on Puka Nacua. Very tight in coverage for a linebacker. Stafford, they're showing the fingers and him kind of squeezing the hand. Very tough guy. You wonder about those fingers and how it's feeling. That's on his throwing hand. Of course, Seahawks once before with Russell Wilson here saw what can happen when that hand hits like that. Boy, nice job. Open field tackling there. A little throw as a check down to Kyron Williams, and the defender did a great job of just grabbing him by his ankle and holding on and twisting him down. You wonder, though, with Stafford on some of these throws, especially with some of the accuracy issues that have come forward from this now, if that finger's not affecting some things. Starts to swell up, and you never know how bad it is. He was definitely grimacing and pushing it hard there on that one, though. 3rd and 5. Panthers are going to stay in more of just a kind of a zone look here on the back end, less of the blitz kind of look. They're going to go over the top, and Devontae Adams just gets crushed. And that's probably going to be a head-to-head hit there. He looks like he completely just got concussed. You got to get him in the tent. Like that, he can't go up. He's fine. He's good. You're definitely getting called for it, though, here from the Panthers. Officials are talking about it. See on the replay if you got the helmet to helmet. It was a solid crack Stafford definitely kind of gave him a hospital ball there. Let's see how this goes down. Man, that looked pretty clean to me. His head's out of the hit. That's clean, baby. That's clean in it, chat. That's a clean hit. Head's out of the hit, shoulder all the way. Now that angle looked a little dicey. That last angle looked like there was some helmet-to-helmet hit there on that last one. I'm not sure though. The other angles didn't look it, but hard to say. Helmet to face guard, yeah. And if you have any helmet contact, I mean, the guy's bleeding out of his mouth from something. I think it's the ground. So probably a good call. Hell of a hit. 5:11 to go in the third quarter, ball at the 29-yard line. Handoff inside here to Kyron Williams. He'll take it for about a 4-yard gain off inside of the tackle there. Panthers need a turnover or a play here. Second down and 6. 3 wide receiver look here for the Rams. Play action pass. Stafford's going to try to run a little bit of a screen play to Colby Parkinson, and the Panthers eat it all up. Nice job there. Nick Gordon out there. He's really flashed on tape watching him in preparation for the Seahawks game a couple weeks ago. This rookie has really come on. Texas A&M. Real active defender, just big, long, just a excellent, just big size body edge coming off, and just been so active on the tape all over the place. Third down and 6. 3 wide to one side of the field, tight end to the short side. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's got some time. He steps into the throw and laces it deep. Puka cannot get separation down the field. Tight coverage there, and this will bring up 4th and 6 and a field goal attempt for the Rams. Mike Jackson again playing a whale of a game. And Mike Jackson in press coverage, running press man on Puka. How about that? Not Mike coverage and off coverage, right? So a couple weeks ago, he likes to live in off coverage, coverage 3. Got him up in press running man. How about that, Mike? Nice job. Well done. All right, a 42-yard attempt for the thicker kicker. Snap down. Hold good, kick up, kick through, and the Rams will take a 3-point lead back over in this one with 4:17 to go in the third quarter. Guys, the Stafford just seems off in the second half. I do really wonder about that finger, and he's such a tough guy. He'll play through anything, but you do wonder, it's when it comes to that finger stuff, and how you hold the ball and how the ball releases out of your hand, if you can't get all 5 finger digits on that sucker, it can be tough. It could be tough. Yeah, Stafford did kind of throw him a hospital ball. That was a little bit. They needed the first down, though, so you probably wouldn't do it under normal circumstances, but you need that first down. What are you going to do? Keon, again, thank you for the $2 donation. So I think it's a little early to know one way or the other on this one. Canales is with his first taste of success here this year for the Panthers, and he's done a good job to getting him there. But I mean, they also won the division at 8 and 9. So it's not like he got to 10, 11, 12 wins, even to double digits. I think it's a good year by Canales, but I wouldn't dress it up. And I think with Saleh, wouldn't shock me in the least if he goes to a different opportunity that's not the New York Jets and then finds a lot of success. So still, I would go a TBD, not to sit on the fence on this one, Keon, but I think it's a TBD. That we don't have enough information about either of them quite yet to quite know which one would be the better coach or not, or whether or not either of them are really legitimately good long-term coaches in this sport. And, guys that are going to be able to stick around for a long, long time. We'll have to see. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $5 donation, Kyle. He says, if the Rams lose, what will be longer? The laundry list of excuses from Jake or his crash out? The RT would be must see with Jesse and a Sea hat also. Oh, could you imagine in a year where everything's been storybook for us already, that I get to go in the roundtable this week if the Rams lose this game? And not only Jake, sad face, but then we were going to have Jesse sitting in my wonderful hat that I'm putting him in this week on the roundtable. Yeah, that would be, again, I just say, you got to pinch me at some point on this, Kyle. At some point, I'm going to have to wake up here. This is a child's dream I'm living here. This is not an adult's reality. What's going on? I don't get it. I hope it would be wonderful to watch and witness, because it's been great this year to have to kind of witness all of them just getting signed up on the fact the Hawks were this good. Keep waiting for that fall and waiting for that, crash to happen from us that didn't happen. And to occur in a game like this would be just perfecto. Perfecto. All right, kick drives back to the 3-yard line here. Will be brought out by Xavier Legette, I think that is. Legette takes it back to the 31. Panthers going to come back out. Let's see what they got as an answer here. I think the excuses will be longer, Kyle, if I had to make a guess on that one. He'll quickly move from crash out to excuse, I think, on that one pretty fast, I would say. Oh, this week on Roundtable is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Keon Munn, thank you for another $2 donation. Says MVP equals Mrs. Very Open Players. Indeed, he's missed a few throws here in this game that are probably uncustomary for Matt. That's where I come back to that finger potentially being a factor here, and how much that might, be a bit of at play on this. I don't know what it is for sure, but he's not a guy that tends to be 10 of 20 in a game like this. Tends to be pretty accurate. So something to kind of monitor as we go through the rest of this game for sure, Keon. But thank you for the donation. All right, shotgun look here. The Panthers are up at must have been a penalty, all the way up at the 46-yard line. They'll throw out in the flat to Dowdle. He'll take it up for 5-6-yard gain. Here we go. Panthers starting to offensively do some smart things here. And what happened now? Oh, so it was a taunting on, why even what are you taunting for? Okay. Bad penalty there. That taunting play just brought them up 15 yards on the return to where it was already at. I mean, now they're already onto the Rams side of the field after a 6-yard completion. Big mistake. Boy, great job by Emmanuel Forbes. Comes off the edge on a corner blitz and makes a play as a tackler, but he quickly comes up gimpy after the play, and he will walk over to the sideline. Something doesn't seem to be right with him. Wonder if he got the air knocked out of him maybe there. He's kind of down on one knee on the sideline trying to catch his breath. 3rd down and 4. This is probably 2-down territory here for the Panthers. Bryson shotgun. Good job here taking his time to kind of read things through. Get the flat. Ooh. Incomplete. Boy, you decide to go to Xavier Legette on a key 3rd and 4, huh? That's a choice. Incomplete. Roger McCreary there on the coverage. Bryce with not a good throw there. Xavier Legette created some true separation on that play, and he threw it back behind him. I don't know if it's the undercutting defender that Bryce was worried about there, maybe potentially on the throw, but didn't put it out into the front side of that there, giving him a better chance to make that catch. And the Panthers are going to go for it here on 4th down. Empty look for them. Bryce dropping back to throw. Got to use your legs if you can, buddy. And he ends up throwing it away incomplete. And the Panthers will give over on downs. Great job defensively there by the Rams. the part where Bryce is more of a guy that's going to want to climb out the edges of the pocket rather than step up in the pocket, some of those shorter quarterbacks. And so the Rams run a twist and a loop, and then you've got still the edge stays wide there to take care of Bryce if he does try to scramble off the edge there. And Bryce is more of a step up into a kind of quarterback. That would be the route you'd like him to prefer to take there. But that's part of good scouting on the Rams defense, in part to understand that he's going to want to try to get to that edge and go use his scrambling, especially on a 4th down and 4, really try to use that side to that way of it, take that away from him, force him to step back up inside. Smart. Yeah, it comes down to the need for going for it, especially when the defense is doing pretty good. I get the aggression, but execution is no good. Yeah, it's also a little bit of who they are. They just kind of live this way. It's even beyond just this particular game. That's how they like to kind of live a little bit if they can. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $5 donation. Lord's Disciple says, honestly, if we can play like we played against the Niners on D in the playoffs, we walk into the Super Bowl. I don't think that there's a team that beats us in this sport if that defense can play like they played in that game. That was the perfect balance of just absolutely playing as fast as possible while under control, smart football, a great intermixing of play calls and how you're running it out there. I mean, everything was just kind of perfectly balanced within that game. But if that's the spirit and the force and the hunger and what you're getting from those guys as far as performance-wise, I don't think there's an offense in this sport right now in this day and age. This ain't a year of we're dealing with the best offense of all time in the regular season, like a Peyton Manning type offense, right? So there's some good offenses in this sport for sure. There's some very dynamic offenses, but I think that we have the goods to be able to put anybody down as long as we're performing like we did that last week and that they're able to put that out there. And I think they have for most of their performances this year. So there's a lot of reason to believe that should be the way you're going to be able to run it this season or this playoffs. But it's part of why we have so much confidence going into this playoffs too, is that not only the first round bye, but the first round bye in the back of you playing some of your best football, especially on the defensive side of the ball that you have all year long. And I think they're going to be tough. I do think they're going to be tough. Well said, Lord Disciple. I share your confidence. Okay, so 1st and 10 here. Ball at the 48-yard line in Ram territory. Hand off to Blake Corum. He is going to squeeze through a tight little hole on an off-tackle run there for about 5 or 6 yards. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation, Megan. Very kind of you. So opposing teams say Sam sees ghosts. So does this mean Stafford does too? I don't know. Megan, a lot of the Sam sees ghosts thing is like a loosely applied model, where like he hits his back foot and he lets it rip and he throws an interception. They go, saw ghosts. And you go, well, you know what the whole seeing ghost thing is really back to referencing, and so they play action pass here on 2nd and 4 under pressure and he's going down. Panthers bring the pressure. Stafford nowhere to go there. 3rd down and 12 on a big loss on that play. Former Seahawk Deshaun Gibson able to get back in there, and Derek Brown forced him into his arms. Good pressure by Derek Brown. Just kind of snuffed that play out, did the vet. Third down and 12. 1:25 to go here. Stafford and shotgun. 3 wide. They're going to try to pass protect, anticipating the blitz. They don't get the blitz. That ball's going to be picked. Michael Jackson playing a hell of a game. Out there getting it done. Undercuts the route and gets the interception on Stafford. Stafford trying to force a ball on 3rd and 12, and he had the guy over the top, just could not quite get enough oomph on that ball over the top to get it completed. And the Panthers are going to once again have good field position here. As what a defensive effort here by the Panthers today. That's a little more of the special you get off Jackson, where he's in off coverage, and this can be tough to deal with because your guy's going to make a break, and essentially the guys just kind of stayed on top, waiting for the first indicator of the break, and then they'll jump it. And then and especially when it's the sticks, you're going to have the corner anticipating that all the way. And when that does become the case, you got to kind of, as a quarterback, try to throw that with the hope that the guy's not going to jump that route there if you're going to commit to making that throw. Handoff here to Chuba. Chuba spins around here, and he's going to game himself a very hard-fought 1-yard run. So potential big play here. Great job by Mike Jackson, though, as he's put together probably the best year of his career and just continues to add on to it here in the playoffs. Second down and 9. 42 seconds to go in the third quarter. Panthers down 17-20. Ball on the 39-ish yard line in Carolina territory here. Price dropping back to throw. He's got to get it out here. He gets it out. He's got a man wide open, and Coker running down the field. Coker the 20, the 15, to the 10. Pushed out of bounds at the 8-yard line. Jalen Coker wide open in this Rams secondary in the middle of the football field. Blown coverage there, it would seem. He starts out of press with Kobe Durant. In cutting routes on this Rams defense has been problematic for them today. And I don't know if Kobe Durant had just decided that he was going to get inside help there, because he just kind of slacked off as though he was in an off coverage look. First down for the Panthers. And that will be the final play of the third quarter. So Panthers first and goal from the 8-yard line. Down 20-17 here. Megan, I, the thing with the ghosts and that whole thing with it is it's one word, just it hasn't applied to Sam in so long, and it just gets brought up as just this. It's almost like it's become like it's an insult that they throw more than it's actually an explanation of play. That's what it becomes really at this point. And it really is more, kind of become in that way of things. The cynical boys popping off here. What's going on? Ooh. Gotcha. So, yeah, no one else will ever say that about any other QB, only Sam. This is that whole separate rule book others were kind of talking about above on this too, Megan, where he's got to kind of live by a whole different set of rules, so to speak, and how he gets to be evaluated versus other QBs in other situations, and when they happen to have failure points, when that does occur, and versus him where there's that hair trigger to want to come back and start just throwing on all this fault and blame onto his shoulders a little bit there. It is true, Megan. It is true. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, if Sam takes us all the way, he'll be damn Darnold. He will be. That's what they will be. Will be saying that. This guy really. That'll be. We thought he was something else, and he's something else. There's almost just about no quarterback now, just for being the guy a bit on the front line and hearing the criticism lobbed his way from so many different directions throughout the course of this year. He's become a guy for me that there'd be just almost a great singular delight in getting to see him in particular being able to raise that Super Bowl trophy with so many people that were so sure about their evaluation that was landed at so flippantly at times in their outlook of him as a player. It would be so just on top of everything else, that extra final little cherry on top, which would just chef's kiss. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Taker. Yes, sir. Playlist Trav, thank you for the $5 donation, Trav. Says, I think we broke the Rams. Look at them against the Carolina Panthers. I don't know if it's us or if it's just that the nature of losing that game there a little bit in that type of game against that type of rival and all the stakes that were kind of at play. I think you bring up a good point. We'll bounce back to this in just a sec, Trav, as we got the Panthers with the play action pass on first down. Still pass happy Panthers are going to be pass happy. Ooh, Landman came over with a stick. And we're going to get a flag on Landman. Yeah, Landman came over and got a little bit of extra sauce there. He put a little bit of extra tartar sauce on his on his cod there. It's not as much of a normal defensive place, but helmet to helmet hit there. Yeah, that'll do it. Kind of a big call here if this is what they're going to call too, because this auto first downs it. Yeesh. Nice hit. But helmet to helmet's definitely there. I think that McVay's trying to make the deal there. This isn't defensive receiver. This is a ball carrier here, but it's not going to stack up. That gives them a 1st and goal now from the 3-yard line for the Panthers, and they're in a one wide receiver look here. Handoff inside into Chuba Hubbard. Chuba bounces forward. Chuba's in. Bounces off the first tackler and able to fall forward into the end zone for a touchdown. And the Panthers are going to take the lead. Wow. Wow. Who saw this one coming? A game that has felt like it has just kind of slowly slid outside the Rams' grip and become more uncomfortable with time and tighter here as this game winds down. That's, I believe playoff football for you. But the Panthers have been able to just edge their way through here a little bit. The kick is up and the kick is good. So 24-20. Panthers take the lead. And, we go back to the donation that was just placed here by Trav. So nicely done by him for $5. So apropos and well-timed in addition to it. I point to it a lot, and I think that there's probably a lot of folks out there that roll their eyes when I mention it. In that, there is in-game momentum and there is team momentum. And when you talk about the team playing its best football at this time of year as they get in the playoffs, this is a little bit of a part of that. It's you playing that in execution, but it's also you playing that in spirit. And what I mean by that is that you have that well-tuned hunger, ferocity, energetic spirit, connected process between the players. And it all seems to synergistically like a ball of lightning, just crackling and rolling together. And you can feel it. And it's more than something that you tangibly can pick out individually. You feel it. And so to the side of that with the Rams team, that after that game and watching how they played in those other performances after that game, and that something felt a little strained, a little lost off of that game, that spirit or momentum or that indefinable thing kind of seemed to go a little bit missing from them. Not that they weren't still good and still talented and still capable, but that little extra je ne sais quoi, as the French would call it, seemed to not be there as much. And does that feel like that in this particular game too for this Rams team? Yeah, it does. Because you can feel in this squad that they've got the more talented team. You can feel in the squad that they should be the better team, this Panther team. But yet you look at the board here at the end of this game, and there's just a couple of plays here with some big major breaks here, big major breaks here. And little breakdown here, little breakdown there, and you find yourself in the position they're in. So I think there may be something to this, Trav. I can't point to something exactly, individually within it. It is just a feeling thing from them. But boy, the feeling, the as the kids call it, the vibes have not been great coming off the Rams, leaving that performance at Seattle. And quite frankly, I thought it was there a little bit even with the players and looking at the officials and not just owning up to what caused the loss. And I said at the time, be careful in trying to point blame to the outside for this particular loss instead of looking as to the reasons, maybe why you lost the game more individually. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. Don, this is the team that's supposed to beat us. Put Milroe in and we win. And rest Darnold for the NFC Championship game. Laughing out loud. Don's feeling. He says, let's keep our quarterback healthy. Just throw out. Easy. We're going to keep Drew Lock healthy. It's like, no, let's get some Milroe some game action in the playoffs here. Get him situated. Maybe we get somebody sold on him a little bit for this draft process. I love it, Don. That's confidence, baby, right there. That's big time confidence right there. Let's go. All right, we got the kickoff here, landing at the 10-yard line for the Rams, where they will take it out there and be brought down at about the 33-yard line, where Stafford and the boys will come back out with 14:29 to go here in the fourth quarter. I love the confidence, Don. I love the confidence, man. Let's go. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, not my MVP. 12 of 27, 161 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Not an MVP performance, that's for sure. I do think you give him a little bit of a wonder on where that finger is a little bit. And if that thing's got something going on with it, that can affect your throws, and that could explain a lot, especially on a windy day like this where you really need the full control of that ball. Fly sweep here to Puka Nacua. Puka takes a shot, able to work off of it and still go forward there for a nice gain on first down. Nacua, 13 targets in this game for 6 catches. So not an efficient performance that we normally see from Puka in this one. Second, and they'll give him 5 on the play. Kind of feel like the Panthers defense has got a little bit of shot in the life here potentially with how the offense has picked him up on that with the touchdown and field goal that they've also gotten in this half. Second down and 5, Stafford under center here, 3 wide receiver look, play action pass, drop back to throw here. They're going to let it rip. Ball's going to be caught by Devontae Adams, and he's freed up well for a first down. Nice throw by Stafford there. In-cutting routes have been for both teams. That has been where they have, it feels like, found some of the best juice on the day there for him. Really good throw there by Staff to put that in a spot where Devontae can catch that and then run. Thank you, though, Jordan, again, man. First and 10, over onto the Panthers side of the football field at the 39-yard line. Stafford's going to change the play. Go to an outside zone run here. Kyron looking for a hole, and he's not going to find one. Derek Brown all over that play. Short gain, about a yard there for Kyron. That's a great throw by Matt. That's a lot harder throw than it looked initially on that in-cutting route. Second and 8, dropping back to throw. And he's going to complete it for a short gain, but this will be just in front of the sticks. Something I was scouting last night in Stafford to watch for now in the fourth quarter. And one way is that he sets teams up at times with some of that little details of the quarterbacking position. Is I noticed in the first half, he's a one-read guy. And then in the second half, and especially late into the third quarter and fourth quarter, he will start to operate with more of a modality of being multi-read guy. And a lot of times he's trying to set up the backside read with just a fake look to the front side. Third down and 1, they're going to throw it here. He's got nowhere to go. He's waiting. That ball's going to be almost intercepted. Puka Nacua had to make a great play to knock it away from the defender down at the goal line. And now this brings up 4th and 1 from the Rams' perspective, and an interesting call on their part. I would estimate that they're going to go for this. Stafford just threw this up for grabs, and it took a great play there by Nacua to make sure that he got his hands activated there, because that defender almost able to make the pick. 4th down and 1. Rams are going to go for it. Stafford trying to check the play at the line of scrimmage. Carolina's playing this pretty straight up as far as their front goes here. Handoff inside. Yeah, boy, they kind of gave him that first down with the alignment of the Panthers there. It was just kind of a light box 4-man front. And they just kind of opened up the door there for them to be able to get that done. I would have tried to maybe condense a little bit of that if I was the Panthers there. Add maybe another extra guy on that line of scrimmage to kind of dissuade that from that going down like that. 11:19 to go here in the fourth quarter. Handoff inside here to Kyron Williams. He's going to carry it and run it forward for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. Kyron, 12 carries, 54 yards in this game. Stafford, 30 passing attempts to 25 rushing attempts for the Rams. Both teams come into this game passing a little bit more than I think I anticipated that they were going to do so. Second down and 4. Stafford under center here. 13 personnel look from the Rams. Handoff inside here to Kyron again. Hard run by him, and he's probably going to fall forward very close to the first down. Probably got it. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, who's this Coker guy? Wow. My man's out of Holy Cross. So you not knowing about him is understandable. But he's had a fairly solid year for them, and he's come on for them. They wanted to make Xavier Legette work at the start of this year, and I think Coker's development and how he's played, and he's kind of demanded his way up the depth chart a little bit by how he's played, has certainly elevated him. And Legette not meeting the second-round expectations, too. They're going to say 3rd and 1, a little short here. We're going to get a little bit of a sneak by Stafford, and he'll go get the first down. 9:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Clock rolling. Both teams all allotment of their full timeouts here. Rams knocking on the door here. Might be, from their perspective, 4-down territory, too, depending on the down distance situation here. He's a good one. He's good, though, man. Having a hell of a game here for them. 6 catches, 125 yards. Who saw that coming, huh? First down and 10. Stafford. Another fly sweep here out to Puka Nacua. Puka gains about 4 or 5 yards. I guess that's a creative way to get the ball into his hands as you're kind of struggling to get him efficient targets in the passing attack. Puka targeted 15 times in this game with just 7 receptions. So a way to kind of get the ball into his hands a little bit by hook or crook, I suppose. Nitro Hawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Nitro. John Schneider saw the future with Michael Jackson getting a pick there. That's why he traded him for a 7th rounder. Indeed, man. They don't understand. He's got a crystal ball. Quick snap here on 2nd and 6. Stafford dropping back. He's got Kyron underneath. Kyron's going to walk into the end zone there. Bad coverage there. He got him on the back of the quick snap there where the defense wasn't quite set. He hit him earlier in this game on a seam route throw in the same kind of fashion. Rams march right back up the football field after the Panthers get that stop. Puka might have saved their season there with that interception there of being able to break that up down on the goal line. And Kyron just runs a nice little option route there for the running back position, breaks inside, and Panthers aren't there. A little tight little throw in space there by Stafford. Nicely done. Good drive executed by the Rams. Hell of an answer by them. I love it though, Nitro. I love it. He saw the future with that. He's like, I'm going to need him over there when we need him. I need him over there when we need him more than I need him in here in the now. That was the advanced math John was doing there. Do the Panthers have an answer? Do they offensively have the answer? They've been very clutch this year with Bryce in these kind of moments of needing to come from behind. So we'll see if they can call in on that bag once again here. I love it though, Nitro. Thank you for the donation, man. Makes all the sense of the world in retrospect now, doesn't it? It finally all aligns. Adds up. Boy at Pogie, thank you for the $2 donation. Says MVP, who? That's why I said May is the real MVP. Well, it's down between these two guys. That's for sure. And, for me, the differentiating factor here really was that I think Stafford had what was probably the best year of his career, regardless of what's going on in this game, and putting up the season he put up. I think as well that schedule that Drake got to play through, the defenses that he had to play versus the defenses Stafford had to play through this year were, I think, a little bit different. And that Stafford's earned that track. But as well, too, I think, some of this is a little bit of that. I think that finger is definitely affecting some things a little bit on, especially some of the throws, pushing the ball deeper down the field right now. Maybe he can get some of the check down throws okay, but I would not be surprised in the least if he's trying to fight through it a little bit on working through that finger injury, because that's not just with us, with Russ a couple of years ago. We've seen this a couple of times with quarterbacks. That finger gets messed up. It's harder to throw the ball with as much control. And Stafford is a guy that's as much as any quarterback in the sport about being able to use the control that he can work with on that football to make throws that other quarterbacks can't make. And it's you are going to be reduced when you don't have the ability to call upon that, I think. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, old man Hubbard found a touchdown in the cupboard. Let's have it go. Hopefully he's got another one there, Megan. Hell of a drive by the Panthers. They finally get some juice back to their defense, and the defense can't quite make it stand up. Let's go Hubbard, huh? Lord Disciple, thank you for another $2 donation from you, man, and all of your support today. I think Stafford's health is starting to wear on him. I definitely wonder on that finger, man, especially. You don't know where the rest of the body's at, but that finger alone, and What can go on there, and your grip of the football is so very important, especially this time of the year where things get a little colder. All the harder to get your grip naturally, so you lose a finger and ability to really grab onto that in the same way. Say nothing if it hurts every time you're trying to throw. You're feeling some little twinge of pain on it. It's tough. It's very tough to get around that a little bit. It is. So could be a part of the process working in here on Matt. We shall see, even if they do come out of this game with a win. Mumbles, thank you for that $10 donation, Mumbles. This kick will go to the back of the end zone. Panthers will take over the 35-yard line. B, I got to take a flyer on the Panthers when my picks go from $280 to win a $1,300 to $1,400 win. Laughing out loud. Plus, Rams like Antonio Brown, Big Ben Steelers playing down to their competition. Yeah, they definitely have been doing that in the back half of the schedule in a big way, where they're definitely not playing up to it at times on some of these teams that they should probably be handling more easier. A little bit of that maybe potentially spirit lost thing. You took a flyer on the Panthers with your picks from $280 win to $1,300 to $1,400. That would be nice. That would be a nice victory in your back pocket, and just nice then to the Panthers win. All right, Bryce dropping back to throw here. We've got a penalty marker here before the snap. Looks like this one might be on the Panthers pre-snap. Like a formation, false start. One or the other. Yep. 5 yards on them. Well, good luck on your victory for a couple of different reasons, Mumbles. I'd like to see that thing click in for a couple different reasons. And definitely, yeah, the Rams have been, as they like to say, playing with their food here a little bit. Yeah, like a kid at the table that doesn't want to quite eat it all down. Like, I don't want, okay. It's a little bit like that vibe, right? 1st and 15. Empty look here for the Panthers. Bryce signaling across here. He's going to get a blitz. Completes it out here to Coker. Coker goes backwards 2 yards and then gets tackled. Interesting choice there. Still a 4-yard gain. Thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles, and best of luck on that nice bet, man. That's a hell of a payday. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the media cope after the Rams lose will be epic. Yeah, or that's actually Chef's Kiss. Chef's Kiss. It's gonna banta bella. 2nd and 11 here. We're going to go with the bubble screen here. Coker, I think, trying to do a little bit too much backwards, not a little bit not forward movement there. That bubble screen goes nowhere, and this is going to be 3rd and a very, 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 very long way to go. If it were to happen, you would definitely be hearing a lot of cope. And it's not looking good right now. I'll say that. But this is definitely a lot more closer for comfort than I'm sure the Rams intended it to be at this deep in the 4th quarter, too. So got him nervous, at least there, Tiza. We'll see how this thing ends up. But yes, it'd be a wild week of watching the cope roll. Yeah. 3rd down and 13 for the Panthers. Bryce back in shotgun. Blitz look here from the Rams and how they're showing it. They're bringing it. Be ready for it. Bryce going to let this thing go deep. And boy, Bryce put it into a pretty good spot there. His receiver just didn't get his hands around there to be able to make the catch. It's actually a really good throw. I don't even think the guy chipped it away there. Yeah. If he just kind of body controls it down there, he's got a chance to make that catch there. Just can't get his body in the right spot to bring down the catch. Tough conversion on 3rd and 13. Panthers are going to come out and punt. Hope that they can keep this Rams team from another score. 7:16 here on the clock. Fair catch called at the 19-yard line by the Rams, and that's where then we'll take over there. Kronos, thank you for the $5 donation, Kronos. Stafford has only completed 2 passes since he hurt his finger. I think it's an issue. And remember, he's a really tough guy. So there's some quarterbacks that they get a little nick, right? And then they spend the whole game sitting there going, right? They're like leaning a little bit more, big guy. Stafford's the opposite of that kind of guy. He's going to be super tough about it. He's going to be a hard ass about it. He's going to give you the tough face. He's not going to show you in pain. That's just the way he's wired with it. But that doesn't still mean that it can't prevent you a little bit on being able to execute like you can normally want to execute. And something I've been watching the game on some of these throws that have been throws that he just doesn't miss. Even right now, as he's standing here in the pocket getting ready to call the play, he's got his hand balled up into a fist, his right hand. Just you wonder on that one a little bit, Kronos. You do wonder a little bit on that one with where that finger might be at. But he's tough. Anybody can fight through it and still perform. It's Stafford. They're going to go with a one wide receiver look here and try to hand this ball off to Blake Corum. He's going to take it for about 4 yards there on first down. Something to watch, Kronos. Ball spotted on your part. Thank you for the $5 donation. Definitely something to monitor here. Boyet, Pokey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, who do you prefer the Hawks to play for next week? The ideal matchup for the Seattle Seahawks for me would be the 49ers, and not to just pick on your Niners, but just because of where you guys are at health-wise. I think that as we showed in the last matchup, it would be even more of a bigger beatdown than it was a couple of weeks ago. I don't think you guys are going to have better answers for us in a couple, especially after having to play this week. Play action pass here on 2nd and 6. They're going to throw this up over to Puka Nacua. He makes the completion. Panthers end up on the ground injured here, so that's not good. J.C. Horn slow to get up off the turf there after that completion. Oof. A little bit of collateral damage there where your own player ends up taking you out there. Not cool. So for me, it would be the 49ers as a preference, Boyet. And 2 players for the Panthers come off the field there for them. Not good there. First down and 10. So just as much as where your health is at, as much as anything else. I just think you guys are decimated by injuries, and that stands out to me in a major way. Thank you for the donations, man. I appreciate it. You guys were at full strength. It'd be different here, maybe. We got a nice little carry here by Corum bouncing up in the middle there. There's a flag on the play. Looks like in usually the area of holding for the Rams, and it's going to be holding on the Rams. So that does take them out of a 6-yard gain to back to 1st and 20 now. Yeah, definitely held him. Clock winding just below 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Rams up 27-24. They've got a 1st and 20 here. They would love to grind on this clock if they can. Stafford and shotgun here. They're going to throw the ball. Stafford tries to get in Devontae Adams, and Michael Jackson continues to play a great game. Tips that ball away. Tight coverage there. Boy, he's playing good. I mean, perfect technique. Offhand, off the back, in making a play on the ball with his other hand at the catch point. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. That's teaching tape right there. 2nd down and 20 for the Rams. Stafford shotgun. Some condensed splits here for the receivers. Stafford again dropping back to throw under a little bit of pressure. We get this completed here. Short gain to Blake Corum there for about 3.5 yards or so, but this will bring up 3rd down and 17 now. Panthers defense has got to play this very carefully. If I'm Canellas and I'm with his defensive coordinator too, I'm going, hey, if you get a look here that looks a little bit out of pocket, weird, let me know and we'll call a timeout. This is a very important play in this game right here at 3rd and 17. 5 minutes and 7 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Panthers up on their feet in the stadium, trying to impel their defense forward to get one more stop against this Rams offense. Stafford looking around. No blitz look. 4-man pressure front here from the Panthers. Bearing down underneath. He completes it here. Tackled as soon as he makes the catch. And a hell of a stop by the Panthers defense. They're doing everything in this game I think you could ask them to do, considering the predicaments and circumstances of the offense for the Panthers have put them in today at times. They get a stop when you need it, and they say, okay, Panther offense, we're going to get you the ball back with just under 4 minutes to go here. And you're going to have 3 timeouts, and you're going to know what you need to get done, and 3 points, get a touchdown, go win us this game. Here's the punt. Blocked. It's blocked. It's blocked. They got a punt on it. Oh, they got it blocked. Wow. The Panthers decide to get aggro with it. And you get a team that's going for broke a little bit, that has got just kind of house money that they're on the line with, and they can kind of dial up the riskiness there. I mean, you talk about this where you're 4th and long and you potentially run into the kicker there. But not only did you get the punt block, but you didn't run into the kicker on top of it. Special teams raising their ugly head again here for the Rams. Raising their ugly head again here for the Rams in the 4th quarter. Wow. 1st and 10, pistol look formation here for the Panthers. 2 tight ends. They're going to throw a little pass play here to Tedoroa McMillan. McMillan with the completion, up for a nice gain of about 15 yards and a first down for the Panthers. Clock winds down beneath 4 minutes to go here. One of those little RPO out of pistol look, kind of like a college play there that you get a lot of. I mean, Bryce doesn't even take the ball back to throw it, just kind of half arms it out there to the slant route inside. They've run that a couple times today. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns in the red zone for the Panthers. Handoff back inside to Chubb Hubbard. He's going to run a little bit of some gap action here inside, and he's going to get a gain of about 6 yards there. I think good job here by the Panthers in this game of not trying to live with that sort of 2-headed rushing attack, but instead find the hot hand in Hubbard, who's running solidly today for this Panther team. He's not lighting it up, all right, but he's definitely doing a good job on getting them the positive yards in every carry and maximizing these runs the utmost, as he did there on the 7-yard gain. Clock going beneath 3 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Tick, tick, tick. Rams have all 3 of their timeouts. Panthers have all 3 of their timeouts. Ball at the 8-yard line. Fake pitch. Ooh, ball gets tipped up on the fake pitch by Nate Landman. Dangerous play there for a second. They were trying to get it out there to the tight end in the flat. And Landman did a good job of getting his hands up there. Good job. Probably is not a touchdown even if he completes it. Quentin Lake's pretty close in coverage there to Mitchell Edgin, or even a first down if he is able to complete it there. 3rd down and 3. Three wide receivers stacked to the far side of the field. Shotgun look here for the Panthers. Blitz look here for the Rams. They're bringing it. Bryce drops back to throw. Back of the end zone. He completes in the back of the end zone to who? That man again. Coker with a touchdown reception in the back of the end zone on a beautiful throw. I think they ran a little pick play in the back of the end zone, and he finds Coker right in the backside there for a touchdown. Boy, it doesn't get a better throw on that play. I mean, that ball's got to be put in a perfect place there to complete that, and he did so while he's getting hit in Bryce's case for a touchdown. Wow. Kick is up and kick is through. 31-27. Panthers take a 4-point lead with 2:39 to go on the clock in the 4th quarter with a hell of a drive after the block punt. As how large that looms here versus the Panthers having to drive on a long football field. And boy, just a great route run there by Coker, but just a perfect throw there by by Bryce. You can't put that ball in a better spot. I mean, it wasn't even a badly defended play there by Cameron Curl, the safety. You get the mismatch, though, between the safety and the receiver. You read that mismatch, you attack it from Bryce's perspective on it. Understandable there. Kids played a hell of a game overall. Really has cleaned things up since that interception. Decision-making has been on point. Rams, though, they got a lot of time. They got the means. They got the methods. They got Stafford. How many times has he been in this place? How many times? There's wheel in full effect, Kendricks. I mean, you said it. Seems that Perna wheel, man. That Perna wheel. Here's the kick. It will drive to about the 8-yard line. Brought up from there and knocked out of bounds after a short return. Leonard Shelvin, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, go Charlotte Cats. Go Charlotte Cats. Go get this win. Come on. Come on. Go and get it. Does their defense have another stop? What do the Rams dial up here? They just try to put it on Stafford's arm fully and let him cook it up. Try to run it all. 2:34 to go. 1st and 10. Ball at the 29-yard line. Stafford and shotgun. He'll drop back to pass. Hit a little undercutting route here to Puka. Puka makes the catch for a short gain of about 7 yards. Clock keeps on and rolling. Quick snap here by Stafford. First look, comes back that second read. Remember, I was telling you about that with him, is that he's going to do a lot of this drive. You'll see this from a Panther perspective on preparation. That first read is not where he's going to go. He's always going to come back a lot on this drive back into that second read. He does it late in football games. That'll take us down to the 2-minute warning, by the way. So he's going to do a lot of that to you where he does the eye manipulation to you. Really scouting this last night and looking at some of the Ram tapes from our game especially. A lot of that early on in the game, everything goes to the first read. Then later on in the game, that's when I start to track back into trying to get to the multi-read action of things. Or a lot of times it's really not even doing the multi-read. You can just feel with him, I'm trying to let you see with my eyes. I want you to go here and I want to drift you here with the coverage. Then I want to come back over here to this other side. He's very good at that type of stuff. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski Nation says, I'm at work and I'm finally able to tune in. 31-27. What a nice surprise. What alternate universe are we living in? Even if the Rams win. Bad win. Well, you're favored to be an 11-point favorite in this game. So Vegas would tend to agree with what you're saying on that. And it has been, you mentioned alternate universe. I've said storybook. They both apply, where this type of season and the way that this stuff has gone so far for our Hawks and how this is already set up nicely for us in so many ways. The Rams losing today would just be further culmination of that, Ski, to where you feel like, dude, this is a daydream. This is a daydream being lived in real life. And it's wild to watch. And it's been a weird game from the Rams' perspective of things. They just haven't been able to really put the Panthers away. They really got disjointed offensively into that second half. Kind of do feel like times here in this game, maybe a little bit that this Rams team's got a bit pass happy when they could have stuck with the run, but they're still looking for those throws and trying to, kind of get some bigger swaths down the field of yardage. It's all been and felt like a bit of a contributing factor to their day today. Along with, of course, special teams problem there. But Panthers had a special teams problem too. They just kind of matched them tit for tat on that. Each team's had a little bit of a thing with that. But well said on your part, man. And that definitely is what I'm sure they're not going to be feeling significant confidence coming out of this game with how this played out, even if they can go get this win. You guys are amazing as ever on the donos and support. I thank you so much for that. Again, guys, we have over 1,000 folks in the house tonight. Love that you're checking me out here. If you can do me a favor and sub on up, I'd really appreciate it. or at least just maybe hit the like button. Either or both would be really appreciated. Helps the channel grow, helps the show out here. It's a big deal for us creators if you do that for us. But thank you to everybody who's tuning in tonight, watching the game. We will be doing as well the late game. So I'll be doing the play-by-play on that one too as well. So not just the one-off today. All right, Stafford and shotgun here, 1st and 10, ball at the 46-yard line in Ram territory. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Little blitz look there from the Panthers out to Davante Adams. Davante makes the catch, short completion. Rams doing a little bit of, we'll take the short completion, be patient getting up the field here. They're not getting too greedy. Kind of did so on the first set of downs on this drive here with a quick throw to Puka on a kind of similar route. 2nd and 4. Stafford set up. Quick throw, quick completion here to Puka Nacua. Nacua able to make the completion and run. Nicely done there for him. His 10th catch for 111 yards in this game. Panthers are going to have to do something here defensively rather than just lean back. We do see the clock ticking now down to almost 106, but 3 timeouts and a drop there by Davante Adams. Same kind of route they've gone to 3 times on that short in-cutting breaking route here on 1st down. They've done it twice in this drive and got a completion with it. Came back to it again with Davante here, and he was open, just could not reel it in. Davante certainly knocking off a little bit of rust in this game, I think, from that hammy injury. Because that's a play that he's always usually going to reel in. Panthers playing some soft coverage here. They're going to have to try to maybe get a little bit more strict here on trying to throw Samson. Now they're going to run a little bit of a blitz look here. They got Scorton kind of standing up in the B gap. And now they're going to bring a fire zone. Stafford's got it figured out. 1st down catch. This drive's been easy for the Rams at this point. 55 seconds left on the clock. Rams, not really any hurry here. They don't have to be. They can just try to drain all this clock on down on the Panthers as it stands. They got 3 timeouts. Ball at the 19-yard line. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's going to lace this up over the top, and he completes it. Touchdown. Wow. Colby Parkinson on a trust throw, able to pluck the ball up out of the air away from the defender and then make the reception. That was easy. That was just like we saw in overtime against our Hawks defense, where this offense just went into kind of easy mode. And that's a touchdown. Yeah, the good old prevents nothing. Just a lame style of defense they ran at the Rams there, where they just tried to drop back in deep and make them earn their way up the field with it. And the Rams just walked up the field on you. I mean, there was no retention there from that team at all. Very, very interesting, the defensive play calling there from the Panthers on that one. You almost would rather just like take a risk and have them score quickly, that at least get the ball back to your offense with more time on the clock, and then you're going to be the team with the ball last. I mean, at the very least, as you start to feel a go like that in the drive, you'd like to see him do something like that. Hell of a catch by Parkinson. It's not awful coverage by Mooring. It's just as much a great play by Parkinson on the catch. And another throw by Stafford where maybe the finger's all right. He's been able to shake the finger thing off. Seven-play, 71-yard drive, consuming 2 minutes and 1 second off the clock. All righty. Panthers do have all 3 of their timeouts, and they only technically need a field goal. Well, you're going to have to got to hold your kick, aren't you? Here's the kick. We'll go to the 5-yard line, brought up there. Oh, dude, bad cut. Bad cut. Oh, man, he had a nice inside cut he could have taken there. ETN with a crap-tastic game. So a pretty long field for the Panthers to work with here. Not a super short cut, but not a good kick return either. Bryce Young with 12 game-winning drives and career. See what they can do here. First down and 10. Bryce dropping back to throw. Going to break the pocket and throw it away there. 8 seconds off the clock. 25 seconds to go. You got about 3 or 4 plays here, Bryce. Second down and 10. Rams threatening a 5-man blitz. Drop out of it. Bryce breaks free of the pocket. Run it. Ooh. Ain't looking good here for the Panthers. A lot of time taken on those 2 plays of Bryce trying to work off script rather than just find a quick completion here. Third down and 10. Jeez, dude. Holy crap. 3 plays in a row that are just nothing burgers. 4th and 10. 12 seconds to go. It's going to be hard to pull this off now. Almost look like a hook and ladder play I'd run right now. Couldn't quite get that out there to JC Horn. Good try by JC, man. He laid out for that thing. 4th down and 10. Shotgun look. Timeout by the Rams. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. It's safe to say we broke LA. They're 500. They are 500 their last 6 games. Definitely not playing at their best. And this is still a very strong team overall, but are they playing at their best? And at this time of the year, playing at your best is usually one of the key ingredients for a Super Bowl run. And I think that any Ram fan is as optimistic as they may be about this team right now would tell you that this was a team that was indeed playing better brand of football last year at this time of year. Is this enough to knock them off the path of a Super Bowl run? We shall see. We shall see. But I think that this is certainly something that we can say is pretty much a truth of what we're seeing so far from them. They're definitely vulnerable, I think would be the word that I would use. 4th and 10. Bryant's dropping back to throw here. He's going to push this ball. Try to get that to Horn. Horn can't quite make the catch. Horn had it in his hands, just couldn't reel it in. Might have been, that was Horn, I think. And the Rams are going to win this game. Got to make that catch, buddy. It's 4th down. Lay out for the catch. Why are you trying to turn your hands over? Just lay out for the catch. That's a rookie mistake right there by a rookie. Rookie mistake by a rookie right there. Well, give the Rams credit. Came back from behind. Had to go put a touchdown drive together to get this, no matter what goes on in the game or Stafford's fingers at and how much the play kind of goes back and forth today on what you saw from the offense from them. They got it done and got it done when it counted. And goes to show you play a Rams offense that you don't want this thing to come down to. Stafford's arm with a 2-minute drive. This is not what you want to do. And Seattle kind of understood this a couple weeks ago. I mean, you went for the 2-point conversion partly because you did not want to give the ball back to Stafford and say, well, we'll just trust we'll get a punt back to us, and then we'll get the punt back, and then we'll have a chance to bump it. No. Don't give him that chance if you get the opportunity to do so. And if he does, don't lay back in soft zone coverage expecting him to make a mistake, because he'll cut that up at that time. That's when he's going to lock in as sharply as ever and be at his best as he was today. And so at least when he needed to be, 24, 42, 304 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, gets the job done there. And very, very much looking like probably your likely opponent at this point if things fit to form, but we shall see on the fitting to form part, because of course, we still have a couple more games here to figure out what's what when it comes down to this. Banker, congratulations, man. I know you got to be feeling good as that got you nervous there at the end, but the team pulled it out. Thank you for streaming, Brando. You're a real one. Well, I appreciate that, Banker. Very, very kind of you. And big congrats to you. It does seem like we're inevitably on a collision course. Your Rams, my Seahawks, these being not only maybe the 2 best teams in the NFC, but maybe the 2 best teams in the NFL, period. And that we'll see when that comes down the line, when that may potentially happen. Panthers had a chance today. You guys gave them some opportunities, and they played, I don't think, completely a bad game. But, boy, you come back to the start of the game and you put yourself in hawk against this Rams team and you start thinking about things. We've got to put a measure for what we need to get done to have success. Turnovers, early turnovers like that, trying to do too much, trying to play outside yourself, getting away from the run to get too pass happy. Really felt like the Panthers in this game fell into a lot of the trappings that teams can fall into with the Rams. Rather than really trying to more attack where you might find some more, availability there. And boy, the Panthers just so pass happy in this game, getting away from the run by option, not by really being forced to, does really stand out in this game when you look at why one team wins this one, why one team loses this one. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. Don, he says, I said what I said. Bring on the lambs. Medium rare chops on our plate. There we go. Medium rare is right. Not fully cooked is right, Don. And I ain't scared. This is a year where I don't think that there's some separating team. If there's one separating team out there, you want to make an argument to that there is a team out there that has proven themselves at this point in time to be truly that lead contender dog, and that the others are sort of chasing them. I'd say it's us above anybody else. So there's nothing I've seen from these teams. There was nothing I saw from the Rams today that said, oh yeah, they're completely on their track right now. They're completely humming. All cylinders are cooking. Look, when it gets hot and when they're locked in, like they showed you on that final drive, they can quite literally feel like they're walking the ball up the football field, especially with some of the passing attack holes that can exist out there. But there's also that inconsistency that exists within this offense. There's also that lack of sometimes always knowing, their identity to me. They're a team that wants to run the ball, but then they'll drift into wanting to throw the ball a little bit too much and trying to lean on that a little bit too often. So, it's a tough team. It ain't going to be an easy matchup. I'm not saying, well, we just beat them by a mile, but I'm saying that I think I like the thought process. We get to play them at home, get to play them potentially at a week rest, get to play them as well when they're not maybe at their best that they've been the last 2 years. Still strong, but not at their best. And those many different factors you throw into the table on that one, potentially see your Seahawks being able to carry the win on that one. So I love the confidence, Don. I share the confidence with you. Let's go, man. I want my lambs. I want my lamb chops. Cook it right. Cook it right. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. He's also with Don. He says, I am officially not concerned with any opponent. Look at the confidence in the chat and the donos. I love to see it from my people. You guys know what we got here. You know how this team's playing. You know what's humming on all cylinders or on all our end. You know how we've got this team playing a brand of football where here's the blueprint of how we're going to win games, and we're going to stick to that blueprint. I do feel like today this was a game that both teams, in my opinion, offensively got away from their blueprint. The Carolina Panthers got away from it when it came to running the ball and staying committed to that early on in the game. And I think the Rams, as the game went along, got away from that commitment of running the ball and staying with it. Then it was almost like, to me, McVay was deciding he wasn't getting enough returns in the running game. And so he was like, I want more of the chunk plays I'm getting in the passing attack. And there's a little bit of that's sometimes what I feel like I'll get with McVay here and there at times, where he won't always just stay on that running attack. And this was a game to me with this Panther team, like the Rams, like to run the light boxes. Don't go away from it. Don't leave it voluntarily. And both teams did today, kind of oddly so, deciding that they were going to be very pass happy both of the quarterbacks ending up with over 40 attempts in this game was not on my bingo card. And very, very strange that they both took this approach today a little bit. Don't know what the thinking is there with that one a little bit. And especially that first case had one interception, could have easily had 2 or 3 other picks. So able to get away with some things in addition to that, but they made it work, man. So props to them. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon says, I can't wait for the media resiliency spin. Instead of admitting that the worst division in football was punking the Lambs all year long. Indeed, the NFC South is not the division for the Los Angeles Rams. They took care of the Buccaneers, but the rest of that division was just gave them some fits. Fits, I tell you. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to be resiliency. I'm sure it's going to be people saying, well, this is why they're my Super Bowl team, because no matter what happens, it comes down to the end of the game with Stafford and the ball in his hands, and he's going to win it for you. And so that, to your point of the resiliency side, that's probably what you're going to hear by and large coming out of this game is less of, well, the Rams kind of playing down to Carolina and more of a, no. It's just that it's playoffs, tough football, playoff action. And then just, you have the MVP quarterback and he saves it for you at the end. Right. So probably a little bit of that will be put into play. You're right with that, Keon. Probably can anticipate a little bit of that. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We'll call it is what it is. You know what I mean? On that side. Thank you for the donations today, though, man. You've dropped a few of them. Appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Mumbles also dropped a few donos today. Thank you, Mumbles. You're awesome as well, man. Appreciate all of you guys for all of your support to the channel. Says, man, and thank you for the tenor. Man, Panthers threw so badly. Prevent D prevents the win. Shocker. And then the play calling on that last drive, playing like you don't have any timeouts, nothing to the middle. Are you for real, Canales? It did seem like a lot of the play calling, to your point, in that final route was heavily pushed towards trying to throw to the outside of the numbers and get that on. And that's where the Rams are going to protect against that with their coverages. So I agree with you. I would have, especially a first down throw there to me, Mumbles, what you do is you come out in that first down and you just take the 5-yard dump off route right in the middle of the field. Hope your back goes up there and gets another 12, 13 yards. You hope you can make it really quick where it's drop back. He leaks right through the middle. You throw it down on the check down and he falls forward for 7 yards. You call a timeout. It takes 4 or 5 seconds off the clock, but now you're out of the thinking of like getting into a position like they got into there where you're in 3rd and 10 and then you're in 4th and 10. And now it starts to become like, well, I got to push the ball down the field to go get the first down. That's why I take that easy completion. Yes, it's going to need a little bit of time. Yeah, you'd like to get more further up the field. But as well, you don't have to get supremely far up the field anymore to get these field goals. You have to get down to the 30-yard line. So you take the positive plays in that moment, especially the positive play off the jump, because you start setting up a little bit of that momentum in that final drive of drop back, getting incompletion, second play, drop back, incompletion. Now everything starts to get a little bit pressy. Now you're pushing a little bit and trying to make stuff happen a little bit too far down the field because you're thinking about the clock and the lack of time you have, rather than just, you can afford a little bit like that with the 3 timeouts, even with the restriction on time, to take initially that completion. To just, that's okay to have that be the reality of that there in that moment of it. But yeah, then the defense that they played at the end there and the prevent D to Stafford, play it aggressively a little bit. Take some chances here and there where you can with them there a little bit. Try to take something away from him in the passing attack in that moment, in the hopes of maybe you've got him predetermined on where he wants to go with the ball, especially if you can disguise it. But I didn't see a lot of the Panthers disguising much on that drive. They were in off coverage and they dropped to depth, and he cut them up underneath on that before he eventually threw the ball down the sideline to Parkinson. I was joking. He's like 3 straight routes. They ran the same short and breaking route in front of the coverage. So that just tells me the Panthers weren't doing anything different in coverage, and they got the completion, and McVay and the boys said, just keep doing that. Keep spamming that. And it worked. Prevent D is not good. Doesn't prevent anything. Gotta play it true and tight sometimes. Just play it like you normally play it in the game. Don't step outside of yourself and start trying to just be safe with it. Maybe we can get them to fall into a mistake. Force the mistake. That's what the prevent D does. Is sort of, can they just kind of just fall into it on their own? Can they just trip on their own feet and fall in, or can you actually go and force the mistake to happen? Certainly didn't seem like the Rams were necessarily sitting back and just a preventative defense on that final drive against the Panthers, to my point. Mumbles with another $10 donation. Thank you for that, Mumbles. It's very, very, very kind of you. He says, I mean, the Panthers win. Also can't say I'm shocked. Let's hope the Bears and Eagles win. I like to play them off the bye week with them looking a bit wounded in the Rams. Yeah, I'm okay with playing the Rams off the bye week. Bye week opponents have had a lot of success as first round seeds in recent history. This is the stat I was showing here throughout the week that since 1990, when the playoffs expanded to 12 teams, initially with 2 top seeds getting buys, the number 1 seeds are 41 and 15, so a 73% win rate in their divisional round game. So the next round and coming off that bye and the winning percentage of those teams in that spot, it tends to be pretty good for teams in that circumstance like we find ourselves in. And certainly with this Rams team traveling all the way out to Carolina, coming all the way back home, then traveling all the way back out to Seattle. I know it's not a long trip, but it's still, bing, a bang, a boom, long bit there. We'll see where they're at. We'll see where Stafford's at with the finger too after a night of potentially the swelling. And I'm sure they're going to probably take a look at it on the X-ray MRIs as well. Nothing would prevent him from playing next week, of course, especially with him able to play through it today in this game, but something to watch and monitor and track. And we'll see how the games go here. We've got Packers and Bears fighting out. I think that game could go either way. And I do think that the Eagles find their way through with the 49ers, but we'll just have to see how this thing plays out, won't we? To that front of it. Just have to see how this thing goes. I like it though, Mumbles. Love the confidence, man. Quite a few in the chat feeling pretty good on this coming off this game. Going, we can deal with this. We can handle this, man. Thomas, I believe Stafford's hurt. Rams had to play harder than they wanted. Might be in Seattle's favor. Might just be. Might just be. Pretentious says, if the Packers lose, does that mean we play the Rams? As long as the 49ers don't. Well, I guess the 49ers are the second seed, aren't they? Double check my bracket on this. I'm always forgetting a little bit on this. No, so if the 49ers lose, we would play the 49ers. If the Packers win, we play the Packers. If the Packers lose and the 49ers lose, then we play the Rams. I could see Packers beating this Bears team. Division foes, Brenny. Familiarity with each other. Neither game was a runaway. Could go down. Could go down. Who we root for? I'm still going to go for Packers. I still think that's a good matchup. I wouldn't mind facing the Rams a little bit longer down the line, especially the Rams have to go face the Eagles. We get kind of one of two teams that could be the toughest. To me, it's Eagles or the Packers are the real only two true major threats in the NFC right now. And so if those two teams can take out one another for our perspective, I'm perfectly happy with that. 30 and wake up. Rams playing poorly against bad teams is par for the course this year. We got lucky to survive that one. Definitely. I think you guys made it happen. I mean, you guys you made that victory occur. I don't know if luck, but you definitely had a lot tighter than you guys would have wanted to. That's for sure. Tristan says, I want the Packers and the Eagles. Easy Super Bowl path. I'm okay with the easiest path too. Completely okay with that. You might just be fine. 30 and wake up. Yep. Seems like you got over that finger thing. Tom says, I'm sorry, the South isn't what gave the Rams problems. The Rams have an overrated defense and their special teams is crap. Definitely not a good special teams unit, I'll tell you that. Oli says, this is the playoffs. All teams are a real threat, in my opinion. Terrence says, Packers, Seahawks rematch. I could see it coming down. It's going to be a tough game here for the Bears. Caleb Williams, first playoff game. Played some games. I know the pass rush for the Packers is awful, but I'm just saying. Let me flip over my game here real quick. I'll be right back, guys. One sec, folks, getting some more coffee. Oh, it's prime. Alrighty. Let's get it started. I gotta change some thumbnails here, folks. Hold on. There's stuff to do. There's stuff and things to do. The battle is never over. Okay. Let's see where we at here. If I can find what I'm looking for. There it is. There it be. We'll change this, and then we're going to change this. Let's do the same stream. No reason to turn it off. You guys are here. Everybody's already connected to the process. Let's just keep it rolling, right? Let's just keep it rolling. Boom. It's on. It is on. We appreciate y'all watching. We got we hit over another mark today, which is kind of cool. I'm kind of digging. And that is that we got ourselves up over 21,400 subscribers today. So thank you to all of you guys that have joined aboard, and really appreciate you guys subbing on up to the channel. It's much, much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Big thank you here before we get started in this game to the sponsor of this show, which of course is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper's number one sports app right in the game today. And they are, of course, sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year, been so kind to do so. And you can use my code today, NEST, that is NEST, and they will sponsor you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. as that is what they will do on that. And got some great stuff going on here with this. First and foremost, of course, being that we didn't do great on our picks here in the opening run here, but we got some picks here, I think, for this upcoming game still. If I can find my image file, which is not letting me do. Sorry, guys. So much technical difficulties. Bum. Here we go. There we go. Let's go with that. All right. So got some picks in here for this game. DJ Moore over 2.5 receptions, Swift over 1.5 receptions, and Dobbs over 2.5 receptions. I am anticipating a little bit more of a offensive kind of showing in this game between where the defenses are at. So a little bit more catches, receptions, all that good stuff intermixed in. Use my code today, NEST. They'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. But wait, there is more because you just create a login. No deposit needed. Free $20 into your account just by creating a login. Then you go in, you put $100 in, match with my code NEST, and they'll put up $120 into your account for me to use through the Sleeper app. Get on today. Basketball, football, pair them together. Still get into weekly fantasy if you want to do that in the playoffs. I like the over-under picks, as you can see here over on my side, with the 30% boost. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. All right. Opening kick here is live, and it is off. Taken back here, a little end around by the Bears. Fancier. Get this stupid play-by-play thing up. Boom. This one. Score here, and let's change our stuff. The Bears Stadium here going now. Here we go. 1st and 10 here for the Bears in the 32. Hand off to Swift. 2-yard gain. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate everybody jumping aboard on the subs. We might have to do a Grossi raid. I don't know. He has so many subs there and so people watching. You can go do a raid there and he doesn't notice. He's like, huh? Right? Quick throw here underneath to DJ Moore. He'll make this catch for a very short gain. Bring him 3rd and short for the Bears. Got the Bears in this one, boy. I can see it. Just since Sam Darnold lost one game in the playoffs as a starter and everyone gives him so much crap. I don't get it. I think many of us out here don't get it. Doesn't feel like it's fair criticism. Whenever as a quarterback had his whole background basically based upon one playoff performance, essentially. You know, I know Sam's got some bad play with the Jets necessarily, but 3rd down here. Completed underneath here. Bears utilizing the short passing attack, and that's converted. Luther Burden with the catch for a 1st down. Nice job by Caleb going through some reads there. Tries to get this over the top to Colston Loveland. Like a little bit of a wheel route there they're trying to run that didn't get set up quite right. 2nd and 10. Don't get it either, Tristan. This does feel a little unfair, and I don't understand any quarterback that's ever going to be having, you know, their playoff essentially thought process of what they can and cannot do in the playoff is all fully derived off of one playoff performance. A playoff performance that wholly wasn't driven badly by them. It was driven badly by a lot of factors at play that caused that to happen. Handoff inside to DeAndre Swift. He will fall forward for a gain of about 2 yards. Okay, where are you coming from, though? That was a Pete Carroll-esque defense in the end. Yeah. The later years, of course. Was a little bit like that. Matthew Plowden in the house. What's up, Matthew? It's always good to see you, man. Great to always have Ram fans in the house here, by the way, always. You guys are very cool normally, so always welcome here. 49er fans, too, as long as you're not some of those Niner fans, you know what I mean? Little bobble screen out here, Luther Burden. He's got a lead blocker out in front, DJ Moore. He tucks himself behind DJ Moore, and DJ Moore is down on the play afterwards, rolling around. First down on the play, though. Matthew, what's up, Brandon? My Rams trying to give me a freaking heart attack. We won, though. That's all that matters. Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, we're going to talk. You're going to hear talk in my chat about susceptibilities and vulnerabilities of your Rams team in a game like this. And, I'm big on this where I just say at the end of the day, especially in playoffs, style points and all that just doesn't really, factor in as much. Just get the win. That's what matters. And you're playing on the road. This is the problem with playing on the road in the playoffs and those kind of environments that can have a little bit of extra electricity to them. And it makes it that hard to go win on the road. You just got to find a way, man. And, you guys found a way. And that's the important part. I would be concerned and worried from a Ram perspective and saying, look, to go get a Super Bowl, I got to be playing my best football at the end of the year. And there's got to come a point in time in this playoffs from a Rams perspective that we're going to win the Super Bowl. We got to start showing that we're playing our best brand of football on both sides of the ball. And I think either side of the ball has got some question marks there. Now, bottom line, 34 points you put up on the board, you get the job done. But you throw the special team thing in there too on top of it. And I think there's room to worry there a little bit, but we come back to it as well. And we got a little end around trick pass kind of play they're trying to run here to Cole Kmet. Kmet set up like a quarterback as he takes the end around, the reverse, like he's going to throw the ball and just ends up carrying it for a gain of about 2 yards. A lot of razzle dazzle there for just a 2-yard gain. You got it done, man, Matthew. You got a right to feel proud about the team. And I don't think you guys sustained any real major injuries off the back of this game. Looked like everybody made it through. So it looks like the matchup is just about set up here. We'll see how it goes in this one, though. Packers got to do taking care of some business, Bears got to take care of business here, too. And they've got a nice drive going. Manungai with a nice run up the middle. Good balance here for the Bears offensively on this first drive. Congrats, Matthew. Thank you for the dono. Don't want to give Stafford the ball at the end of the game with a chance to go win the game. You got to avoid that kind of situation at all costs if you can. Ooh, we got an end around here off of a fake pitch, and Packers were all over that play. They snuffed that one out from a mile away. Great play by Kingsley Ngabare. Unblocked defender on that play, able to climb back into the backfield and find it. It's hard play. There's all of the eye candy's going to the handoff, and then you got to collect back on the pitch to the outside or back to the end around to the outside. Not completely unblocked. He sort of forced it to be unblocked. Great read by him, though. That's a film study moment right there. 4-yard loss on the play. Caleb, 10-play drive, 40 yards here for the Bears, almost consuming 6 minutes up off the clock. Another handoff inside here to DeAndre Swift. He'll run it up into a pile and gain about 2 yards on the play. Yeah, a lot of trick plays earlier, Brenny. I don't know. Thinking here from a Bear perspective is not a rough defense to be facing as far as feeling like you got to do a lot of disguising and moving different things here to there and the other way. Shotgun look here for Caleb. Empty look here too. Finds a man underneath for a first down. DJ Moore. Nice job. Good throw there by Caleb. He's trying to run a little bit of a hurry up here. First and 10. Drop back to throw. Find the flat. Find the flat. He's going to throw this just up over the top and throw it away there. Good decision there by Caleb. 8:01 here, or 7:56 to go here in the first quarter, 2nd and 10 for the Bears in their opening drive of the game. Bears had the drive, got the opening kick here, and they've been living with it. Brenny, the Packers don't have much of a handoff inside. They don't have necessarily a bad defense, so I don't know if they've got like a lot of like places on this defense you'd be looking at and saying, well, there's a lot of weak parts here, a lot of weak parts there. I think you just more say, where's the strengths on this defense? And they're missing some of that. I would say that's the part that stands out. And so you do feel like it's a defense that if you just stay patient with, you just kind of crack along, you'll be just fine. But the Parsons element missing from the defense is a major loss. 3rd down and 5. Ball on the 9-yard line here for Caleb. Shotgun look, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Packers threatening a blitz. They're bringing the fire zone. Caleb dancing, throws it off his back foot. And again, just a throwaway into the back of the end zone. 4th and 5. Bears will probably take a field goal here. Probably take a field goal. The wind's blowing out there in the windy city today. The winds are blowing. The winds are blowing. Field goal will be up and through, though. Packers will take over from there. Pacific Northwest 12 foots. It's really nice, those Santa Clara folks letting us break in their Super Bowl stadium. Isn't it, though? It's pretty cool of them, huh? Right, that's my issue with the Packers is outside of Parsons, they don't have a defense. It'll have to be one on the arm of Love and Josh Jacobs. It's kind of why I was thinking a shootout here coming into this game too. And if they can keep them to field goals, be the Bear offense, and come back around and find touchdowns to your side of it, probably can win this game. But I think it's one where both defenses are going to be kind of holding on for dear life at varying times. And yeah, you're right. It's on the Packers offense to carry the day. Defensively, they just don't have the dogs to get it done. Xavier McKinney's good, and Edrin Cooper's good from the inside linebacker position, but that defensive line is pretty vapid as far as any real legitimate talent goes. It's a rough place. Rendaz, nest is still open. Hell yeah, I'm here. We're here. We're rolling. These got implications. It's about the implication, Run. Got to keep an eye on the implication. Who are we playing? I'm outside smoking. I'm listening to Brandon and not AI Kirk. Well, thank you for that, man. I appreciate you. John says, imagine living in California and having to pay all those taxes. Add force to being a Rams fan or a Niner fan. What a pathetic life. Avi says, damn it, now we have to hear Jake's whiny ass voice and him going on about them winning it all, and they were a drive away from getting eliminated. Oh, I know. He's going to talk about the Puka play to save the interception. And yeah, he's going to be waxing poetic this week, but you win, you get a chance to do that. So I get it. Mendoza says, I want to play the Rams next week. I hate that team so much. You and the rest of us. He says, if the Packers win, I might buy a cheese grater hat. Thomas says, honestly, you think Seattle's afraid of playing the Rams? I'm sorry. I want the Rams. I want them. They can shut the Rams up after they lose. I'm with it. I love the confidence in my chat right now. That's number 1 seed confidence. You've earned that confidence. Return here back to the 26-yard line. Flags come flying on in. They come a-flying. So for Northwest says, we play all the losers laughing out loud. Can we win? Walking. Yes, it's in the bag. Work almost all done. Finish process now. Telling you, simple, light work. Pacific Northwest. Down year, our benefit. It's Miller time next week. We win, and you all learn fully the truth of this reality that's playing out every week that we watch. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, Jordan. Brandon, for the Rams win, can you remind us who you're rooting for in the last two games? Also, I thought you finally got a beer commercial. Turns out it was the real Christopher Walken. Go Hawks. Well, he gets some of the paycheck. I can't take his whole persona. That would be illegal. Sued, he would me. You know it. But yes, I'm now being on beer commercials. It's good money when the acting slows down. A little older, I'll get the jobs I used to have. That's okay. Beer money, good money. And I like to drink. Christopher Walken likes a little sudsy here and there. Go Hawks, Jordan. The Walken voice makes you buy beer. It's known. It's the reality of life. It's how we live. I'm rooting for the backers and I'm rooting for the 49ers. I can respect those Seahawks fans, and there's many in the chat that are super confident. Dropping back to throw here on 1st and 10, and that ball will be incomplete here for the Packers on the first play. I love the confidence of Hawk fans and want to take on the Rams and get them after the first bye. And here we go. Let's go. I get it. I totally understand it. I love that confidence within it. I have that confidence, but I'm also a guy that if there's an easier pathway through, I'm going to take the easier pathway through. And the easier pathway would be with a 49er team in the next round. An easier pathway would be with the Packer team in the next round. In part because it'd be an easier matchup for us, but in part too because that would mean that the Eagles and Rams, the two toughest teams probably legitimately in this NFC playoffs, would then have to sort of take one of the other out. And we only have to play really one of them. And that's more of an ideal, I think, than having to end up playing potentially both of them, which is the way that this could go alternatively, or probably likely to go, I would say, alternatively. Completion here to Luke Musgrave on a little out route there for 9 yards on first down by the Packers. Let's bring up 2nd and 1. 5:59 to go in the first quarter here. First possession of the game for them. But remember, get that beer so I can get paid. It's important. I need these voiceovers. They're not hiring me anymore like they used to. Good days in the 80s. Any job I wanted, I could have. It's mine. Not anymore. 3rd down and 1. Play action pass by the Packers. Dropping back to throw his love. He's dancing on top of those toes. Finally finds him out. Romeo Dobbs down the field for a big old play. It looks like on a crossing route there. First down, Green Bay. Go Hawks, Jordan. Go Hawks, my man. And thank you for the $10 dono. Walking happy. I'm making good money now. Good pass pro there by the Packers. Giving Love a lot of time. A lot of time. 1st and 10. Ball way down the field onto the Bears side of the field at the 29-yard line. Pitch play here to Josh Jacobs. He bounces it wide. Nice little run there by Jacobs. Nice 11. No, that'll give him 9 yards there. 9-yard run there by Josh Jacobs. Good carry there. Good opening drive by the Packers. Second and inches here. Shotgun look for the Packers. And off here to Josh Jacobs. Jacobs carries it inside for a gain of about 4 and a first down. Henry says Packers have the better defense overall against the Bears. I think it's as somebody else said above. The Bears is just a defense that, it says Brian says, the Bears live and die off the turnovers. I think that's correct. I don't think that they're anything special, but they happen to be able to do this thing where they can turn turnovers over in a way that Packers can't. So they're very close to each other as a bottom line, which they're not good defenses, and they're going to kind of just be holding on throughout the day, hoping they can make a couple plays. It's why I see it being a shootout kind of game. 1st and 10, handoff here to Jacobs. Jacobs does a good job of bouncing outside the inside, rolling his way to the outside of the edge there and finding himself a hard fought 4-yard gain. Good job of using his vision and jump cut there to get outside. I'd probably give the Bears the edge as far as the better defense goes. They've got the better edge rushing, probably a wash at linebacker. I think the corners of the Bears are a little bit better. Packers might have a little bit better safety play. It's very close. 2nd down and 5. Bubble screen. Now we're out to Jaden Reed. And he gains about 3 yards before he's knocked out of bounds there for a 3rd down and 2. Bears fans seem kind of subdued. 3rd and 2. Play action pass. Rolling out, looking for Christian Watson out in space. Finds him. Touchdown. Easy drive there for the Green Bay Packers. Nice little drag route back to Christian Watson off the play action. One of those plays where the guy's just wide open, where he's kind of outrunning a linebacker to the pylon. 9-play, 85-yard drive by the Packers. It's a good job of this. That's what I would call almost sort of the post-snap motion, where the guy's starting from one side of in kind of a slot tight alignment, post-snap coming back all across the formation on a drag, but it's a drag behind the line of scrimmage in the way the route's being run. Very hard for the defense to stay accounted for of that player. Easy for him to come out that wash, where even if your defensive player picks up on him, now you got a receiver that's the fastest guy in the field from a Packer perspective, from a Bears perspective. Spam's not getting us today. And now you a lot of times will have that guy coming back, and it's a linebacker responsibility to pick it up. So even if he's fast to pick it up, it's Christian Watson who's going to come back across the field full head of steam. You're not going to be able to stay step for step with him. He'll create that kind of quick instant separation, and you need a backside defender on the back end there that can come rally up, which you're down by the goal line like that, you probably don't have. And like I said, I'd also rather go up against Love than Caleb. I would too. I think something to watch for in this game from a Love perspective on us possibly playing this team is watch with Love when he drops back. How often LaFleur has scripted up for Love in this game, the first read where he's going every time. And that the second he has to go off this to the second and the third read, that it's very rarely that you get Love going 1, footwork to 2, footwork to 3, footwork to 4. It's more of 1, happy feet staring down 1, happy feet staring down 1. Oh, I'm going to try to pirouette and break out of the pocket, and then I'll go and start to look my second, third, and fourth reads. You got to take him away from that first read when you play him. It's very important. And I don't think the Bears did on that first drive. I mean, the Dobbs one, he sat there and stared that one down all the way, looking right down the field to that spot. Yeah, Jaquan Brisker down. That's an important player for this Bears defense. And as we talk about a defense that's not exactly super stacked up, but he's just as important to them as the Packers' McKinney is to that defense for the safety position. That's right, Kevin. Let the Eagles in LA sort it out. We'll get it back. We'll get it back around to them eventually, okay? But let one of the two of them beat up on each other, and then we'll come back around to them in the next round. Ryan says, Bear fans know what we know. Unless the Bears force turnovers, it's going to be a track meet. It is. It is going to be one of those games, I think. Ryan likes our chances against the Lambs the third time around. Let's go. Hope you're right. I hope you're right. I have confidence for my Hawk fans, though. Ain't nobody scared in this chat. Carson, guys, guess what? I'm a Seahawks fan. And if they win their next playoff game, I'm going to the NFC Championship. And if they win that, I might be going to the Super Bowl. Let's go, Carson. Go get it, man. And let's get this win next week. But for your sake on that, Brody. But congrats. That's awesome. Awesome. Peter Van Gent in the house. What's up, Peter? Thank you for the $5. Says, go Pack and go Niners. Not scared of the Rams. Just think we're better off not seeing Stafford again. McVay seems to neutralize our defensive dominance. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, and that's the way I put it too. I think we certainly are capable of playing the Rams, and if I can avoid them, I'm perfectly happy to avoid them, and it makes it all the easier path to us to get in the Super Bowl. But partly, some of this comes from Peter, is less to do with being scared of the Rams and more of just that I think the NFC teams that exist in the playoffs right now are ones that all have a heavy amount of flaws. Even in the Rams team, there's not going to be a heavy amount of flaws, but there are flaws. But I think there's heavy flaws when you come to the Packers, the Bears, or the Eagles. I think there's absolutely some things that we can look at on these teams that make it a more of an advantageous matchup for us. Certainly that way with the 49ers too, with their injury situation. So yeah, let's go Pack. Let's go Niners. Take out the Eagles tomorrow. I'm fine with that. And just get them off the board, and get it down to a place where we got to play one of the Rams or the Eagles essentially to get ourselves into the Super Bowl. And as I say with it, it gives us as good a chance as anybody in this sport right now to go and get there and go win it. Carson, big shout out to you, man. Big shout out to you, and congrats on having a chance to go see that game. I hope that they give you that chance to do it. This team's going to be well rested next week. We're showing earlier here the recent history of teams coming off the bye and their record when you go back all the way to 1990, and they're 41-15, our first seeds in that next game in that divisional round. So a very good chance that you have that opportunity to go and have this happen. And that'd be very cool. There's no place in the world like Lumen Field during the playoffs. It is a special environment. I think a lot of young fans that hadn't been around the first time of the go 10 years ago when we were in the playoffs so much, and as well as we were playing, haven't had as much of a taste of this. Like, you maybe have been in the stadium on a normal Sunday. You haven't been in there for the playoffs. And I'm telling you, this is just going to be a whole different feel in that house when you walk in. And it's such a special environment to be around. Appreciate you, Peter. Thank you again, man, for the $5 don't know. We got the Bears taking back over at the 30-yard line here after the kickoff. Handoff inside to Mungai. He'll gain about 4 or 5 yards. And yeah, Peter, I think McVay's and McDonald, it's a go back and forth kind of game between those guys. And McDonald does some things I think that make McVay comfortable, and I think it's a bit of a tit for tat. And you don't get as much of the edge defensively minded wise as you do in a lot of other games as when you play him, especially him with Stafford. 2nd down and 6. Caleb's going to go under center here. 5-man front from the Packers. They got a Sam linebacker down as a 5th man. Handoff inside, and their anticipation of the run game pays off here. As it is a run, it's going to be no gain. $104 to go in the first quarter. Fast moving first quarter. Packers up 7-3. Third down and 5. Caleb and shotgun. Blitz look here from the Packers. They're sending looking seemingly everybody here. They fall out of some of it. Caleb tries to break the pocket, extend the play. He does complete it to DJ Moore, but he's still going to be very short of the first down. That's what the Bears do here. Looks like they're going for it. And maybe this has got to be one of those moments where you acknowledge this as a coach and smartly show either side this goes to the Packers or Bears offense, where you go, look, it's punting and trusting the defense has got to be out of the vernacular today. This is offense, make it go, make it happen. You're on your 38-yard line, needing 2 yards here from a Bears perspective, yet you are going for it. Let's see if they're going to just try to hard count them maybe. No. just going to let the clock wind out here, and we'll see what they do on the other. It wouldn't shock me unless we come out of the change over to the second quarter and we see the Bears decide instead to punt the ball. That would be more of what I would expect we're going to get from them here. Just a little too deep in your territory, but again, we're going to learn a lot about where the confidence is from Ben Johnson's perspective about his defense's ability to stop this Packer offense today. We'll be much better, more prepared to play them this time, the Rams, who were in that shortened week on Thursday night. That's for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, I think you're right, probably, Bill. I think they're probably just, they could draw them off sides. Feels a little early to be going for broke on the whole, going for fourth down, but we saw Canales going crazy with it earlier. You never know with these coaches on the new model, just getting hyper aggressive about stuff. Tony, thank you for the $5 donation. Tony, it's a blessing watching this wild card weekend with you all on the bye. Grateful for where we are. Go Hawks. It's a great moment and note to mention this at this time, Tony, because, we're lost in the potential of who we're playing. But, boy, just how nice it is to be able to sit here on wild card weekend. You see the Rams fighting their ass off, fighting for their life, and knowing how hard these games are. And you may be a better team that's way better and way more looked at as far beyond on that side of it, as far as we're a much better team, but it kind of doesn't matter at times in this playoffs, and that stuff can be neutralized fast, and the ground can be evened up a little bit across the board, and you just kind of you suddenly find yourself, sort of standing and going, well, all right, this is going to be a battle today. Doesn't matter how much on paper we look like we're better than this team, and to have a pass at that, to be able to avoid that when there are really so few games at this point it requires to win to get yourself to Super Bowl and get the Super Bowl win. 3 wins, and you have a Super Bowl. So being able to pull one of those off the books, so big, such a great blessing, and glad to share it with you too, Tony. Thank you for the donation, man. Thank you for being the spots you're checking out the games with today. We're enjoying today. We don't get to be here a lot in our history as a franchise. To be here is very cool, and just the opportunity to play for this Seahawks team, these players right now, for all the hard work they put in. Hope they're realizing that now in this weekend and watching these games, man, we're really set up in a great position. We need to maximize this to the ultimate. Caleb dropping back. They're going to go for it on 4th and 2, and he completes it to DJ Moore. Wow. So you come out and you say, yep, we're going for it. Ballsy call here by Mr. Ben Johnson, but it gets him to the Packer side of the field here now on 1st down. They're going to go with a creative run out to the outside here, kind of a counter run to the outside, and it's only going to go for about 3 yards there. Thank you, though, Tony. Appreciate you, man. What a blessing this season's been. What an awesome year's been for our Hawks. And let's keep it going. Keep it going, but enjoy it at the same point in time. Just to be in this position, have a week off. Nothing like in sports. Playoffs are so gritty and tough, and you got to grind through, and they're fights, and they're bloody, and they're physical. And to avoid those kind of weeks and just get that second pass through is mighty nice. Another very creative play, fake one way, come back the other way kind of play. Much like the last one, there's a lot of eye candy there, but it doesn't quite get much for the Bears. Only about a yard gain to DJ Moore there on the bubble screen. Thank you, though, Tony. Appreciate your support. Go Hawks, man. Let's get this next week. Yeah, Industry Worth, I already took a Zyrtec today, so the Zyrtec just isn't even making a difference, it doesn't seem like. 3rd down 6. Handoff here to Kyle Monungai on 3rd and 6, huh? An under center handoff on 3rd and 6. I wonder if Ben just made that call the whole way knowing he's going forward on 2-down territory here. Even still, kind of a strange call, or you're not getting anything close to 6 yards on 3rd down and 6 in that moment. That was a little weird. No yard gain, 4th and 6. Bears going for it on the 40-yard line of Packers territory. Caleb checks the play. Blitz look here, comes in late from a different angle. Caleb throwing it over the top into no man's land, and that ball is going to get picked. It's like Evan Williams with the interception, and just a bad throw by Caleb, expecting his receiver to go in a different direction. Sort of serves as being kind of a de facto punt because you're going for it on 4th down. Sorry, Valentine, not Williams. Their slot corner. He expected Burden to break inside. Burden, it looks like, broke outside. It's sort of like an arm punt, though, in a lot of ways there from Caleb's perspective. Try to kind of throw it up, but he's frustrated. He expected Luther Burden to make a different cut on that play than he did. Packers will take over. Sean McLeodart, thank you for the $2 donation, Sean. Panthers went too conservative. 13 yards off on 2nd and 10. Agreed. We were noting that during the live stream as well on that, where when you looked at it, you just kind of went, bro, like you guys have to, you guys need to get this a little tighter. If you just go off coverage like this on Stafford and you just try to stick down and try to limit him, you can't approach Stafford from we're going to limit him approach thing. Stafford's got the arm to throw through your limiting coverage, and it's not going to be limiting. You're going to still give up plays. You've got to try to be tight. You got to try to compress routes. You got to try to be suffocating as much as you can be. When the Panthers were at their best in this game, they were doing that to Stafford. When they were at their best in this game against Stafford, it was at times blitzing him and being willing to be a little risky and roll the dice. And then they kind of exited that approach in that final drive. Oddly so, because it's not only what didn't work. Taking that approach has not really worked for you today so far, but taking that approach against Stafford in those conditions, historically speaking, is also one that's probably going to be heading you and leading you down in the road of failure too. Just didn't make a lot of sense, Sean. It didn't. And I think the Panthers defensive coordinator throughout this offseason is going to be kicking himself a little bit on that final drive as to the play calling and what he chose to do. Not sure why he took that approach, to your point. Kind of just didn't make a lot of sense. You can't play that way with Stafford. Can't play that way with any great quarterback who's awesome in 2-minute situations, because they're going to recognize what you're doing very quickly, and they're going to have such a simple, easy answer for you as a way to then counter that. First and 10 for the Packers. Level will start out under center here from the 13-yard line. Hand off to Josh Jacobs. He'll take it for a gain of about 5. Hard run there by Jacobs. He's a tough man to tackle. Such a physical runner. Caleb definitely frustrated there on the sideline after that. 2nd and 3. He probably knows we got to score every time against this offense. Handoff inside to Jacobs. Jacobs gets through the first, gets through the second, sidesteps another guy there. Just another tough inside run there by Josh Jacobs. He's looking good, man. Been times this year he's not looked like quite the same back as in years past, but looking more like the Josh Jacobs of last season than we saw from this Packers offense, and they're clearing some holes there for him. Bears not doing a good job of tackling in this game so far either. First down and 10. Ball at the 33-yard line. Play action pass here by Love. He's under pressure, and he's going to then flick that down, and it looked like a fumble. I think they're going to call that incomplete. Bears have another defender down on the ground. I think they might already be down Brisker, and they have another defender that's laying right now on the ground. Oof, that's Booker. That's troublesome for them. No, Booker's the guy that got the pressure. Injury timeout. Rather have Bryce than Kyler? Yeah, I'd take Bryce over Kyler. He's got more of a feel for the game than Kyler does. Kyler just kind of remains an athlete back there, kind of running around. Well, at least with Bryce, he's got a little bit of a. I feel like he's actually applying a plan. Why'd he catch that? They never remember it's fourth down in those situations. Those defenders, they can never turn down an interception. Should have, but it's hard to remember in that moment. It's just hardwired in muscle memory wise to go for the pick. I was wrong about them punting. I mean, it was big. I thought they were going to do the same thing, Bill. I thought the same thing. They come out of it and they think about it and they have a moment to get out of the emotion of the moment. And he goes, okay, let's punt this. But I think the Packers offense is showing you why here after they get the ball back, why Ben didn't want to do that. He doesn't trust his defense to stop this offense. But this is also why partly I had the Packers winning this game is just didn't trust the Bears defense and trust a little bit more in Love back there and a guy that has played in the playoffs before versus Caleb Williams, who's kind of going through his first playoff experience. Bears ain't it. Bit of a struggle bus here for him so far. That is to be sure. Does Carolina impressed me today? And looks like we got a they got the leg cast on him. That's not a good sign. Edwards for the Bears will be out. Looks like Brisker's at least back out for them. But yikes. Air cast on him here. Saying go get it done, boys. TJ Edwards. Tough break. I think that you probably captured what I think as well. Bryce had impressed me today, and I think he's impressed me this season. But I still come down to the bottom line of I don't think he's still good enough to be the man. And I think if you increase some of the talent in that Panther offense, I don't think that he's going to elevate at that point. What happened here? Oh, okay. Just got his foot caught. That's tough. All right, 2nd and 10 for the Packers. 11:04 in the second quarter here, up 7-3. Ball on the 33-yard line in Packers territory. Shotgun look here for Love. Play action pass, drop him back to throw. He's going to break the pocket and throw this up, complete it for first down. That's says that Savion Williams. First read, then break the pocket, then stay on the first read. Again, watch with love on this at times. That's Matthew Golden, sorry. He'll just kind of hang on that first read. Hang on that first read. I feel like with a McDonald, he watches that tape and he's like, all right, so I just got to find a way to get him to look to the first read and then take that away instantaneously. And I'm already on the road to success, potentially with this Packer offense, if I can do it. Matthew, of course, selected in the first round by the Packers this year. One of the first guys they've ever selected in the first round at the wide receiver position in many a year. On to the Bears side of the field here. 31-yard line, handoff inside to the backup running back. This will be Emmanuel Wilson. He's going to get a 3-yard carry here. Packers doing a good job with the balance. 7 passes, 7 rushes. My nose is giving me fits today. Quick snap by Love, 2nd and 7, dropping up into the pocket. He will be sacked. Booker there, able to make the play. Nice job, Booker. Collected him as he stepped up in the pocket there. Boy, Love took a hell of a shot there to the side of his dome. Oof. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun look, 4 wide. Love's going to change some things here with the line of scrimmage, sensing a little bit of something from the Bears here. We got a false start there on the Packers. They saying they called the timeout. There were no. Looks like they're going to say they called timeout before time ran out on the play clock. First time out of the half here for the Packers. Save themselves 5 yards. Don Mata, man. Thank you for another $10 donation. You dropped a few bits of love today. Thank you for that. Very kind of you, Don. Says, so far it's been a lot of fun watching these games, B. Hope you're having a good time as well, knowing we got the Super Bowl in the bag. None of these clowns scare me. I love your confidence, Don. I do love it. And I think maybe a little bit of a quieter degree, but I do share your confidence. I feel really good about this team. And am I biased? Am I a homer to my team? I am in a lot of ways in this way. And is that going to, color my outlook of things with the team? Sure, it will at times. But the more I've spent this last week thinking about it, and the more I've thought about watching this team over the last couple of weeks, it just feels like a quick completion out here to Romeo Dobbs. You might get a penalty marker there. He kind of flung them around out of bounds a little bit extra there, did the cornerback. Lucky not to get called for it. That'll be a first down completion. But it just feels like they're playing with the right spirit and the right energy this time of year. And again, this is really based upon so many years of watching football through the past, seeing teams playing at this performance level, seeing teams doing what they've been able to do. And it does to me engender a lot of confidence towards this team and feeling like, look, they've taken care of so many parameters of what's important to become a Super Bowl winning team. And it doesn't guarantee it, but it does build a lot of confidence. Handoff here to Jacobs on 1st and 10. Good job by the Bears defense to rally on up there for a short stop. Only about a yard gain there for Josh. I love your confidence though, Don. Thank you for the dono. None of these guys are scaring me either. We can take all of them. We play our game. We play our brand of football. We fit to the blueprint that we've established since going back to the beginning of the season. We do that, we're winning a Super Bowl. We try to extend beyond what we are. We try to be something we're not. Then that's where it's going to be a road that's a little more perilous. But I think if we can just stay true to our identity, that alone would be enough with what they've put together, with the establishment of what wins and loses us games this year with this particular team. And off inside here to Jacobs again. Again, the Bears swarm all over that play. They seem to see that thing coming. 3 different Bears there to greet him in the hole. And this will bring up 3rd down. Don, you're awesome though, man. Love your confidence. It's been awesome to watch these, knowing we're just going to the next round. No stress. We play tomorrow and then we're going to be super freaked out tomorrow, but we get to be relaxed today. We get to be relaxed today. We get to be relaxed tomorrow. Watching our division foes having to fight and claw and bite their way to victory or to a close loss this weekend. Also an awesome part of this weekend. So I love it, Don. Let's go, man. Empty look for the Packers here. 5 wide. Shotgun for Love. Drops back to pass. Love's got a man wide open. Jaden Reed, wide open. A slot wheel route. Saw that earlier in the Panther game, that slot wheel. Here you're able to get Reed lined up on a linebacker. It's where you do wonder a little bit about how do you end up with a linebacker on your slot like that? I mean, it can happen in the zone coverage drops. It can, but Packers really got that isolated. That felt like a play that you had setting up for the week. You know, that didn't just seem like a play call you called. That seemed like something where you're like, okay, we're going to get the linebacker. We'll give him to stop his feet, and then we'll just hit him over the top as soon as he stops his feet because you got a wide receiver out there on him and a very quick wide receiver at that. A guy that can get right back up to speed so fast and Jaden Reed like he can. LaFleur is definitely kind of out scheming things right now to this Bears defense right now to start this game off. We'll see if the Bears have an adjustment. Brandy, the Perna wheel failed. The curse wheel failed us today. God. Almost came through, but just couldn't quite bring it home. First, that's got the Hawks Eagles NFC Championship. Let's go. It says Booker. I hardly know her. I'm Jordan. Did I miss your super chat, man? I'm sorry. I did miss your super chat. Thank you for reminding me. Jordan, thank you for another $5. Appreciate you, brother. B, if we play the Packers, can you do a breakdown of first versus second half of Hawks D versus Packers O last year? Seems Mike figured some things out in the second half. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be definitely referencing back into that film for both sides of the ball. And so I'll need to go back, of course, and watch a little bit of what they did. And see what they were kind of trotting out into that second half of that game. The Packer offense didn't do insanely great in that game. It was as much, I think, the failures of what you had going on offensively in that game. You had, of course, Geno Smith go down to the injury, and then Sam Howell go out there and look completely in over his head into the second, third quarter of that game. But great suggestion, Jordan. And yeah, I'll certainly, if we're playing the Packers this upcoming week, I'll be diving into that tape. We'll be getting some cut ups that I can show you guys on the weekly roundup and go through some of the stuff that they're doing. That's kind of both gave us maybe issues in the first half. Both finding some solutions. It's going to come down to being able to, of course, at the front of this, in my opinion, limiting Josh Jacobs and how he runs the ball. They're an inside running team with Josh, and Josh is the type of back that's the toughest back for a Mike McDonald defense to have to face, because he's the kind of back that can grind out those 3 yards like it's nothing, and oftentimes turn the 3 to 5 to 6 to 7. And that he's so tough to deal with, and being an inside runner and being the light boxes that we run, where that can have us a little bit vulnerable at times. That's the first place you got to start from. And then it comes back to, as my opinion, the passing attack, taking away Jordan Love's first read. What did we see him just do just now? What I've been hammering on with this since the start of the telecast, he will lock to the first read and he'll stay loaded on the first read. And that you've got to take advantage of that in your play calling defensively to find a way to guide his eyes to the first read you want him to make, and then have that taken away, thus forcing him into more of the second, the third type of reads. And so it's easier said than done, of course, because LaFleur's a really smart play caller, and he's really smart about setting up the conditions right for Love to be able to find success post snap in the passing attack. But that's going to be the key. Those will be two of the front side keys on this as I look at it. And yeah, great suggestion, man. Absolutely. We'll be diving into a little bit of that tape from last year to see what it is the Seahawks were able to do in that game to pull that sucker, to make it a little bit more closer there in the second half, find a little bit of the footing versus their offense had a little bit of success early on, if I remember correctly. Play action pass by the Bears. Caleb looking. He's going to go ahead and scramble for this and take about a 2 or 3 yard gain. Sorry, Mr. your dono there initially there, Jordan, but thank you for all your support today as well, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And a great suggestion as well. Hanger says, B, you going to do any AFC or not? Don't care enough? No, I'd potentially be down. I'm just trying to always balance it out because we got 2 games today and we got a game tomorrow at least. But I might do Monday night. See how I'm feeling on the Monday night game. Second down, 8. Hand off inside here to Swift. He will run into a wall after a nice 5-yard gain. Take down there. So we might do the Texans game on Monday night. Texans Steelers. But still just kind of depends on how fresh we are coming out of this weekend a little bit. We're going to have a long week set up with the stream scheduled too. Sorry about the spam, but I'll get it taken care of in the house here. Mods are busy tonight. I got it. Shotgun look here for Caleb. Hey, Pumpkin. Cole Kmet with the catch. Cole Kmet. Ooh, catch and fumble by Cole Kmet. Looks like, I think Luther Burden came in there and saved his ass. So he came in there and was able to recover the fumble. That would have been a game-changing play right there. Odunzie, sorry, got in there. Very nice job by Rome. Xavier McKinney able to knock it out for the Packers, and good recovery, smart play. We got a challenge here by LaFleur. He's going to say, I don't think it was a catch. What's the challenge for? It's for a catch. So he's going to try to say that they didn't make the catch here, and then that would get them into a 3rd and 7 for the Bears. You're kind of deep into this first half. So, are you going to call upon needing it twice in the second half? You're kind of anticipating maybe not. And if you do allow the catch to stand, it's a first down for the Bears. I think he's just trying to hope on this challenge, but I think that they're going to say he got the 2 feet and he was good to go. But maybe not. Yeah, they're going to say, are they saying, yeah, good challenge. They're going for it. Wow. Bears are going to go for it on 4th and 4. Let's see if they don't try to maybe hard count this too. So I'm sure LaFleur's screaming at his guys, don't jump off sides. 5:19 to go in the second quarter. Big play in this game, 4th and 4. Jeez, almost like the game here. You don't get this and you're in trouble. They got to be just trying to hard count this, right? Nope. Ball gets tipped, bad snap. Then the ball gets tipped after it on the throw of the bad snap. That play just wasn't good to go from the jump. And they will turn the ball over here to the Packers now, 14-3. Well, there's good challenge. Good challenge. My neck is tight today. So Packers with a golden opportunity here to potentially bleed this clock down and then go get a score to finish off this half. If I'm LaFleur, that's absolutely what I'm thinking. They got an outside run here to Josh Jacobs, another tough run by him. He's been really good this first half. 7th carry for him, 8th carry for him, 47 yards. Another Bear defender down on the play after the play. Jordan Phillips. Don Mata, thank you for another $5 donation. Don, you're amazing, bro. Says, I'm so confident on the Super Bowl this year, B. I put $1,000 on the Hawks at plus 340. If I win, you're getting $500 super chat. Let's go. Ooh, I got a little built-in incentive here, Don, more than ever before, huh? A $1,000 bet on the Seattle Seahawks. So you get 340 times your money on $1,000, right, Don? Isn't that the way that works? Something like that. That's a pretty return, man. That's a pretty return. But thank you for including me on it. And if you get it in, I didn't put any skin in the game on the bet, but you're letting me be in on the returns. That's pretty nice. It's one of the old, I buy a lotto ticket, and if I win the $1 million, I'll give you a couple thousand. I appreciate that, Don. That's very kind of you. And a little extra couple cherries on top, I guess, if we happen to get the Super Bowl on top of everything else. But your confidence is not wayward, man. I think you're sensing and feeling a lot of what I'm sensing and what the fan base is sensing, which is you looked at this team on the outside coming into this season and you go, I think it's a good team, but greatness still feels a year out. And then the team goes through a full season like this where they come into being at their strongest at the end of the year. And then as you had walked in thinking it was going to be one way, now it's something else. And not only is it something else, but it has all the hallmarks. It has all the tenets of what you know as a football fan to be. This isn't just what I've seen from Seahawks teams that have gotten the Super Bowl, but this is what I've seen from Super Bowl teams as far as the goods, the makeup, how they go about winning games, the completeness of the team, the depth of the team, the injury situation, the playing the best football at this time of year, a more wider open maybe NFL than we've seen in recent years as far as there not being those true upper crust teams that are just stacked up, that are there every year and that you can't get through them. Those are just too tough. And it's all set up in that fashion, I think, for our Hawks to go out there and take the grand prize. It can't be better set up for them to do so, and that they may be a stronger team in future years. They may be a better team in future years, but the schedule, the situation, the storybook nature of the season, how it's come to be, maybe no better time to actually go and get that chip than right here and now, Don. So I love your confidence, man. Thank you for including me on that. That's kind of you. You don't have to do that, but that's very kind of you. And let's get that bet locked in, man. Let's get that thing knocked out. 3 wins. That's all it takes. You don't have to have 6 wins in a row. You don't have 7 wins in a row. A couple of weeks ago, we're talking about the Hawks after that Rams game. You're going to have to win through and win out if you want that first seed. Those odds looked and felt longer than the Seahawks being able to have the opportunity to go and win the Super Bowl now, don't they? Just one of the reasons you got that kind of confidence, and you should. Short carry by the Packers on second down and short, and this will put them up just short of the first down marker. So 3rd and 1, clock continues to roll. They can pull this clock all the way down against this Bears team. They would love to do so here with the Packers. Ball at the 23-yard line in Bear territory. 3rd down and 1. Handoff here. Josh Jacobs. He gets hit in the backfield, knocked down to the ground, short of the first down. And a little bit of decision time now for the Packers. What do you want to do? Field goal puts you up by 2 touchdowns. But boy, if you go get a touchdown here, you feel like I can put this game away. Maybe there's a little bit of that feeling at play from the Packers' perspective on this one. Are they just trying to get him to jump off sides? Another thing that the Bears got to be careful of here, where you got to wait an extra little beat on a play like this just to make sure they're not going to try to hard count you. 3:35. They're going for it. Play action pass. Watson out open in the flat. They're throwing it. He's wide open, and he might have himself another tutty. Touchdown. Looks like he flipped over into the end zone, and then he got it fumbled. Romeo Doubs is there to pick it up, though. So even if he did fumble, which I don't know that he did, he's still going to end up with the touchdown. Packers' aggressiveness pays off here in a major way. Touchdown. Officials are going to they put him at the 1-yard line here. It actually works in the Packers' favor more, I think, than the scoring of the touchdown here. So they're going to say that the fumble got caused. Beautiful play by the defender. He knocks the ball free. And the ball's bouncing around there. Boy, if a bear falls on it there, that changes the complexity of everything, doesn't it? So Watson gets the ball knocked out at the 1, they're going to say, and you can't advance the ball with a touchdown there by the recovery. So it takes back to the 1-yard line. But this works better in the Packers' favor because they can just bleed more clock here. 3:11 clock winding and ticking. Quick throw, incompletion. Boy, Brisker almost made a pick there. Love just decided he was going to throw it there the whole way. Brisker jumped the route on the slant. Whew. Trying to get Romeo Dobbs there. 2nd and goal. 3:07 to go here. Second quarter. Packers up 14-3. Looks like a running play. It is a run play inside here. Boy, it's like a read option give there to Jacobson. Love couldn't get his hand off the ball, so Jacobs took the carry and he took Love with him into the hole. Love ended up still. He got the ball and he got Love's arm. He wasn't letting any of it go. That's the sticky part about that read option game when the quarterback can keep it. Clock winding down, though. If Packers get a touchdown here, this worked out really well for them because they're pushing this clock down almost into the lower parts of 2 minutes to go here. They're going to let this wind, in fact, all the way down and call a timeout with about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go on this clock. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, refs change what a catch is by the game. It's very much the truth, man. You know, I've been frustrated with this, and I don't understand it either, where every game we go by, I never really know what a catch is. And the NFL has made this rule so convoluted, and in the name of supposedly making it very clear, I still walk away not knowing. Like there, he seems to make the catch. He seems to make 2 steps. There seems to be a fumble. I don't know how do you just automatically turn that then over? But this is the problem with the NFL and this catch rule is that they've made it convoluted, and they've made the process entirely way too complicated. And it does get very frustrating in trying to determine what is and what is not a catch, Jordan. I share that absolutely. Don, thank you for the $5 donation. Don says, no, it's not 340 times, B. I wish. It's 3.4. Total of $4,400. You're getting your $500, though, B. Bank it. I love it, man. Let's go. Let's go. 3rd down and goal. The Bears get a stop at the goal line, and this will take us down to the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning here for the Bears. Great defensive effort on their part. This seemed to be like an automatic that the Packers were going to get in. Josh Jacobs running like mad, crazy, running well. Has 2 attempts at it here, though, right at the goal line. So come out of the 2-minute warning here. We're going to figure out if the Bears got one more stop on this. Great job on their part. Packers go for the field goal. What do they do? But my bad on the mouth, Don. You can tell I'm not a big gambler with this stuff. I don't know all the terminology, but that's very kind of you, man. Definitely don't have to do that, but it's very kind of you. And I hope for both of our sake that you win it on a multitude of levels there, on a multitude of levels. But the confidence is true, man. I wouldn't gas anybody up here. I said that we could be taking the 2 steps forward this year. You know, when I said it, and nobody really wanted to hear it much in the offseason when you say, okay, we're trading DK, we're trading Gino, we're off of Tyler Lockett, we're off of Noah Fant, we're off of Draymond Jones, we're eating a lot of dead money. There's a 1-step process here that we're taking back right now to make these tough decisions that a lot of other organizations wouldn't necessarily make. Is just, this is what you're going to do. Hard decisions. Easier to just kind of keep things fit to serve and just kind of keep it going along in the process as it's gone. Harder to make a big sudden shift of a change like that, knowing it's the right direction. And then from making that change, being smart and not just doing the fit to serve thing, you have the potential for the 2 steps forward this year to lock in. And slow but surely over the course of this year, we've seen those 2 firm steps taken. And that was always the potentiality of this team, whether it was a likelihood or not. It was a potentiality of this team. And it should embolden you to have this kind of confidence, because you don't get to 14 wins just by luck. You don't pull off a year like this just by happenstance. It's by the slow build process of the talent that we brought in here, of the coaching staff that we brought in here, the time that we've given it for the chemistry to take with that difference-making talent that's also been brought into the house. All of it combined together like a beautiful smoothie. So go get that win, Don. Go earn that money. Go get that payday, and let's go get that Super Bowl, man. Thank you for all of your support today, bro. You're very, very kind. Sanchez, it just feels like the Panthers defense let down Michael Jackson. He had a hell of a game. Kid played a game of his life, and he's had a really good year for them. I mean, just overall, it's been a very good player. But my goodness, in this game, he was absolutely sensational, Sanchez. But to your point, him and Derek Brown seemed to be about the only defenders that really decided to show up on that Panthers defense throughout the course of the day. That was maybe a little bit of Nick Scorden in there too, but that was about it. Fourth and goal for the Packers. Shotgun look for them. Jacobs in the backfield with Love. They're going to try to hit this. Wide open. Touchdown. Wide open touchdown to Romeo Doubs. Such a good scripter is LaFleur, man. 8-play, 32-yard drive. Eats up like 3 minutes of the clock. Just such a good scripter of plays. And this is a representative of that. You bring back Jaden Reed in motion. All the eye candy kind of goes to Jaden Reed. You're running press coverage on Christian Watson, and that ends up serving to kind of shade the defender out of the play from the Bears. Kind of able to take advantage of the play call as well of that man coverage concept you have, because Watson's kind of the pick man, and he runs the pick play up, but he's in press coverage. So it's like his defender's not only attached to him, but he's able to pick the other defender at the same time. And the defender's attached to him because the defender's trying to run press coverage. Are the Trackers going to be trouble? Packers aren't going to be easy. That's for sure. And this offense is going to be a challenge. They beat us in our house last year. They beat the Mike McDonald defense last year. They've got a lot of stuff suited up in a way to be able to give us some issues. Yeah. Especially with what they do in the run game, specifically with Jacobs. I think it's not the greatest of matchup for our defense. But their defensive, of course, is not a challenge. Bears haven't been able to exploit that in this first half as much as they probably should have. I think we would exploit it more than what they've done here so far. And I also don't think we would make it kind of as easy as Bear defense has made it on this Packer offense to do what they've done today. Why are they making me feel bad for Chicago fans? There's a lot of long faces in that stadium right now. I was feeling a little bit the same way. Mick's in the same place. He's like, poor Bear fans. It's a lot of like sobering looks there for a fan base that's waited for a while to just get to the playoffs and like, and this is what we're going to do once we get here. One thing this is going to do for the Bears that's going to make this hard as far as shootout goes is the Bears like to be an offense that's a balanced team. And you can't start having that running game get removed from this team into the second half. Man, I might have to take a second zero attack here. This thing is not working. New Black says, I don't feel bad for Bear fans. They thought their team was so much better than the rest of the NFC North when they wouldn't even be in the playoffs without an onside kick versus the Pack and a return from the Vikings. Certainly looking that way right now. All right. Caleb comes out here. 156 to go. Bears got 3 timeouts. Needing a tutty here. And quick throw and completion to Colston Loveland. He'll make the catch and get over onto the Packer side of the field quickly. This has got to be touchdown or break or bust here for the Bears. Field goal just doesn't do a lot for you here. .123 here. Clock rolling. Caleb dropping back to throw. Hit as he throws. Almost intercepted. Threw it right to a Packer. Ball was a little bit tipped on the throw. Pressure was bearing down. Sean Gary able to create some pressure there. Second down and 10. Caleb dropping back to throw. Lets it loose. Tries to find Colston Loveland over the middle. Good tight coverage by Quay Walker. Knocks the ball away. This is definitely 2-down territory for the Bears here. Third and 10. 1:15 to go here on the clock, second quarter. Blitz from the Packers, light blitz. Caleb's going to try to run with this. And he'll get a nice gain, but still short of the first down. Going for the fourth down, though, here. Timeout by the Packers. We're going to get a little feel for what the Bears are going to try to do here. 37 seconds left to go in this half. Still 3 timeouts for the Bears on their side of it. If y'all get a chance today, please do hit that like button for me. Helps the show out tremendously. I really do appreciate it. YYC says Packers will experience the dark side. Like it. Let's go. All right, 4th and 4. Pre-snap shift here by the Bears. 4 wide, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Caleb dropping back to throw. He's got time. He slings it. Wayward throw on 4th down. That was ugly. Very, very ugly. 3-play sequence there from the Bears. Sheesh. Caleb definitely has been fit. A lot of bad incompletions on the books where you just sort of shake your head and you took the L on that play and it didn't feel like you had to necessarily. Sanchez says, dang, Caleb sliding short, not fighting for the first down on 18. Shades of Cam Newton. Definitely would like to see on that moment there, Sanchez, less of the quarterback or less of the baseball slide and more of the try to go get the first, go fall forward, at least get us into maybe a 3rd and 1 situation versus being 2 or 3 yards short because you decide to slide feet first. Yeah, I would have probably been wanting to see that on the other side of that too. Mendoza, we could beat Green Bay. Yeah, absolutely. You get in the second round of the playoffs, you're going to play a tough team. Doesn't matter whether it's the Packers or the Rams. You're going to have to face a tough team in the playoffs in that second round. But that's where that bye week can factor in big. And Packers got some faults as well. Just Bears aren't taking advantage of them. Misfit says Packers offensive line's giving Caleb plenty of time. He's just faltering. He's got some clean pockets here to work with. There's some pressure in certain moments, but 17 dropbacks in the first half, and they've got 2 quarterback hits and no sacks. He's not being inundated by pressure. This is just kind of the Caleb experience and what you get with it right now and at this point in his career. John says the Packers look good. Got me scared a little. No fear. Jordan. Man, thank you for another donation, Jordan. Very kind of you. Says, hey, B, Oddball question. Where do you rank Drew Lock as a backup quarterback, and how much confidence would you have in him leading drives if Sam had to go out? Well, I think that there's actually a lot of similarities with Sam and Drew in many different respects, even down to some of the talent that they have. I think Darnold's a little bit better within the context of playing on script, on time, first down reception and a run here for the Packers. A big long run catch there on that play gets them onto the Bears side of the field quickly here. 25 seconds to go. Packers have used all their timeouts though, but they got out of bounds in addition to that, saving time. Bears defense needs to make a play here. Um, I think he's in the top 10 of backup quarterbacks in the sport, Jordan. And so in the top 10, I would say that I have a lot of confidence for him to come in and be able to do it. I mean, this was a guy that, beat the Eagles a couple years ago. Love's going to drop back and let this go deep. And boy, he had a man in Watson where good job Stevenson run step for step with Watson, but Watson almost created a little separation there. If that throws a little bit tighter down the field, he might have a chance of that. Love to see Love taking a shot there with the man-on-man coverage on the outside. So I see him as top 10, and I think that he works really well with his offense. I think that, you can ask him to come out and execute a game plan and be conservative. I mean, this guy wouldn't trust to throw 40 times a game in the playoffs, but if I can keep him into like 25 to 30 times throwing and kind of keep some things, kind of protect him a little bit from himself, I think he has even more of a penchant for the turnover problems than even a Sam Darnold does. And I know that's kind of saying something, but I do think that's a little bit of a factor at play here. Jordan Love's going to go get a first down on the run there. Nice job on his part. 11 seconds to go, and he gets out of bounds after the scramble. So 11-yard run and out of bounds. Well-executed drive here by the Packers. Are going to give themselves a chance to hit a field goal here at the end of half here, potentially. Free safety deep look by the Bears, just trying to play prevent. And boy, you gave Love that wide open path to go get a freebie 11. Awful Bears defense here in this first half. Packers are kind of doing whatever they want to do. You're not taking anything away from them. They're going to go with the three safety look once again here. 1st and 10. Ball at the 38. Love dropping back to throw. Looks to the out route. Ain't there. Might have to just try to take a shot down the field here. They're not going to be able to complete this inbounds and get another playoff. So I have a lot of confidence, Jordan, in that degree of things. I think that top 10 quarterback's about as good as you can ask for as a backup. And I think he can go out there and I think he can execute this offense. And I think this offense is one because of its balance. And it's not like the grub offense of last year where if you're coming out there, expect you're going to be throwing 35, 40 times a game. I think you're giving your backup more of an opportunity to find success by the nature of that offense you're running. Love dropping back to throw. Again, he's going to throw another little out route to nowhere there. And the Packers are just going to try the long field goal attempt here and see if they can extend this to fully 3 touchdowns. I think Locke's also on that development game that you got to take into account too, Jordan, of like you had with Darnold, where guy goes to the first stop. It's a bad first stop. It's got a defensive-minded head coach. Doesn't have a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball. Kind of has to bounce around now looking for his real next true opportunity. Goes to this team, goes to that team, learning more about his position, learning more about how to play the position better, and that he goes along. And I would like to think on top of all these matters, and that kick is up, and it is no good. Short, looks like. So 2 seconds left here. Let's see what this. I guess the Bears called a timeout there on that field goal attempt. Wind is blowing hard, 55 yards. Oof, bad snap. And again, the kick will drift to the left. No good. So got 2 chances, Ed, and missed them both. That'll take us into halftime. Bears down 21-3. And we'll see what they've got maybe answer-wise here into the second half. Oof. So, yeah, I actually do. I don't think it'll be this way with all Hawk fans, M. Jordan, but I think he can do it. I think that I'm not going to expect him to carry the weight on his shoulders if he did, but he can make every throw in the book. He's got functional mobility. Got to protect him a little bit from himself. Got to make him play within himself. But I'm really also hospital on this idea that these quarterbacks that start to get this many years in the league, Jordan, like Sam did with 6 years in, and Drew Lock where he's at now in that same kind of territory where it's like you've really had a long period of time, whether you're starting or not, to master your craft as much as you can master it. Doesn't mean that you're going to be to the same level of skillmanship as some other quarterbacks that might be more talented or just might be better players, but there's going to be some improvement within that at that point. I'd have some confidence. I would. Jordan, yeah. I would indeed. Thank you for all of your support today. Great question. We'll be right back, folks. I'm going to get a little more coffee. What's going on? Misfits is home field in Seattle, clear and sunny forecast so far. Big game, whoever our opponent is. Weather's going to be certainly an important factor there. So interesting. Okay. Definitely the weather in the Pacific Northwest can change on a stop too. You're week out, kind of hard to kind of pin down the weather for sure there. All the technical difficulties here. Are you using Corbin Smith's internet hookups? Technical difficulties? There a problem with looks like the stream's doing okay. I don't see any issues. Should be okay. Should be all right. Keon Lund, thank you for all your donations today. Another $5. Appreciate you. Keon, thank you for that. Is Green Bay better than 9-7? I recall them being number 1 in the league in weeks 8 through 11. Bears, Denver, and Pats are going to see what good teams look like in the playoffs. Yeah, those are going to be all teams that you do wonder about the tests versus those teams have faced this year and some of the competition that they've gone up against. And I think those are fair questions to ask about those teams. Is Green Bay better than their baseline 9-7-1 record? Maybe a little bit, maybe a game or two better. I think that this is a different Packer team when you talk about the way that they look right now versus how they look when they had Micah Parsons out there. And that it's a defense that's solid in certain respects of how it's put together, in that like good tackling defense, pretty good secondary as far as it's just solid. There's nothing really flashy about it, I would say. They play within themselves. They play pretty technically sound. They don't tend to give up a lot of big plays up over the top. They're not going to tend to beat themselves. But they don't also have a lot of dynamicism when it comes to how they rush the passer, how they create pressure, how they can make things uncomfortable for the opposition. The Bears have not been able to exploit that in this game, but that's as much a big part of why they've landed the record every bit as much as to potentially how good their offense can be. Now, with that said, the offense can be really, really good. And that you've got all of the full assembly of their pass catchers on point, including former first-rounder Kristen Watson, former first-rounder Matthew Golden, Romeo Doubs being that steadying force in the receiving core he is, and then Jaden Daniels being a very dynamic guy for what he brings in the slot. And that's 4 legitimate receivers that they can throw at you that can make things tough, where they can attack mismatches like they did that first half, Keon, where they were able to really target some of the Bear defenders that they thought they could go after in a major way. It's much of the difference in this game. The Bears, unlike that, have not been able to target with some of their mismatches that they have on the field in the same kind of way. And that's the big part that stands out in this one. So, they're a tough matchup because that offense gets hot like we saw in the first half, and they can execute. And they can get after you in a balanced offensive attack where they control the ball. So your offense isn't necessarily getting a lot of bites at the apple. And they can throw that kind of game at you. That's undoubted. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that their defense is not particularly good. It still doesn't take away from the fact, I think, that you can limit Love in certain ways as long as you can limit down the rushing attack and take away his first reads. So there's some vulnerability still to them, even within the strengths that they possess. But it's valid to say that they're probably a little bit better than their actual record, and it's going to be a true challenge for us. If we got to face them in the next round, a Carolina team, a 49er team, those are going to be easier matchups. I will say that I do think this would be an easier matchup, though, than the Rams team, which is a very complete team that knows you very well. And having now maybe the Rams having to go on the road to Philadelphia, and how much of a tough matchup that is for them before they potentially face us down the line, I don't mind that either. So we'll see. We will see. But I think that week 8 to 11 was also where they had Keon, Mike out there. So a big part of that success was having him doing what he was doing with that. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the dono. Maze Guru says, Brando, thanks again for what you do. You're the best. Oh, that's very kind of you, Maze. Well, thank you for watching. I appreciate all of you guys checking out the stream today. You could be anywhere watching this. You could be just watching on the TV. You're here hanging with me, watching with me, chilling with me here throughout the day. I have a lot of fun this time you're watching the playoffs. Whether we're in or not, just kind of fun to watch these playoffs, see these teams do what they're doing, and to have it this week with the bye has been just great. Just chilling, hanging out. We'll be live again tomorrow too, covering the Niner-Eagle game at least minimum. We might do the second game too. We'll see how it goes as far as how fresh we're feeling tomorrow. But my pleasure, man. My pleasure. And thank you for watching. Alpha Sucks and Mox. Our defense is about 20 times better than this Bears defense. Assuming we play Green Bay, we'll be capable of stopping the run game and forcing Jordan Love off of his first read, and he'll struggle. Agreed. We're not trotting out the same thing this Bears defense is. And it's a bit of Bears defense we saw even a couple weeks ago against that 49ers offense that just has no answers. They are really, really reduced. And this is also not by happenstance with the Bears, right? Like, what have the Bears done the past couple of years? just with the high picks alone. Darnell Wright, your right tackle, and you've given DeAndre Swift a bunch of money, and you draft a first rounder in Colston Loveland this year at the tight end position. And that's after a couple of years of drafting a relatively high Cole Kmet. And then you've got your Luther Burden that you take in day 2. And you have Rome Odunze that you took in the first round a couple of years ago. This team has really hyper concentrated on building up the offense. And it has come at the cost of putting more assets onto the defensive side of the ball. They've kind of just tried to decide that what they've got over there is enough and they'll just get by there. They're essentially trying to do is create the super offense. That's what they've tried to do. Like the Packers are in this realm too right now, but the Packers didn't necessarily go to the same extreme degree that the Bears did in putting this together. Packers, it just kind of happened because the defense you had certain guys you had hoped through time that were going to develop that you put high picks onto, like a Devontae Wyatt, for instance. You had hoped that guy would have been a centerpiece 3-tech for you on this team, and he's not been able to do that. That Edgerrin Cooper become a difference maker for you at the inside linebacker position, right? Or Quay Walker. These guys some of them are solid players. They just haven't turned into, I think, some of the star players that Packers were probably projecting them to become when they drafted them. But I agree with you, man. I don't think we're giving up 21 points to the Packers in the first half. I don't think they're going to find as easy a way of walking through our defense like that Packer team did to that Bears defense in the first half. Pro says, I'm hoping the Packers play the whole game. Me too. I'm sure the Bears will come back and give them a little bit of fight back the other way on this one. I don't think that they're done swinging yet. Come. Oh, Jojo. Morgan faring okay. Liked him in the draft. Kid out of Arizona, misfit. Yeah, he played a pretty solid half out there. And he was a guy too that they're playing out there. It looks like a right tackle and a guy that a lot of people thought, including myself, that maybe his better spot's going to be for him to be at guard. So getting the job done this game out there at right tackle like he is very impressive. Packers do a good job of grabbing linemen that can play all over the place. Those loud talking experts, they say it loud, don't they? Don't mean they're right though, huh? Sanchez, I want the Eagles to win now. Oh, okay. You want to take on the Niners, Sanchez? Niner matchup looking kind of tasty if we get them again. Like Mace says, Niners don't want anything to do with going back to Seattle. I can't see that either. Ben Johnson left the game. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of him leaving the game. How many Bears have left the game? Brisker came back, but they did lose their linebacker, Edwards. And we'll see on the defensive tackle if he's out in this one as well. If we can get an update on that one. Rondaz says, I'm always nervous, but the Hawks should be able to handle any of the remaining teams. None of it would feel lucky. No. We can stand with these teams. That's that wide open nature of the NFL this year, too, a little bit, by those teams that are, good and maybe missing as many, truly great teams as we've had in the past. I think the Rams will be a biggest challenge too, their space. Agreed. 100% agreed. Coop says, I can't believe how soft the Panthers D started playing at the end. I know, Coop. And after they've been aggressive all game, right? It's like you had success off being aggressive a lot of the game by that aggression, So why leave it at that moment? I think a lot of Panther fans are going to be asking themselves that question through the offseason a little bit. Jack Don, Seattle's scary if they play like they did last game. Yes, sir. Agreed. All right, so after this kick goes into the back of the end zone on a roll, Packers will start out the 20-yard line with their first possession. Julian Love is under pressure. Jordan Love is, and he'll throw that ball away. Second down. Let's see if the Bears can come out here with a little bit of life. Life. Please hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. I would really appreciate it. Bears down 3-21. Packers got the ball here. Well, Valdez, hey, Brandon, if you invert the colors of the Super Bowl logo, you get red, blue, and lime green. Let's go, huh? I take from that it's either going to be a Texans Seahawks Super Bowl or a Bills Seahawks Super Bowl. Handoff inside here. Bears swallow that up. Great play out there. Jackson able to get it done there. I think that's the kid filling in for Edwards. Loss on the play, and boy, could the Bears ever use a quick 3 and out here. That would be just what the doctor ordered. I'd love to see it, Will, and hopefully they're right. The Super Bowl, the colors are undefeated recently. Third down and 12. Love going empty here. Bears threatening a blitz, but they drop out of it. Love. Kind of a weird wayward throw there. I don't know who that was to. No man's land. Incomplete, and a quick 3 and out for the Bears. Good job defensively for them to give them a chance here in this one. Riverside's got Hawks, Eagles, NFC Championship. Let's go. Justin Ogden, I do think Clint Kubiak is going to be a head coach through this hiring cycle. Every day they're adding another team he's interviewing with. I think all of them are going to interview him. It's all said and done. Mick says, do you think Grossi would want to do a behind enemy lines if we play them next? I would try. I'll reach out to him for sure. I have in the past reached out to him. He's hard to kind of pin down. But Tom's also freaking rated us about 4 times on a channel. So I think he's at least somewhat familiar with us here. And I'll definitely reach out to him if it's a possibility. In fact, I'll probably reach out to him tonight if if the Packers win. I'll try to get out in front of that, Mick. It's a great suggestion. Yes, sir. Short punt return here by the Bears. They'll take over. He might be too famous for me on that, to your point. He's busy too. It's understandable if not. He's got a lot of things pulling at him, I'm sure. First and 10. Bears at the 37-yard line, their own territory here. Under center is Caleb. He'll hand off here to Mungai. Can't go away from the run game completely here. Can't just get too pass happy. Got to be careful. I get that on their part. Grossi never picks us to win. Hell with that guy. He's got some hate for Seattle. It's a healthy hate, though. It's a healthy hate. Second down, 8. Shotgun look. 3 wide to one side of the field for the Bears. He completes it. Nice job there. Fumble. Boy, another fumble. Xavier McKinney knock out another ball there. Bears need to hold on to that thing. McKinney with the second ball he's knocked out in this game. He's such a good safety. He's one of my draft misses too. Bears were running an offensive lineman down the field on that play, by the way. Guy ran the route and then fell down at the end of the route. They put an offensive lineman running down the field. He like tripped over his own feet. Are they saying that's incomplete? That's incomplete? This one will be complete down to Loveland for a catch. A big play down the field. I can't believe they called that incomplete. Colston Loveland getting down the field nicely there on a little out, just a corner route. find the hole in the Packer secondary. Caleb with a very interesting technique on the throw there. You talk about just kind of aiming the ball. I formation look here for the Bears. Play action pass. They got the Packers biting. Back to Loveland again. Loveland tries to sidestep the first tackler, falls forward for another nice gain down the 11-yard line. Young Bido, Clint is ready to be a head coach. He'll be McDaniels 2.0. Many OCs won't even be average head coaches. I definitely think for Clint, it feels like it's a little early for him and that there needs to be a little bit more time for this cake to bake in the oven. But is he going to give it that time? Is he going to get a job offer? Will he turn that down to have it? Probably won't turn it down. And it just feels like to me, young Bido, he's getting so many offers that it kind of becomes inevitable. He's probably going to take one of them. But it does feel a little bit early for him. Your point there. All right, 1st and 10. Another I formation look with a condensed split from the Bears. Caleb setting up some traffic here before the snap. Hand off to Mungungai again here. He'll fall forward for a gain of 2. Zach says, do we want Green Bay to beat the Bears so we get them instead of the Rams? I kind of would, yeah, Z. I think that it's also just as much as that. I feel like the Rams and the Eagles are the biggest threat. Green Bay can beat us. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we're just going to walk through them, but I just think that they're the biggest 2 threats. And that if you can get those 2 teams, one of those 2 teams eliminated in a game you don't have to play, that's all the better. 2nd down 9. Packers threatening blitz. Caleb seems to see it. They try to run a delay, and that goes nowhere. What a freaking dumb call that was. You run a delay draw into the blitz. That's where if Caleb, you get him a couple years down the line and he sees the blitz like that, he's going to have more built into his game to be able to make an adjustment, the line of scrimmage there, and get out of that play. There's no way you're thinking they're going to run a run blitz. We're going to run the delay just lets the blitz get there on the run blitz then. Oh, boy. Okay, 3rd and 13 for the Bears. Caleb dropping back to throw. That's not going to do it. Incomplete pass, and they might have to take the field goal here. It's 13 yards out. Caleb Williams is limping on his foot after the play. What's the matter? What do you want? You hungry? Yeah, you got food. What's going on? Get you some food? All right, 1 sec. Ooh. 34-yard attempt is up and through. The Bears crawl a little bit closer here, 21-6. Mealtime, mealtime, mealtime. Oh, I'll shoot my shot for sure there, Daniel. We'll reach out to him, see what's up. Holmes says Packers haven't had a sack since Micah Parsons went down. It's true. They're still without one in this game. Oh, they got one in this game. They got one. Though I'd admit to your point, it was only when the guy climbed up in the pocket and you were finally able to get it. Sean says, B, everyone has said Horton is done for the year, but Mike was a bit coy when asked, could you see a Super Bowl return or no shot? Mike tends to be pretty coy with the injuries. And so maybe there's a little bit of an open potential door there that he's coming back at that point. You're talking another month down the road, and that's probably just enough time to get him more closer to maybe the full health side of things. So, yeah, I think that they can leave the door open on this. There's no reason to have to close it or open it on that one way or the other from their perspective of it. But hard to say with this injury as well, Sean, because they've been so kind of evasive with actually getting us the details of what the injury is. How bad is it? You know. Will the Royal get snaps? I don't know what the plan's going to be with the Royal. And quite frankly, maybe hard to say because when you look at the combination of Arroyo, Saubert, and Oots, you probably can afford to have two of those three guys active on game day with the rest of the roster balanced out the way you want it balanced out to have the right guys available as you're going to need through the course of a game. And so who's the guy that you decide to inactivate? I mean, if you inactivate a guy like Saubert's a better run blocker than Arroyo. So does Arroyo's pass catching supersede Saubert and the impact he can bring as far as a run blocker? I guess the coaches are the only one that are going to be able to answer that. I would think on the surface, you'd stick with what's working. What has been a big part of your running game coming forward is the consistency of blocks coming from the tight ends. But the team's got a love affair with Arroyo, and they seem to feel like that dynamic talent that he has is going to show up this year one point or another. So it would seem like he is going to be active at some point or another. What's up, MX? How you doing, man? All right, here's the kickoff. Panthers taking it back up, and it'll be a nice return up to about the 36-yard line. Chacho, hey, Brandon, how's your day been, bro? I've been doing great, man. I enjoyed the first game of the day with the Panthers and Rams. That was a lot of fun. Packer defender still on the ground there after the play. Just kind of enjoying the playoff action, enjoying having the bye, man, knowing we're going to progress on to the next round. No problemo. No problemo. Boy, Caleb is not under control in this game. You talk about the emotions running rampant in him. First down and 10. 10:02 to go here in the third quarter. Packers hand off here to Josh Jacob. Josh bounces through the first hole. He'll get tackled quickly. Second down and 9. Shotgun look. 3 wide. Packers dropping back to throw here. Completes it out to Watson for a short gain. Let's bring up third down and short. Jacobs still really good. He's running like more vintage Jacobs today, in my opinion. There haven't been holes here as the game's gone on where the Bears are, I think, selling out a little bit more for the run. But he was solid in the early part of this game, especially. There's been times this year he hasn't looked fit the same kind of form. Third down and 2. Packers look like they're going to change the play here to a pass. And Love, you can just see him here, man. When you got to make him go through multiple reads, you take away that first read there to Golden, he starts getting jumpy in the pocket. And this is going to be so important if we play this team. Get him off the first read. He does not want to go through multiple reads. He should. He's been in this league long enough where he should be a lot more comfortable in being able to go through 1, 2, 3, 4. But he wants to go 1, and then I want to hold on 1. And if it's not there, I'm going to try to run around a little bit. I'll try to break the pocket. I'll try to climb the pocket. I'll try to use my legs. But it is littered on his tape to this day when you watch this guy that just play after play in the drop back game, it's going to the first read. He's going to laser lock in on his target. You remove that, you kind of almost got the win against their passing attack in itself, just in that itself. Short kick that's going to roll nicely for the Packers down to about the 18-yard line where the Bears will take over from there. Love is weird, man. He is. He's a good player. So it's not that he's a bad player or that he's a limited player, I would say. Not the case. I mean, hell, this game alone, he's 3 touchdown passes. There's a lot of stuff he can do. He throws a great ball. He's got a great live arm, great arm strength. He's got really good mobility. A lot of good stuff he brings. But that fatal flaw that exists in him is one where that's one you can take advantage of. And there's a reason when it comes to quarterbacks that I often go to the first 2 skills I look for in a quarterback is arm strength and processing. Because Love is kind of an example of what I talk about with that, where processing doesn't really come along. You've either got it in your bag to do it. It's in your skill set to do it. Maybe you don't do it hyper consistently 24/7. Maybe there's varying levels of strength in your ability to do it. But when you don't have it and when everything is kind of that first read, and that's where you're living your life, it's hard for a coordinator to script everything up for you like that. Even a guy as smart as LaFleur is to be able to pull it off. It's quite a challenge. And he offsets it with some of his ability to be improvisational and to use his legs. And, he can work around some of this a bit. But this is where Mike can really, to me, find here, how do I begin with boxing up this Packer offense? I think that's where you're trying to start from. Cameron says, Brandon, if you feel good if we play Packers, I do. Yes, sir. It's as good a matchup you can ask for. You're going to play a 9-7-1 team, missing their most important defensive player, playing in your house after a week's rest. I don't think you can ask for something better than that. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, media is now acting like they knew Seattle was good since the offseason this week is hilarious. They really think the fans didn't keep receipts. Pathetic. Yeah, there's a lot of people at this time of year when they're this wrong and they're this off. And you as an analyst, if you're this off on it, it's not a good look for you and your intelligence as an analyst when you miss this badly. I had that team in 4th place. They have the number 1 seed. If you're an analyst and you're smart at your job, how can you get that so wrong? Well, I guess I didn't analyze it at the deep level I needed to. Bingo. It's almost kind of like you're looking at things on a surface level, kind of at a lazy level. And there were so many lazy takes towards the Seattle Seahawks team this offseason and their outlook of things. And you lost Geno and DK, so you'll be 4th place in that tough division. Arizona will definitely be better because that's just what they're going to do. It just will happen. They signed Josh Sweat, so it'll happen. It's a lot of lazy analysis. Play action pass by Caleb, drop him back to throw. He's going to flick this over the middle, and he's going to find some footing here. I say what, the Packers got some holes in the middle of this defense. There's definitely some spots you can go after here. The Bears do so there with Burden with a nice play down the field there to him. And the Bears go down and get a touchdown here. They're going to start to be able to make this Packer team very, very nervous in this football game. Packers squatting on some of the shorter routes there. Caleb able to throw it over the top of their heads. And then you're protecting deep, of course, because you don't want to let anything up over the top. So intermediate routes, smart of Caleb to attack that. Those type of things might be opened up here from a Packer perspective. 1st and 10. Handoff here to the running back. Packers doing a good job today of being pretty stifling when it comes to the running game. They are not giving Benungai or DeAndre Swift on that carry much room. And this is making this tougher on Caleb. 19 carries, 45 yards. You're only averaging 2.4 yards per carry right now. Your longest on the day is a 9-yard carry by Benungai. So it's this increasingly gets tougher on this offense where Caleb's got to kind of make it all happen on the back of his arm here against this Packer D. Not simple. Ball on the 44-yard line, 2nd and 8, 7:13 to go in 3rd quarter. Packers threatening a double-A gap pressure blitz here. They fall out of it. DeAndre Swift tries to bounce this ball outside, and he does a good job of capturing the edge there, actually, and is able to sprint his way to the sideline, go get a nice 4-yard gain, and turn this into about a 3rd and 1. We got the receipts, Kyle. Good to see Cable Thanos out there dropping his video. He had more than a couple of those receipts put up there. People's preseason outlook for the Seattle Seahawks team, and that's why you tune into guys like me on the YouTube, man. Because we are folks that are going to try to look at this a little bit more closer than just the surface level of things. 3rd down and 1, no doubt, probably 2-down territory here from the Bears. They're going to hand this ball off into Monungai. He is going to lower his head into a stack. Not really a hole there, but just lower your head on in. And we got a flag at the end of this play. Packer defender goes down late with an injury too, falling forward. Interesting call here to see what this is, because this is a holding call. This is going to be tough on the. And it's actually going to be unnecessary roughness. Did he jump on the pile late there? Is that what happened? So unnecessary roughness on the Packers. It's kind of a tough call there, huh? Like, didn't look like anything egregious there. Huh. Thank you again, Kyle, for the fiver, man. And yeah, few of those national pundits saw this team getting even to the playoffs, much less any pundit out there that was talking about them as being the first place team in this division. And, I may not have had the team in the first place, but I had this team winning more games than last year. I had this team improving. I could see where there's some growing pains from the year, but you weren't going to go that far backwards to last place in this division. Too good of a roster, too good of a coach, too good of a team. Pathetic is right, man. But that's where they make folks like ourselves who do this on the other side of it as an alternative. This is why the market and YouTube and folks like myself grow in this market as a viable place for the alternatives of the old guard, because the old guard's kind of failing people in their outlook at things, and they're kind of lazy in their outlook at things. And it's all just kind of just, again, back to surface level sort of takes and not with any sort of depth or truly trying to understand, what is the reality of, what you're trying to predict. Hand grenade, thank you for another $2 donation. Rams have big issues if they go to Philly. Philly's a bad matchup for them. They've not just beat them 3 times in the last 2 years because it's been by luck. It's been that they beat them in the last 3 times in the last 2 years because Philadelphia's got a really bad team and a bad matchup when it comes to playing that Rams team. They've got the corners on the outside that can cover up. They can cover up Puka in the slot. They can put a Cooper DeJean on Cooper all day. They've got a Quinyon Mitchell. They can more than handle a Devontae Adams. And so, it's going to come back down to probably Stafford finding his way and probably finding his way to other receivers outside of those 2 main guys. Maybe about onto how they can run the ball in that game. But don't like it as a matchup for the Rams, that's for sure. I think that's a tough one for them to pull off. We'll see how it goes, but I just think that's a tough matchup. And then you look at what Philly does in running the ball and Jalen Hurts and how he plays the position. You saw today that there were some issues with Landman being able to stay with Bryce Young, and Hurts is faster than Bryce Young, more mobile than Bryce Young, more willing even to use his legs than Bryce Young. He'll punish that all day as far as their linebacker core staying with that. Landman drops into zone and the quarterback runs over here and he's got to cover all that ground to get back over that quarterback and then be under control and still make the tackle. I think they got some big issues in that matchup with Philly. I do. It's going to be a tough one for the Rams to pull off, especially having to potentially go from Carolina back to LA and then go back out on the road there to Philadelphia, all the way back across the country. I mean, that's no easy out there. And in addition to that, your body's going to be pretty tired after a long season. Okay, 1st and 10 here for the Bears after the penalty. They'll be on the 30-yard line in Packers territory with a pistol look here from Caleb. He will play action pass it. He's got time to work with here. Time to work with. Find your check down. Finds his check down to DeAndre Swift. Swift takes it for a nice 15-yard gain. 1st down. Bears are working with something here. Nice job by Caleb finding the easier throw there, not trying to look too much into the push the ball down the field mode. 5:32 to go in third quarter. Ball at the 15. Shotgun look here for Caleb. Receiver goes in motion. Handoff inside to nope. Play action keeper here, or read option keeper here to Caleb Williams, and he's slung down by McDuffie for a very short gain. Yeah, Caleb's pretty tough, man. He can take some shots. That ankle can't be feeling good right now. Probably 4 down territory here for the Bears, depending on the down and distance. But if it's close on a 4th and short here, they're probably going for it. Field goal doesn't get you a whole lot. Caleb in shotgun here. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath there to Colston Loveland. Short completion there. Only about a 4-yard gain, and this will bring up about 3rd and 4 yards or so. Long 4. Everything is 4 down territory for the Bears. Kind of is at this point. Caleb making a check, expecting a blitz here in shotgun. Hands it off here. Finds the running back. Running back DeAndre Swift's going to be pulled down just short of the first down. So about a yard short or so on the inside carry. Good job by Caleb feeling the blitz coming to one side and then changing the run play to the other side, moving the back to that side. That created your opportunity to even just go get that 3 yards. Otherwise, that probably would have been a stifled run right at the line of scrimmage. Big play in this football game, though. It's where it's nice to have a tush push rather than have to go under center and drop and, see what they do here to the Bears. Play action pass. Caleb dropping off of his back foot, and he's going to be picked off, quickly tackled after the interception there at the 9-yard line. Why don't you just go for the sneak there? Pack. Oh, whoa. Woe is me. That's a tough play call there. Not a big fan on that play call there. Kind of cheesy. That's right. What are the Bears today on 4th down? It feels like they're 0 for 5. Bears are 1 of 5 on 4th down today. Zesty man can take a hit. We need to get B's personal opinion on pineapple on pizza. I am very anti-pineapple on pizza. I think but I'm also a guy that's in general terms. There are exceptions to the rules, but the rule's pretty hard and fast. Fruit and bread are not a good combination in just my opinion. I know a lot of people that's the bee's knees, but I'm not big on the old fruit and bread. That combination just doesn't go together for me. Dix says, Brandon, correction. Caleb's mob needs 2 blankets, one for Caleb and one for Bears coach to cry in. Laughing out loud. The Bears. Anchovies on pizza is worse than pineapple. I would never eat anything anchovies. I could force the pineapple down, but anchovies is worse. Neither should have ever been a thing. Some stoner at some point late at night was like, what if we put like pineapple on like the oven cooked bread? Like, that'd be good. It's funny how Ben Johnson specifically said this week postseason is about fundamentals, not play calling. Yeah, he's disproving himself here on these 4th down calls. I'll tell you that. Packer take over with a long field, 9-yard line. Jordan Love here under center. You see something where he wants to check the play here. Does he dare try to go to pass? Play action pass? He does. He does. He's got pressure winding down. They're going to go for they're going to go for a Bubbo! Bubbo! Oh my God. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Oh, maybe that's just a day. That's a sign right there. It's not your day, huh? So the Packers throw a screenplay to their tackle. The tackle gets the ball knocked out. He kicks the ball forward. The Bears are in a position to recover the ball, and it slides right out of their grip. Like he lands right on the ball and knocks it out of bounds. Like curl up. You got to curl up there. Oh, golly. Oh. Ball will go back. They can't progress the ball forward, but this will be a first down run by Josh Jacobs at 6 yards. That was crazy. I've never seen something like that. That was very wacky. Bears had a clean opportunity to recover the fumble. I mean, the guy just walks up and somehow that thing slipped out. Just it made that little sound like Chris Berman. Whoop, whoop. That's the noise it made when he went up to try to go and bring that thing in. So nice being on bye week because he plays like that. It is, isn't it? 1st and 10 for the Packers. 1:41 to go in the third quarter. Jordan back in shotgun here on 1st and 10. They're bringing a blitz here. He's going to go up over the top. His receiver slips and falls down. Turf's getting a little slippery. Seen some players receiver-wise fall down here on the turf. Flights as calm as F. Go Hawks. Yeah, Gummy, they threw a screenplay to their tackle. I'm not BSing you on it. Threw the screenplay to the tackle. Tackle runs over a guy running forward. Looks like he can't be stopped. Then somebody knocks the ball out of his hand. Ball gets kicked forward. Then the Bears player just totally muffs it. Totally muffs it. Wait, hold on. That's got to be a. Come on now. That's got to be intentional grounding right there. Yeah. Thank you. It's intentional grounding. Love just decided to just throw it. He's in the pocket. You can't do that. That's intentional. You got to do that to try to get out of a sack. So incomplete, but intentional grounding as well. So this is going to make this 3rd and very long for the Packers. Bears defense giving their offense potentially a chance here. Boy, that was a choice by the Packers to leave Booker unblocked off the edge there. What pass pro do we have set up where that's going to be the case? All right. Bear fans up on their feet. Trying to get as loud as they can for this Bears defense. 3rd down and 20 for the Packers. Up 21-6 in this football game. 1:29 to go in the third quarter. Love, empty look here. Back in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. They're going to throw this underneath here to Wilson. Wilson with the catch and run. Won't get very far. 4th down. Packers punt. Clock rolls. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $5 donation, Kyle. It's time to give Caleb Williams the Darnold treatment after one playoff game. He can't win the big game. He always chokes in the big moments, right? Oh, that's right. So it's like, well, what you're talking about is that model that they try to apply to Darnold. You start trying to apply to other places. And I think you're showing within your donation and to your point, why this is a bad model to utilize as to a quarterback. We got a nice punt return here by the Bears. They're up the football field with a very nice punt return. Boy, that's handy for them. Great job by Devin Duvernay there to get that ball up the field nicely there to bring that onto the Packer side of the field. You need a quick drive here from a Green Bay perspective and get some points up fast on the board if possible. But yeah, you speak to it. I think you're touching on it. I think this is why that model doesn't work, is because when you start to apply that principle to other quarterbacks, you find yourself saying, well, that's not exactly fair. I mean, the running game's not been there for the Bears, and the defense just let themselves get walked up the field in the first half, and the play calling's not been the greatest from Ben Johnson. But what do we say instead from that, Kyle? And what will you no doubt see a lot of this from with the Bears team and coming out of this game? If they don't get the win, it'll be, well, it's all in the quarterback's back a little bit. And this is why on this channel, when it comes to Darnold or a lot of these quarterback discussions, we push back against this because it's just not accurate nor fair to the quarterbacks at hand. Quick throw and a completion here to the third tight end of the Bears. And that will get us down to probably close to almost the final play of this quarter. So Yeah, that's why you can't apply that as a model to one playoff game and say, well, this guy looked at his stats on this game and his stats tell me that he's just not a big game. Or, it's like, no. Let's look a little bit more at the team. Tries to throw this one up over the top of the clock running out there. Did Caleb, and he vastly overthrows him on the play. That inaccuracy of Williams coming back into play here. So it's you can't take one game, and sample sizes certainly just doesn't make any sense. But you're right, and your point stands tall on this one. That this is what's happened with Darnold. Is everybody's made this certain point of that they think he's this in the playoffs, based off this one experience where his whole offensive line collapsed, and where a lot of the things that Caleb's dealing with today, defense not on point, play calling not too good, running the ball, not finding any consistency there. These are all factors that make in a regular game, in a normal game, these are all factors that make playing the quarterback position difficult. And so it's taken into account. It's fair to do so. It's right to do so. And if you're not taking into account, then you're going to end up seeing things wrong and be led astray. And we see this happen to a lot of teams too, right? Where a lot of teams get left astray on this stuff, and because they get caught up in the wrong things of importance. And there's much more beyond just the quarterback play that can kind of determine it. You guys are going to get Pumpkin crying here for a second. She needs some attention. But Kyle, thank you, man. Well said on your part. And yeah, we're consistent here. So we always say, well, we're not going to apply it to Sam. We want to apply it to the people. But you're right. This is what you'll hear about people and pundits talking about Caleb after this game. And I don't think it's particularly fair either to him, just to remain inconsistent on that. But of course, you're saying this facetiously. For those who don't know, Kyle's being facetious in this point and making a point, and a good one at that. Brenny says they're booing. I bet they are. I bet they are. New Blacks, 11 plays, 19 yards, and 3 drives to the Packers in the second half. Lost a little bit of juice, huh? A little bit of juice. Joe, 2 questions. Is hot dog a sandwich? Is cereal soup? No and no. No. They're separate things. They're not. There's not the intention of that. Herbicide says Jesse has to wear a hat and be out of the playoffs. Same show. Ouch. It ain't gonna be pretty, Herbicide. And then his Ducks lost too. He's an Oregon Duck fan on top of all of it. So one of the more brutal weekends potentially for Jesse is Jesse's fandom in recent memory. Ohm says the Packers D is softer than roasted marshmallows. That's very true. That is very, very true. Jake was going through it. I bet he was. Flight says Brandon, best play-by-play guy out of all the podcasters. Smooth and accurate with a sense of humor. I have no money, so I tell the truth. Thank you for that, Flight. I really appreciate that. Always trying to look to improve doing the play-by-plays, man. I really love to do it, and I want to keep getting better at it for the years to come, and appreciate you watching. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you to say that. All right, quick snap by the boys here out of shotgun and a handoff here to the running back. 2 down territory there for the Bears, so you're thinking 2 plays. We can go to the running game on the third down, 3rd and 4, and maybe hopefully catch the Packers and pass, and they did. Monunga is able to go get a first down. One of the better runs for the Bears here in recent memory. But that's very kind of you, Fly. Thank you, man. I love doing the play-by-play. I wish I'd gotten to more games this year that were outside of Seahawks games to be able to do some more of that. And maybe next year we'll do like Monday night games or something like that if we can, because it is a lot of fun. 1st and 10 now. Back under center here are the Bears. Sorry about the kitty. She's a little loud. Play action pass here by Caleb. Drops back to throw. He kind of laces this over the top. Tries to layer in a throw there. Again, going back to the 3rd tight end for the Bears. Is there a problem right now with Cole Kmet and Loveland? Why are you going to the 3rd tight end here? Packers lose a player here on the back end. That was a weird decision by Caleb on that play. Guy wasn't really open. And 2nd and 10. Shotgun look here. Dropping back. Pressure mounting. Boy. And another overthrow there to Odunze. He's looking for a PI there. It's very good that Caleb got that throw off there, because if he held onto that ball any longer, that pressure was going to be right on top of him, and he didn't see the blitzer coming on the backside. This is where, too, from a Caleb perspective, you got to put that out in front into the back corner of the end zone. Lay it out there for where your man has a chance to go to get it. He brings it back to the middle. He brings it back to the middle of the end zone line there and almost makes it just, on top of making a hard play for a Dunzier, just throw him open a little bit there. 3rd down and 10. Got to get some yards here, Caleb. And he gets strip sacked for a fumble. And Packers might just take a field goal attempt here. Have to take a field goal attempt here, even though it doesn't do a lot for you. You're in 4th and forever. What are you going to do? Lucas Van Ness actually getting some pressure there for the Packers, and then Ozzie Tropilio able to recover for the Bears, the left tackle who gave up the sack on the play. $51-yard attempt. Kick is up, and the kick is through. So still need 2 touchdowns, but don't need a 2-point conversion now. So that does at least eliminate maybe that. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in the house again, back in here. As I just got a nice shout out from Jake. Glad to say there was no real coping about the refs, which was a nice surprise. Well, good. Jake's learning on that front of it, and that is good to hear. Megan, which is cool that he gave you a shout out there on the channel as well. Well-earned victory by that Rams team. And, look, I think that they're susceptible. I think that they're vulnerable. I think they're a weakened Rams team than where they've been the past 2 years. But I also think that they're every bit as very much the threat that they've been the past 2 years too. It's just that their potential of getting taken out and the ways by which they can get taken out this year, I think have just increased size-wise than where they've been in the past. So it is a little bit of like kind of 2 ends of the scale there for them. But they're a good team, Megan, and they got the win today. And man, you play that Rams team, it's like playing Tom Brady a little bit, where it's like, I don't want to give Tom Brady the ball at the end of the game. I don't care whether he needs 3 points. I don't care whether he needs 7 points. I do not want to give him the ball at the end of the game with a final drive. I want to make sure we're finishing with the ball the last time. And maybe hopefully something if we're going to play this Rams team, that's something that we can take with us into that game, potentially, hopefully. Maybe. Maybe. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate the donation. Glad Jake was cool about it and not making any excuses for it. That, you own up to why that game went the way it went, but then also no feeling bad about it. You got the dub, you progress on. 2 more wins, you get yourself to a Super Bowl from a Rams perspective. So that's what's in front of them. That's what you got to get. Yeah. You letting everybody know in the chat what's up? Thank you though, Megan. Appreciate the $5. Mix is, are you more of a cat person than a dog person, Brandon? I'm probably a little bit more of a cat person, but I'm also not one of those folks that says one or the other. I love dogs. So I love cats. I love dogs. I just happen to have 2 cats right now at the same time. I've had dogs before in the past. Mega says, B, we have a new priest who has something in common with me. We both have allergies to pineapple, and he's a year older than me. Oh, there we go. Pineapple's a weird fruit. There's that worst week for Jesse, and the hat is a cherry on top. Poor Jesse. I feel bad for him a little bit on that. Hey, maybe they get the win tomorrow, though. You never know. The kickoff by the Bears is not going to go far enough to try to kick it on a roll, and that's going to give the Packers good field position. Didn't need to be doing that. Pumpkin is very cute. She's very talkative. She wants in on the podcasting action. She's going to be the next great podcasting cat. Justin says, give Pumpkin a kiss for me. Here's a nice little kiss for your Pumpkin. Renowned content with Tom Grossi this week. I'll reach out to him for sure. He's a busy man. He's got a lot on his plate. But if I can get him onto the channel or do a behind enemy line session, if the Packers do win, you better believe I will do so. Try you come, Packers. You got one job. All right, 1st and 10. Let's see what they do here now. The offense has been scuttling a little bit recently. Love's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage here. Getting a little bit of light box. Guess he's going to the run here. Yes, he is. Jaquan Brisker did a really nice job there of slow rolling his blitz off the edge from the slot to really help take apart that rushing attempt there for the Packers. We do have a flag on the play. This is a hold here. False start on the Packers. That will be declined, though, by the Bears. Time becomes a little bit of the importance here. Don't want to reset another down or give the Packers another down if you don't have to. And they stop that run play pretty tight. Good job of disguising that by Brisker. No yards gained there on the play by them. 13-17 to go in the fourth quarter. Both teams have all three of their timeouts. Second down and 10. Love and shotgun, 3 wide. Again, a late blitz from them off the edge. Tries to go to Watson. Watson there very tightly covered by Johnson. Press coverage right there on Watson. Kind of faked the press. Didn't actually run press, just in a press look and then fell out of it a little bit. Watson got kind of caught off guard on that, and a good job of playing the ball in the air there and knock it free. So big play in this football game, 3rd down and 10. Bears can get a stop here. That would be big. Packers 4 of 9 on 3rd down, averaging 6.2 yards on 3rd downs. Kind of a 4-man pressure look here from the Bears. Under pressure here is going to be Love. Is it a fumble? Like he got the throw off, but they're not calling it yet a throw. Kind of figuring out what's what. I think they're going to call that incomplete. Looked like Josh Sweat was able to create the pressure off the edge there. Boy, nice inside long arm move there. So it gives them the long arm bull rush with the offhand and presses the inside. That's a kind of an advanced little pass rush move there from Sweat. Montez Sweat, not Josh Sweat, Montez Sweat. Advanced little move there on that part. You get the long arm bull rush. Those guys will usually pull and then lean to the outside shoulder on the tackle. He hit the long arm bull rush, and we got a flag here. They're going to call intentional grounding on Love once again here. So serves to be basically the same situation, but doesn't have the fumble. So Love does bail him out from that. Bears able to get a good amount of pressure on him today. Inside hand, yeah, just very unorthodox kind of move from Sweat there on that one. Using the long arm like that to climb inside and cross the face of the tackle there a little bit. Kind of a move you have to kind of set up. Really get them biting on the outside, hard setting on their pass set, really climbing with some depth, and then wham, hit them back to the inside. All right, here's the punt on 4th and 20. It's a deep punt here. You're going to have some space to work with. He brings it back out here, a little hesitancy, now finding his footing upfield, got some blocking, rolling with that blocking well, and a very nice return. Very nice return there. Let's see, no flags. 1st and 10, the Bears will take over, trying to chip away at this lead bit by bit. Thank you, man. Has Pumpkin ever coughed up a hairball on the podcast? She has off screen. Yes. Definitely off screen. If the Lions wanted in, they should have tried beating Max Brosmer. Oh. Okay, we're back here. We got 12:38 to go in the fourth quarter. Bears are down by 12. Caleb dropping back out of shotgun. Boy, he's got forever in the pocket. I mean, he's making a sandwich. He's baking a cake. He finally decides to scramble away, fall forward, go and get himself 11 yards on the ground with a scramble. Packers, when that pressure ain't getting there. It ain't getting there at any point in time. He's had a lot of time in this game overall to really assess what he wants to do. Quick throw here, completion. Another one of those just kind of corner routes there to Loveland, and they're able to complete it. Packers in are working a lot of the in-breaking routes to out-breaking routes today, and out-breaking routes with a lot of the corner route concepts off of it. So if the in route ain't there and the coverage is leaking inside, they're going to the out. And when the coverage is drifting more to the outside, you're seeing Caleb do a pretty good job of recognizing the in-breaking routes are going to be open and kind of oscillating between those two with his Packer defense. Because Caleb's got the time in the pocket to assess, he can kind of figure out what's what. Not a good throw there to Rome Odunze. Tries to find him on those an in-breaking route right there, and just not a good throw. Field goal doesn't do you a lot of good here from a Packer perspective or from a Bear perspective. So this is definitely going to be 3 down territory from them as it stands here where they're at on the side of the football field. Caleb just got to chip away at this, with that understanding that you've got 3 downs to do this. Doesn't have to all be happening on the throw of one throw here. You can take that quick, still check down here. So they try to go a little run action. No. 2nd and 10. Again, pushing the ball up the field and again finding Colston Loveland. This is more of an out route rather than a corner route, but again, hitting that same place I was just talking about. Caleb feels the inside coverage to the middle of the field, comes back then to the out route on Colston, and Colston's essentially running this from a tight end or a slot position. It was kind of another corner route there, sort of in between a corner and an out route, sort of cut the difference there, did Colston. But attacking Quay Walker, and you guys are wondering about Arroyo being activated, maybe between whether it be in either the Packer or the Rams team. They're thinking that their tight end with a move tight end like Arroyo can get after them in some similar fashions here to what Loveland's been able to do today. Caleb dropping back to throw. He's going to go over the top here and look like he was looking for Loveland again there, just could not get quite to Loveland. Loveland didn't look like he was looking back for the ball. Again, another out corner route hybrid thing they were running there. And he just gets it a little bit too far out in front of him. Good job of laying out by Colston, but I look like that hurt. I can't feel good falling face first into the turf there. Cold ass turf like that. Second down and 10 here for the Bears. Packers showing a blitz look. They're bringing it. They go out to a bubble screen here. Reverse field. Come on, Caleb. Go lay a block. Caleb does a good job of leading him out in front. DeAndre Swift reverses field, comes back the other way. Caleb takes a second to realize he should probably block and help him out. Does so and helps to kind of lead block him up there to go get this positive play on this gain of 5-6 yards. That's a big play right there on second down. If you get taken down on a 3rd and 10 here, big part of them getting this score to me is going to be them keeping themselves in down and distance situations. They don't find themselves with Caleb on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 4th and 10. They haven't been great on 4th and shorts either necessarily today, but at least a better chance of success there. Play action. Nope. Handoff. Sweat's got it. Sweat bounced off the first man. Sweat is in for a touchdown. Chicago Bears able to get back on it here. So field goal, touchdown, closer they come here. The Bears fans starting to come alive. How can they not? And now you got an interesting decision here. I think you go for 2 here, don't you? I would think. Maybe not. A lot of game left here. 10 minutes and 8 seconds. And this Packer offense, it's been a rough half for them. Colston Loveland, 6 catches, 118 yards on 12 targets. Kick is up and good. They're going to just do that instead. So I don't know. What does it get you? Am I off on this chat? Don't you do the 2-point conversion? Chad, am I off on this? You're down. Maybe I'm just not doing, maybe my math's not mathing here. You do kick it there? Okay. I could be off on that. I guess that's true. You do have the field goal aspect of it when you think about that. 2 field goals can win it, and you might get 2 possessions here with 10:08 to go. That's true. Especially that, like Max mentioned, the way the Packers are going 3 and out. Definitely could be I'm getting tired. That's for sure. I was thinking you'd want to bring it into 4 points because then you have a potential where if they go get a field goal, then you get a touchdown, you can at least tie the game. But the 2 field goals things make sense too with 10:08 because the amount of time that remains as well makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking that the touchdown thing was kind of I was thinking there, Rob, is that you get the 2-point conversion, you take it to 17 as 21-17. And now if the Packers happen to go get a drive done, you can defensively go, well, if we can just hold them to a field goal, we have the potential then to be able to tie that thing back up. But again, 10 minutes and 8 seconds, good chance that this game does have a couple of possessions left for both teams. So it makes sense. Kevin says, so once we win the Super Bowl, we get a 24-hour stream. You better believe it, man. You better believe it. Hell, maybe it'll be on Super Bowl night. You know, Lord knows after we win that Super Bowl, if we do, I ain't going to go off early. So maybe that'll be the day we do the 24-hour on that one if we win it. Maybe I should make that promise, actually. If we just win it, I will. But whether it is Super Bowl night or not, we're going to be doing a 24-hour stream at some point this offseason for charity. That's at least the hope on that. So that's coming at some point or another. And you can count on that. Yes, sir. Mr. Bill says Green Bay's given up. Momentum shift. Definitely a little bit of some worry here from my standpoint if I'm a Packer fan about some of the nature of this second half and how you've gone about your business. Packers in the second half, punt on 3 plays, punt on 3 plays, punt on 5 plays, punt on 3 plays. That's 4 drives, all in a punt. The best you've been able to do is 5 plays on those drives. So whatever the Bears defense is doing, fumble! Good return by the Packers. Let's see where this call is. The Packers feel like they've got the ball back. Bears aren't indicating they have the ball. Many Packers are indicating they have the ball. Fumbles have bounced pretty well, and the Packers fumbled it. The Packers have had some fumbles bounce in their favor today. And in this one, we'll do the same. And very good field goal position for the Packers. Boy, you don't like to see that from a Bears standpoint as you get the momentum. You'll have a return like that. Oh, you guys. Great job there of punching that ball out. Josh Jacobs set up to be the kick returner there for the Packers, trying to get that good return out by them. Oof. Yeah, I can see it going both ways with it on it, where they went with that to it. 12 hours per bowl, that's right. That's right. All right, 1st and 10 here. Handoff back to Jacobs, runs into him at the line of scrimmage, and we're going to maybe get a hold call here on the Packers. Keon says, I love football with combos scoring. So much strategy because the 7-point touchdown time makes. Yeah, exactly. Versailles says, yeah, let's go raid Rossi. He's only got 25,000 people watching. Yeah, it gets hard to rate him. He's like, oh, I'm being rated. I instead of 25,000, I got 25,500. Holding call on the Packers will pull this back to a 1st and 20. Packers in shotgun, 4 wide. Bears going nickel. They attack the linebacker in coverage there, which is what you'd expect. You go nickel, I got a wide receiver on a linebacker. I'm going to go after that. That's one place where we can counter the Packers on that. You go 4 wide, we can bring out Job and Woolen and Emanwari and then Witherspoon, and we're perfectly fine there. A team like the Bears, though, feels like they're a little shorthanded and they just don't have the personnel they can call upon in that same point. But that just kind of makes it an easy read for Love, right? It's all about that easy read for Love. I got 4 wide. I attack the 4th wide that's on the linebacker in zone coverage. Super easy to go hit that. 2nd down and 11. Bears have got to maintain the aggression that's been part of what's held down this Packer offense. They can't do that Panther thing that we saw with them on the Rams in the early game. And they do bring the blitz here. 5-man pressure blitz, but they're able to beat it are the Packers, get it back to Romeo Doubs for a first down. Big play. Well, thank you to Jay Harbaugh's right, David. Megan, I do remember when you told me about the allergies. Got all that hair off for you. Got all that hair off for you. Hand off here to Josh Jacobs. Brisker, good job there collecting him as he runs past and able to keep him to a short gain. Second and 9. 7:33 to go here in this football game. Jaden Reed goes in motion prior to the snap. Bears bringing a blitz. He's going to go over the top here. Oof, almost picked off over there by the Bears corner, right. Nashawn Wright, he's a little bit beat up there after the play. He was in great position. He's not feeling so great right now. Don't know what happened exactly. He's kind of reaching for maybe his back there. So bring up a 3rd and 9. Boy, a hell of an attempt on his part to try to reel that in. Yeah, it looked like the lower part of his back took the full force of the ground there. It's a cold night there in Chicago. That ground, that back hits that ground. It's got to hurt. And he'll walk a little bit gingerly off. Been a big player for them in the end. Just takeaways, 5 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries this year. Nashawn's been a real good player for them. He looks like he's all right. But this is a big play here for the Bears. 3rd down and 9. They are looking to try to find a way to stop this Packer offense. You can't give up a touchdown here. Just no how, no way. They're already in field goal range. Trips to the far side of the field for the Packers. They're going to bring one of those receivers, Doubs, in motion back the other way. Blitz look from the Bears. Heavy blitz look. They're dropping out of it post-snap. And Romeo Doubs open again. He's been the man that they've gone to time and time again here. They go to him again here. The spot is going to be right at the first down marker. I can't tell. And they're going to give him the first down on that? Okay. You say so. Kind of looked like the spot was a little bit shorter than he actually got anyway. So it's a first down to me if they went back and reviewed that. 1st and 10. Ball at the 24, little bubble screen here out to Golden. Golden spins out the first tackle. Golden gets out the next tackle. Golden sidesteps, and then he's going to roll his way on in for a touchdown. Green Bay Packers. Wonderful run by Golden. Fought through a variety of different tackles and then made a great cut at the end of the run to get it back to the middle of the field there and extend that out. Hell of a run by him. The rookie 1st-round pick by the Packers. They've got a loaded receiver room. Wind him in running back and then send him in motion, then throw the bubble screen his way. Green Bay player played that very aggressively, over-aggressively probably. And the kick is no good. No good. So 11-point lead here for the Green Bay Packers with 6:36 to go on the clock. Giggers accused the Myers a little bit. Keon Lund, thank you for another $2 donation today. Caleb is 12.5%. Russ is 10%. Vic, 75.5% garbage. Like it, man. Let's go. Definitely, Caleb's a work in progress right now, and starting his first 2 years, and there's no sitting and waiting, and there's no learning. He's going to learn the ropes live like he is, and I think he's done a good job of showing growth and development this year. But can you count on him? Can you lean on him to carry the load for you like maybe you'll be able to in a few years from now? No, you can't. He needs more of the balanced hope there, more of a balanced defense, more of a rushing offense. 27 carries today, 87 yards from the Bears rushing attack. You got to give Caleb a little bit more than that, I think, as far as some help. To just not put it all in his arm. And that's been the way the Bears have won this year a lot. It's just by and part really a balanced offensive attack. It's Ben Johnson's mode going back to, his time with the Lions. Got to live in that way if you can. And just they've had to throw because you're buying this game and your defensive performance, and also because you just haven't found a lot of effectiveness in running the ball when you've had to try to go to it in this game, which has been a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they'd be able to make a little bit more headway against this Bears front. It's not like the Bears are just stacking up the box on them and, running a load of guys right up in the line of scrimmage. It's not the case at all. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. And for all your support today, too, as well. You guys have dropped a bunch of donos for me today. Appreciate you on that. I swear, league-wide, 0 play callers get a solid lead, and then they throw their game plan away and pull out a napkin labeled dumb plays. It is sometimes odd to that front of it, the way that these play callers go about it. I think a lot of times, to your point, there's a little bit of overthinking things, and that you sort of get lost into doing the straightforward thing. That's just this is the straightforward item to go with. This is the way that you probably should lean into just sticking with this right here. And then instead, like, no, I got to overthink it. I have to do different things. I got to go from this to this. And it just gets to a point, like you say, where you look and go, boy, that just seems like a dumb play call right on the surface of it. Why would you, why would that be the approach for you? What is it about that made you go that way with it? And I don't know if the Packers' approach to the second half was just to try to get conservative and see if we can just lean on this lead a little bit, but it did kind of feel like you weren't being as aggressive coming out the half. You lost a little bit of your mojo. I think there's also a bit of a tendency there too, Jordan, where it's just team standpoint wise, you lose a little bit of that edge as you've got that big lead going into halftime like that. Even if it is a playoff game, just gets hard against a team when you get up on them like that, not to lose a little bit of just a little bit of that. And that's all it takes. You'll ease up off the stick just a little bit, and that team can now find a way to push their way back into the game. But yeah, we've seen it with Kubiak at times this year too, haven't we? Especially early on in the year when we get those leads. You go, man, you got to go for this thing. Roma Dunzier is going to make his first catch here. First down reception for him. Maybe that's his second catch of the game here for him. First down and 10. Quick snap here by Caleb. Dropping back to throw. He's going to check this down over there to Colston Loveland, who will gain about 6 yards there and get out of bounds. Keon, thank you for the fiver, man. Well said on your part, too. Very well said on your part. I've noticed the same kind of thing. 5:53 to go in the fourth quarter. Bears down 16-27. Colston Loveland, 7 catches, 125 yards. Caleb, a lot of time to sit back and assess there. Don't get jumpy, kid. Like you've got the time in the pocket on this one. You don't have to get into the place where you kind of felt like you thought his internal clock was winding down and he had to just kind of throw that one. Let it sit back there. Your pass pro's holding up. Lord knows this Packer defense has got to be pretty tired. Drop back 36 times in this game and chasing your ass all over the place. They got to be beat. Bears 8 of 16 on third down in this game. 3rd and 3 here. Get the first. Make that your priority, kid. Make that the priority. Incomplete almost through a pick there. And the Bears season comes down to this. 4th down and 3. Not a place that they have been good upon today, by the way. Not been the strength of this Bears team. 1 of 5 on 4th down today. 4th and 3. So in a makeable place, you got to feel like you're putting in Caleb's hand here I'm the Packers. I'm playing this all the way to being a pass here, 100%. The threat of a run ain't in my mind at all. They're stacking up with double A gap pressure, and that ball, we're going to false start. Thank God for that, because the ball got snapped over Caleb's head. False start. Why not make this easy? 3rd and 8 now. Oh. Center got it. Drew Dahlman there. Got caught with a little fake snap. Good call by the officials. 4th and 8. Caleb dropping back to throw. Pressure mounting in. Breaks the pocket. Whips it down the field. He's got it completed to Rome. Rome Odunze with a catch. Deep down the field. Boy, just a flick of his wrist of Caleb. He's just got that very impressive arm talent. We're off platform, softly rolling to his left, and then yet just flicks this ball, fitting this into a very tight window down the field. That is a high-level throw right there. That is a throw that very few guys in this sport can make off that angle. And to do it on 4th down when you need it with the game on the line, incomplete here on 2nd down. Wow. What a throw there by Caleb. That is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular there. Falling down, rolling to your left, being knocked down, putting it into a small little hole, nice little tight window there. All right, 2nd and 10, Caleb. Take your time now, man. 5 minutes, 3 seconds to go in this football game. Bears deep into Packer territory. Caleb's got an opportunity here. Keep me in mind, bro. You got 3 downs on this. Don't have to go get it all at once right now. Plenty of time with 3 timeouts. Caleb dropping back to throw. Pressure. Mounting down here. He's going to fall back and then throw this one out of bounds. Like to find a little bit more from Ben Johnson here. Some just quicker, easier plays for him. This feels a lot like Caleb drop back, try to look and find something down the field, then go ahead and try to do your improvisational stuff. Be nice to see Ben Johnson getting him a little bit more easier scripted stuff here where he doesn't have to be, everything feels so damn hard for him on these snaps like it has in this. 3rd down and 10. Caleb in shotgun. Quick snap. Got time. Comes back underneath. He's got a man open to Mungungai. Mungungai still going. Mungungai fighting hard after the catch there, making some great cuts in the open field. And he will go get a 1st down, 1st and goal, clock winding. 4:38 to go here. Great job there by Caleb. Getting the check down there, making sure you get a win here on 3rd down to potentially set you up for 4th down, and got himself the 1st down. Dropping back to throw here. He's looking. Comes back underneath. Good play there by Quay Walker. He knocks it away. 2nd and goal. Caleb limping around there on his knee. .421 to go. 2nd and goal. Maybe a place here you could think about running the ball if you're the Bears. No. Caleb got a man open underneath. Open. Touchdown. Green Bay. Olamide Zacchaeus makes the catch. And a 10-play, 76-yard drive answer to the Packers touchdown by the Bears gets them back within 1 score here. Looks like they're going to try and go for 2 now to get themselves within 3 points. .418 to go in the 4th quarter. 2-point conversion here, and it's going to come out of a heavy look here from the Bears. This is a heavy run look here for the Bears. 3 tight ends, no wide receivers. Caleb's going to spread them out post-snap. This has got to be to Loveland, doesn't it? Like a fade ball to London or Loveland. And it is. They get it over there to Loveland, and that's a touchdown. Yeah, you could just see him trying to maybe isolate Loveland out there with the mismatch off with a heavy formation. Creative look there from Ben Johnson. You come out with everybody condensed up like it's goal line, spread them out post snap, run Caleb into shotgun, and then you isolate Loveland on the linebacker over there. Nicely done. Nicely done. Bears got back into this 27-24, and there's a lot of time on this clock left. Nice route there, just attacking the inside linebacker with the receiver. And it works. Keon Lund, thank you for another $5 donation. Keon, with the running game getting better, who is our best and worst choice for opponent next week, or hopefully in the NFC Championship Conference game? I hope K9 goes off in the playoffs. Who with running game better, who is our best and worst choice for opponent next week? Well, I think that the 49ers are the best choice for us because like we saw with our running game in the last game with almost 200 yards on the ground, you could just about run on them all day long, and there's not a lot they can do about it considering their health situation, considering their inside linebacker health situation. So, Niners would be obviously the best team for us as far as for K9 and with us running the ball and being the most then vulnerable to us being so good at running the ball. I think that kickoff here goes. Josh Jacobs again is going to receive this deep. Packers trying to get a good return here, and he gets taken down at the 30-yard line. I think as far as the other opponents go, I know the Packers have done a good job stopping the run today, but I think you'd be more effective today than the Bears have been at stopping the run, or more effective at running the ball against the Packers than the Bears have been today necessarily. So they'd probably be the second team on susceptibility, and then it would go, Eagles, Rams, something like that order. Kind of that would be the stacking order, the pecking order. And I think that there's a couple teams in this playoffs that have some real susceptibility and weakness against the run. I think that way with the Packers in general. I think that way with the Niners. I think that with the Rams. And the Rams have gotten definitely some openings there with giving up some stuff in the run game, including what we were able to do against them a couple weeks ago and starting to find some headway there. So, yeah, it's well suited for where we are at right now, team-wise, in that element of things. Bubble screen here on 1st and 10. Only a short little gain there. Bears pumped up. Gain about 3, maybe 4 in the play. Clock will tick beneath 4 minutes to go. Good question, Keon. Really good question. Certainly don't think there's a team in the playoffs that remains in the NFC that is super strong at stopping the run. All of these teams are going to have some level of openness for us to be able to attack that, especially considering, to your point, how strong it's been recently, how far forward it's come recently. I think we can rely upon it in that way because of that as much as anything else, because beyond even just the opponent itself. Another shotgun look here for the Packers. No inner center stuff, huh? Just spread formations from them in this game. Light blitz here by the Green Bay. Against Green Bay, up over the top. They're going to get this to Romeo Doubs, who makes a sensational catch down there with a one-handed reception. What a play by Doubs. He's played a sensational game. 7 catches, 118 yards. Wins on a 9 route over the top, one-on-one. They're bringing a blitz. Bears trying to trust Gordon one-on-one. And a beautiful one-handed stab there by Romeo Doubs. He's the real big problem in this receiving core amongst anybody else. Watson can take the top off. Golden is the talented youngster on the rise. Jaden Reed's the nice slot receiver, but it's Doubs that really becomes the guy that just seemingly feels like the big play guy in this offense. Handoff inside here to Josh Jacobs. He's going to be wound around here for a negative -1 yard gain. Bears have got to get a stop here. No more room for error. This is it. Well over 500 people watching tonight, folks. Please hit that like button if you get a chance. Would really appreciate it as well if you could sub on up if you're not on the channel already. It would be much appreciated. We got a timeout by the Bears. No surprise here. They're taking their first timeout. You've got to stop this here. There ain't no more wiggle room. Dennis Allen, you got some time to think about this, man. Kyle from South Park, man. Thank you for all of your support today and another $5 drop. Packers should be glad they get this defense today because this goofy tackling and so many missed assignments won't happen with the dark side. Indeed, it will not. The openings are going to be much fewer and far between. 2nd down and 10. 3:16 to go here. Blitz look here from the Bears. They show it. They fall out of it. They're back into it. And Golden looks like he made the catch out of bounds. Packers remaining very aggressive here in passing the ball. Golden running an out route there and wide open. Wide open on the play. Bears getting risky and trying to just not stay into soft brand of defense, but it is leaving them susceptible on the back end here on this drive. First down and 10, ball at the 21-yard line. Handoff inside out of shotgun to Jacobs. Jacobs will get nowhere fast on that. Bears will call a timeout. And yeah, this is not going to be the same defense you're getting to play against us. We're going to provide, I think, a lot more answers out here to this Packer offense. And we're just not going to make things at times as it gets with Love so simple and easy. I just think that there's so much stuff that he has within this offense when he does find success and he's doing things. There's some high-level throws in there as well that are sprinkled on in, but there's a lot of stuff too where it's just been nice and scripted up by LaFleur, and we can't let him get away with that. You can't let him off the hook in that fashion next week from a McDonald perspective and play calling. You got to force the issue on him a little bit and force him to have to play basically left-handed. Take away the things that they want to do with them offensively, because I think once you do that to this Packer team, I don't know that they have second, third, fourth answers. I think they want to kind of rely upon their frontline answer as their methodology to find success offensively speaking. Blitz look here from the Bears again, now on 2nd and 10. Shotgun look again, countered by the Packers. They're bringing that blitz. It's almost a cover zero up over the top, and they're looking to get it out there to Musgrave. Musgrave, incomplete. You're not getting the call there at a time in this game like this. Packers remaining very aggressive rather than trying to maybe bleed some more of this clock. So I tell you what, you get yourself down to even getting the field goal attempt here. That's great. You've kept them to where now they need a touchdown, but at the same point in time, potentially you're going to leave a lot more clock here than you would like to do so on the play. 3rd down and 10. Packers might just call a timeout here if they don't like the look that they see. Make sure they're getting the right play. And that's just what LaFleur is going to do, is call a timeout. Bears again showing a blitz on that look. So get a little bit of the chess match now at this point between LaFleur and Dennis Allen. Allen doing a lot of blitzing in this drive. It's gotten them punished. He's sort of saying, I'm going to trust my guys one-on-one on this drive on the outside and believe that they can cover your guys. Does he come back again here with this if I'm Dennis? And if I'm Dennis on this one, because I've loaded it up that way up until this point on this drive, this would be one play where I would try to drop it off true and squeeze down the zones, because as much as anything, because this is not 3rd and short. This is 3rd and long. So trying to set up more of a conditions to get Love to maybe take a check down here and come up, rally up, tackle on that check down, hold them then to the field goal. First, trying to feel like you have to here blitz. But Bears have been aggressive. 3rd down and 10. 3 minutes and 2 seconds to go in this football game. Blitz look from the Bears. Love is going to change the protections here. He's sensing it. And he's going to move these protections in a certain way. We got 0-0 as far as we got a flag here on the play. Officials took way too long to get that figured out on the delay game call. Way too long. That thing was 0-0s for about 5 seconds before they finally got the flag out of their pants. Come on. So this will take it 5 yards further back for the Pack. Mike, you got to be a little worried here in regards of, okay, 3rd and 15 now. I can't have a sack potential here. So if I try to deep drop and go get this first down with Love, maybe you want to just take a couple yards and go get the field goal and then try to trust it up to your defense there. But we shall see here, especially on kind of a windy day here in Chicago. 3rd down. Love is going to go up over the top, back to Dobbs again. Dobbs, the throw out of bounds. Didn't really give much of a chance there. Wasn't really open, but didn't give him much of a chance. And that will be a 4th down stop for the Bears. That's about as good as you can ask from this Bears defense, I think, from their perspective. Say, hey, offense, we're going to give you the ball back with a chance here. You're going to have a timeout. You're going to have 2 minutes and 56 seconds, 2 stoppages of the clock. Decent amount of time for this Bears offense, especially the way that they work. So it's about as good as you can ask, I suppose, on that side, huh? Thank you again, Kyle, for the fiver, man. And well said on your part. Ain't going to be the same kind of defense you're playing next week. Whole nother kind of monster there. Field goals up, field goals drifting to the right. No good. Wow. Wow. Brandon McManus, 0 of 2 on field goal attempts today, 3 of 2 on extra point attempts. And this is where I was saying on the prior throw there, come back and rather than trying and going getting that touchdown, go get the extra 5 or 6 yards. Make this field goal attempt a little bit easier and a little bit more certain, on top of being able to have the opportunity there than to force the Bears to call their final timeout. And LaFleur getting a little aggressive there with that throw with Dobbs on the previous toss, on top of the throw down to that they tried to make to Musgrave on the prior throw. Kind of standing out there where you could have eaten a lot more clock here. You could have gotten yourself into a lot closer position from a field goal attempt standpoint. We'll see if they pay the price on the back of this. Bears in shotgun, 1st and 10, 2:51 to go. Play action pass. Caleb, rolling. He's going to throw this ball late and throw it out of bounds. Likewise, back to Caleb. Don't need to get it all in one fell swoop here. Both of these teams are stupid, says Ola Greasy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong on some of this. Terrible clock management, terrible play calling. Yes, 100%. 2nd down and 10. That's me all at once. There we go, Caleb. Little check down underneath to Loveland. That's a 1st down reception of Loveland for 12 yards. 2:33. Clock continues to roll right at the midfield stripe. See if the backers decide to get aggressive here, trying to bring a little fire zone 5-man blitz on the last play. Bears taking their sweet ass time here to get this right. Come on. Yeah. A lot of time to get this right. Packers finally call a timeout there. Packers almost kind of saved the Bears there. I think that play is going to be an ugly play there post snap. Packers choosing to call a timeout instead. So, man, you guys are on it, man. Calling this ugly as far as some of the play call and timing and there. Just, things feel kind of out of sorts on both ends here offensively at the end of this game right now. I don't know why Charlie, I agree, man. What are they like burning the hell out of the clock there? Like I know you got 2 minutes, but same point in time, you only got 1 timeout. Like, where's the urgency? Why are you trying to get into the perfect play? Especially if you're hoping to try to get maybe 2 plays off before the 2-minute warning. 1st and 10. Loveland goes in motion now. Handoff here to DeAndre Swift. Swift spun around, and he gets a nice little gain of about 6 yards. That'll take you to the 2-minute warning now. So 2 minutes, you're inside the 50. You got 2nd down and short as we come out of the 2-minute warning. Here we go. Packers choker right now. Maybe so. Maybe so on this. Ooh. Daniel might be right. LaFleur loses this game. He's already a little bit on a little mini hot seat there. It ain't burning beneath him, but it's on it. It's on it. I'll be right back. You're all good. We'll get you some food after we're off. Big shout out again to Kyle, Keon, Jordan. You guys are amazing. Hand Grenade, Don Mata, tons of donation days. Sean McLeod Hart, Tony, Peter. Very kind of all of you guys for that. Really appreciate it. Got over well over 500, almost 600 people in the chat here today. Can do me that favor, hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance. Would really appreciate it. Helps channels out like mine. It's free, completely free to you, but it's a big help to channels like mine if you sub on up. Would really appreciate it. So we are on the road now to 30,000 subscribers. We just crossed 21.4 today. So nice to see here. We got a shot past that point. We will be as well tomorrow on the 49ers game. Bare minimum, we'll do that one play-by-play as well. So tune in tomorrow as well if you're looking for a hangout spot, as we will be covering the action live play-by-play, much like this football game. Sean says Green Bay looks lost. Defense definitely is a scuttling one since Parsons went down, man. They lost their juice. 2nd down and 4. Caleb getting Cole Kmet set here. Kmet just keeps going back and forth motion-wise. Caleb dropping back. He's got pressure. Sean Gary creates some pressure quickly, coming back over, and boy, he makes a great throw to DJ Moore, and DJ Moore drops it. Just a great throw in there to DJ Moore on the run. Ozzie Trapilio, their tackle comes off limping there on the play. You got to catch that, DJ. Talk about your hands fighting you. Felt like his hands were fighting him on that catch. And Trapilio right off the field being helped off to the sideline. 3rd down and 4. Blitz look here from the Packers, and they're bringing it. Quick throw out into space here. And he's got some room to work with as DeAndre Swift. He swiftly is down the sideline and getting a lot of space down the sideline. Bears are knocking. They are knocking on the door now. Swift with the catch out in space. Nice job of Caleb Williams finding him there. Caleb with 159 yards in this quarter alone. 1:48 to go. Trips to the far side of the field for the Bears. Caleb in shotgun. Pump fake. Goes back up over the top. He's got a man wide open. Touchdown. Touchdown, Chicago. Beautiful game call there. I mean, that is a wonderful call. Bears gave a lot of window dressing on that play to looking like a bubble screen. And then you just have essentially the guy that's going to be the blocker on the bubble screen. And as a defender there, your eyes get onto that bubble guy. And so you kind of forget about the frontline guy that's blocking. He leaks out on the backside and then sometimes can be wide open like that. That's a great play call there at that time against this Packer defense. You've run the bubble screen a couple times this game from a Bear perspective. I don't think you've run the bubble fake like that with the guy rolling deep off that play. I love that call. It's got such a good chance for being effective, and your guy doesn't even have to eventually end up creating the space for it to be effective. It can just come about by that team being so in on the fact you're running a bubble there. Let's see if I'm right on this. I think they set it up to look like Burton. Yeah. So he's there to look like the lead block. And if it's a moment of hesitation by the cornerback there, just a half a heartbeat, like what happens here with Valentine, if there's just a half a beat, you're beat. You got to be very disciplined. And I think what we've seen from this Packer defense this year up until this point is it's not necessarily a particularly super hyper disciplined defense. That's just that's a game. Great call though. Great call there by Ben Johnson. So, Lord Brandon, why the hell are you cheering for the Bears? I'm not sure. I'm just calling play by play, and I'm enjoying life. I'm first round by living. I don't care who we take. I don't care who we play. I don't care who comes in our house. I feel confident. So, yeah, I'd like to play the Packers over the Rams, but hell with it. I'll take over whoever we got to take on. I ain't scared of these motherfuckers. I ain't scared of these. I got to get that sound drop. from Bernie Mac. I ain't scared of y'all, motherfuckers. Okay, so the Packers return this ball out to about the 28-yard line. Good job by the Bears on the coverage unit there. Jordan Love will come out here with a chance to assert himself in this game and show what he's got. One timeout on the board for the Packers. They need a touchdown. 136. Raucous crowd of the Bears is on their feet after a game of hard fought. Ooh, this is tough to watch. Back on their feet now. Locked up, locked in, ready to go. Do the Packers have an answer here? $136. Love back in shotgun. 3 wide. Dropping back to throw here. Pressure mounting. Throws it off his back foot here to Jacobs. Jacobs, first tackler evades him. Gets a little bit of a gain here. Love guiding and directing traffic here. Boy, that clock is winding after about a 3-yard gain. Don't want to take a lot of time here. 1:13 to go on the clock. Love dropping back to throw. He's looking up off the seam there, and that ball is almost picked off. Gordon with good coverage out there. The former Husky out there, Kyler Gordon. Good coverage out there by him. UW strong. Third and 7, 1:08 to go in this clock. Love dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath to Dobbs, who's been very sure-handed today, but drops that one. And the Packers are down to their last opportunity here. They only have one timeout. They've got to complete this. And how about Dobbs making one-handed catches and a lot of tough catches in this game and drops one of the easier ones he has right there in his hand, which would have given him a clean, easy first down. 4th and 7, 1:05 to go on the clock. The game comes down to this. Golden goes in motion prior to the snap. Coverage is off. He gets it out to Golden. Completed. First down to Matthew Golden. Packers able to get back on that. Still alive. Still alive. Season down there and find a way. Packers need a touchdown. Field goal doesn't get it done. Golden, 4 catches, 84 yards. Quick snap here by Love. Dropping back to throw. Gets it back down here on a short toss. Completed for about 6 yards. 55 seconds left. Second down. Gets to the tight end. Definitely prevent D is crazy here, Brenny. Very, very crazy here. And it looks like that's what they're going to roll, front 4. Try to just drop in coverage here. Keep them in front. Pressure coming. Love's got a man deep down the field. Boy, he had him. Jaden Reed was there. I think another drop. I think Love put that in a good spot, and Jaden Reed just had a brutal drop. Receivers are kind of selling on their quarterbacks here. Oh, buddy. Whew. He didn't read that well. Boy, he misread that in the air. You talk about lack of ball tracking. Like, how did it land off one of your hands when you're... Whew, that's a just awful drop. 3rd and 3. Quick completion in here to Romeo Dobbs. He makes the completion, short catch. Clock will come to a stop as the Packers will call their final timeout here with 44 seconds to go. Time, a little bit of a factor here, but I mean, I'd also say it's not a major factor here because you do have it seems like with the way these guys are throwing the ball, there seems to be a lot of holes in the zones deep. It's like you don't have to kind of pick your way at this if you're the Packers necessarily, that there's going to be a guy to be found. It's just a matter of whether Love can find him or not, whether the read takes them there or not. Yeah, it's a weird timeout to take there, Josh. I don't think that's ideal from the Packers standpoint, but you just don't want to let the 14 seconds rip off the clock to get up and then call the next play. And that's what would have happened there if they didn't do that. 1st and 10 here now. Back underneath, completed. Golly. Green Bay with some soft-ass defense here. Packer player down on the field here for Green Bay, holding his knee. And that looks like that is their left tackle, I think. Whew. Packers would, like I was saying, man, time not really of a problem. It just seems like there's these big chunks to be had in the secondary, even when the secondary is dropping the 7 back into coverage. And yeah, now you get a 10-second runoff, which is interesting here. You're going to get the automatic 10-second runoff because the injury happens when you don't have timeouts remaining for the Green Bay Packers. That is a problem here. Yeah, 10-second runoff because of the injury. No timeouts. You have an injury like that. This was one thing you could do to prevent teams in the olden days. If this rule wasn't in place, you could get yourself a freebie timeout, right? If you have a guy fake an injury, not that I think he's not obviously faking an injury here. He's got a legit injury. $22 seconds left to go. And the clock with that 10-second runoff does bring this into factor now. You've got about 3 plays you can run from a Packer standpoint. You complete something short and try to get the line, you're going to need a lot of clock. They want to get this out of bounds here on the throw. Pressure mounting underneath here. Ball is thrown over the top. Incomplete, 13 seconds. Could feel a little bit of the arm strength Love brings to Bloom on that, man. He's got a hose on him. Rip that one in there. Couldn't quite fit it in there. And I don't know if you can target the middle of the field here from a Packer perspective and hope to you're going to maybe get one more play if you do that. Bears are going to protect against letting this thing out of the bounce and try to keep everything in front of them. They're running a 3-man pressure front on Love now, dropping everybody back into coverage. And we're going to get a false start on Green Bay. This is not what you need. Oh, no, delay a game again. How are you going to get to a delay a game call here? You got this much time left. False start, sorry. They were showing triple double zeros there on the play clock, but I guess it's false start. Now this is going to make it tougher. Does Jordan Love got a miracle in that arm? He's got the arm to get it there. He's got the laser to get it there. It's going to take a tight fit here for the Packers. 2nd and 15, Love dropping back to throw. Steps up into the pocket. He is going to get hit as he throws, and that ball will go out of bounds. I don't know if they're going to call that a fumble or not. And we're down to our last play of this football game. Boy, that did look like a fumble to me, too. They might review this one to get this right. Third down and 15, 7 seconds to go. This is probably it. You could throw a little out route here and go eat a 7-yard gain. Oh, man. Nope. Ball gets fumbled on the snap. Love dropping back, taking his time here. He's trying to direct traffic. He's trying to guide traffic. He's going to loop this ball up over the top, and that is going to be incomplete. The Packers season comes down to an end. The Chicago Bears able to go get the win 31-27. 31-27. What a wild game. We got some entertaining football today, man. We did indeed at that. And the Packer team had an opportunity in this one. They came out probably a little too conservative in the second half. Probably a little bit too much. We'll lean on the lead and just think that there's not going to be a mounting up of this Bears team. But this offense is a good offense, and you got a bad defense, and you weren't good enough. You hadn't earned the right as a defense to think that you could make that happen by just leaning into that territory of things. So Bears team goes and gets the win. Congratulations to Ben Johnson in his first year here with Caleb. What a success this has been for Chicago, taking down a Packer team at the very same time who has really had their number for so many of these years. You got to give the Bear team a lot of props for showing a lot of resiliency in this game, being that this thing came very close to this thing being done. You know, you're right on that line and that edge there. But Packers, sloppy, out of sorts. Would have thought that they would have run the ball better today, quite frankly, from Green Bay's standpoint. 19 carries, 55 yards for Jacobs. Just didn't create much holes for him. Left it to be all on Jordan Love's arm at that point. 4 touchdown passes today, but I think you got a little bit within Jordan some of the maddening nature to his game and why he's so hard of a quarterback to evaluate. Because 24-46 and 323 yards and 4 touchdown passes and 103 rating. And in one respect, you go, man, that's pretty decent day. And you got some bad drops in there littered in there as well. And you go, that's not your fault to that. And you didn't have any running game to really work off of. But you also have moments with them too, with it where it's like you still feel like, almost kind of feel like there's still a little bit more there for you to do, even though you did great. But it's complicated too, because you did all right. It's just not quite as easy. You just kind of go, well, all this or all that. Strange game from the Packers. To Jack Dong's point on this, might be something that ends up getting Mike LaFleur fired here. He's in a little bit of a lame duck status as far as coaching goes. Once they lost Micah Parsons, it sort of changed the whole situation. Resting skeptic face, 12s better show the F up against the Rams. Better show up. No two ways about it. Team needs you next week. I'm going to be hammering on this throughout the course of this week a bunch. If you have tickets to that game, if you're showing up in that game, you're going to be a part of this game. You need to be up there in full force. You need to be up there in the full throat. I want you at the height of the powers in that stadium. I want every person screaming. I don't want anybody sitting there busy what they can eat and what they can go to the ticket counter and go get some merchandise, go get a shirt and a hat. Let's go get a playoff shirt and a hat. Be in the stadium, be locked in, be in your seat, be as loud as you absolutely positively can from start to finish in that game. This team will need you. How many points did the Packers score in the first half? 21 points in the first half for them. Only able to carve out 6 more points. 6 more points, 2 field. Now they had a couple field goal misses too. That's a factor here, but don't rely on field goals, right? Yeah, Packers receivers dropping some key pass in the last drive. That's can't happen there, especially when time is of the essence. Can't have blown plays where it's like that should be a success play, that should be a first down, on to the next, making progress. They're like, no, we still got to get the first down. Still going to have to find a way to go get that. Feed me. Thank you for the $2 donation. Feed me. So the Eagles get the Niners and the Bears. Thumbs up. Eagles definitely got a little bit of maybe potentially the easier pathway than what we're going to have to face. To your point of that, Feed me. Yeah, that's the way it's going to face out for them is they get the Bears now and still got to take down the Niners tomorrow. And it would look like we are going to be taking on the Rams team. So here it goes. Here we go. Here it is. All that good stuff. Hey, Joss, thank you for the $5 donation, Joss. He says, Bears didn't try until the fourth quarter all season. Why start now? That's true. That's the mode and the type of team that you are. Then, why change it from here? Huh? And they did it. They played it as tight as they could on that, because you really put yourself behind that 8 ball and what you need to get done and accomplish. But you got to give the Bears a lot of props. And I mean, you got to give Caleb a lot of props to me in this game. You can look at these two quarterbacks' days statistically, and this is where I think you got to look outside of statistics, and you got to look down to actual performance on the field and what you saw from him. 24 46 yards, 24 46, 323 yards for Jordan Love in this game, 4 touchdown passes. You cross-reference that up to Caleb Williams at 24 of 48, 361 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. But you almost do find yourself coming out of this not just because you got the fourth quarter drive executed, but because of the degree of difficulty that was involved with Williams versus Love in this game. Felt like there was some tighter throws he had to make, some higher degree of difficulty throws, some tougher decisions that he was able to execute today that Love was not able to execute. Kind of felt like on the surface of this that he played the better game. Now it gets sticky where there are some drops from Love, but there were some drops on Caleb too. There was a couple plays there where he had guys, including DJ Moore, in that final drive, and he overcame those drops and found a way through it on that. So props to them, man. They went out there and they took this win. Packers dropped the ball, but partly was because the Bears took it and they had more of the spirit of we want this game than the Packers just kind of eked their way through on this one into that second half with some of the struggles that they had offensively, the 3 and outs and the constant punts there in that third quarter, giving the Bears room for life, room to kind of find their way. But good point on your part, Joss. Why start now? You ain't gonna be doing it up until this point. Why let it go now, huh? Essence, the Hawks Nest, 49ers need to win. I do not want to play the Rams on our first game back. I do get it, Essence. It's not an ideal matchup coming up off the bye to maybe face what's potentially going to be the next strongest team in the NFC. Much better to maybe face them down the line a little bit, or at least 1 week later. But that does look like it is going to be how this kind of sets up. And we shall see. Betta saying Stafford doesn't seem to have the same zip. Maybe not. We'll see where that finger is going to be at. He clipped his finger in this game pretty bad, so there may be some ongoing situations happening there. Ben Johnson getting pushed down by his players in celebration. That's pretty funny. Detail-oriented Bobby, I don't think the Niners are going to win tomorrow. I don't think so either. Hopefully they do. We'll be covering the game action live here, but we either play the Niners or the Rams, so it will be an NFC West matchup for your Seattle Seahawks in the next round, no matter what. And I've been flashing this stat, but it's worth noting for those a little worried about playing the Rams, and you should be a little bit worried about playing them. I'm not saying that they're not a concern to play them and have to take them on, but since 1990, the number 1 seeds after the opening round bye in the divisional game, after having that bye, after their opponents had to play in that first opening round, are 41-15 with a 73% win rate in the divisional round. So pretty good histories, fairly on our side, going back to 1990 on this mark in this way. But it's going to be a tough game. There's no two ways about that. Warhammer, thank you for the $2 donation, Warhammer. I don't know how LaFleur survives after that. I don't either. It could be that the front office does come back to them and they say, well, look, we recognized in training camp that we had not done a good job of building up a sufficient enough defense for you to be able to get this done. Like whatever you're here to be the offense, you're here to be the offensive guru guy. And that we just don't have an ability defensively. We weren't able to hold up 31 points to the Bears in a playoff game. Maybe what they do say to him, but to your point, he's been a little bit in lame duck status. He's been a guy where he's felt like as much as anybody in this playoffs that there seems to be a real, like, let's see how you do in the playoffs before we make a determination about what we're going to intend to do. And that's a little bit of a part of this. And that being the case, that this kind of game and the way that this thing ends and you losing the lead like you did in a season that's a little bit ugly and falling short of expectations, and everybody thinks that Jordan Love's going to be the next guy in succession to Favre and Rodgers, and instead of that, doesn't quite seem to be kind of the case on how it's all playing out. So definitely a possibility at this point that LaFleur ends up moving on. I think that he probably would get a head coaching job somewhere if that did occur, but it's a very real possibility to this process at this point that it plays out that way, because that wasn't questioned coming into it, Warhammer. Not a new spot on the dot here for that one. That was absolutely something that could be the reality of their situation. MC West representing, says Charlie. Yes, sir, we are. As well as the Grip Riders want Rams versus Seahawks, but the Panthers soften them up a little, so not as scary. I hope so. I hope so, man. Davis has 1,600 plus comments and 560 likes on the Packers X account on the final score tweet. They're not happy. I bet they're not. They want blood. They want blood. Now, this is Packers took the easy way out instead of facing the Seahawks. They didn't want that smoke. Yep. Lost V50. It's either the Rams or the 49ers. Joe says, we put the Rams down and nobody else wants to finish the job. Fine. We'll do it ourselves. JCL says, F the Rams, belt to ass. Don't shy away, 12s. We are better. No shying away here. We can handle this. We can take this on. Ain't no shying away here. We got the means. We get the methods. We're built stronger. We're built better. Let's get it done. I'm with Anvil. I don't care who we play. Bring them on. Bring them on. Come on into our house. Come in our house to this stadium. Come in our house to this stadium with the rest. Come in our house to the stadium with the rest with this team playing like they're playing. It's as good as we can ask for. Let's go. Let's get it. See, Laura says Grassi's in a bad way, and the chat there moves too damn fast. Laughing out loud. Oh, the chat's crazy there. Yeah, he's got a lot of folks. 25,000 people in the chat. You can't even look at your chat. I'm sure he barely gets through his donos. I have a hard enough time with my donos. Like, he's just got to be just freaking peppered. Michael, if the Rams, McDonald better come up with a better game plan than Puka than he did last game. Indeed, he needs to, Michael. I think a big part of what prevented him last game from having more success, Puka just had to come from that short week and some of the details getting lost, but I think they'll clean it up. King Vetta says, Seahawks fans, please stop waiting for the confetti to fall before you believe. Just jump on board with the ride. Let's go, baby. I love it. Let's go. Amen. Amen. Will Bryant be back? Hard to say on this one. Still a little bit up in the air. We'll definitely learn this week one way or the other, I'm sure on that, but Mike's been a little bit dodgy. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Says, I want the Niners. I prefer the Niners. I'll take the easier matchup if I got to pick. I'd certainly like that as well. It's good to see you in the house, D-Boy. What's up, my man? YYC Grossi screaming, these mother F-11 Packers. Oh, goodness. He's got to be going through it there. They've had a lot of seasons of winning to get in the playoffs, but can't crack through. White says, fear's not in the Hawks vocabulary. It's for the weak fans. Let's go. Kevin says, the darkness will consume them. They're not prepared. I'm telling you. They ain't ready for this action. They ain't ready for it. Joe says, LaFleur reportedly making around $8 to $9 million per year right now. They cannot be happy right now. No. And that's where this is flip a coin, whether or not he's actually going to be able to be back or not here moving into the future. That's for sure. That is for sure. Not great right now for the Packers. They're going to be going through it tonight, I would imagine. Resting skeptic phase. Hawks have 3 possible Super Bowl rematches. Look at that. Well, when you go to the Super Bowl so often like we do, it's got a lot of former opponents you're going to be maybe playing again. Chris, I think we'll improve as well. I don't think you're going to see the same kind of defense trotting out there next week. Let's not also forget the first matchup where you're able to hold that Rams offense in their house to 130 yards passing while they were not necessarily able to run the ball all that great on you. So I think we can find some answers here. And he says Panthers and Packers, but choke. What the F? Indeed, they both had a chance at it, didn't they? Betta says, I live in California. I fully expect to hear that stadium outside my house. Get it done, 12s. Get it done. I've been pressing on this, and I'm going to press on this. Don't forget your history. Don't forget your ancestors. Don't forget what created the reputation in Seattle of being one of the most feared places to walk into and in the entire NFL and the entire sporting world. Make them remember that again next week. Make it your mission from God next week. You are going to scream your ass off. You're going to lose your hearing. You're going to lose your voice. And if you've done that walking off the stadium, you've done your job. And if every man and woman in that stadium walks in with that type of intention, with that type of, I'm giving it all I got kind of will, you will push your team to the promised land. You can have that effect. I'm not dreaming here. I'm not creating things out of nothing. We've seen it time and time before. When that energy and that life and that that crowd can get into that live of a way. I'm not talking about just loud. I'm talking about it's like a living freaking organism. When it can get to that true state of being, that is when it can be at its deadliest. Get it back there this next week. Take full advantage. Get it ripping, get it roaring. You walk in that stadium, you got one mission only, and that's to make that other team's life hell all game long. I hope I get to see it next week. I think we've been building up to it. I want a signature performance from the 12s this next week. You give that to this defense, you give that to this team, you're going to go get a win. Pacific North 12 Foods, Sam lights up a cigarette, fallout time. Makes us that secondary for the Rams looked weak today. Hopefully can exploit that. I think we should be able to. Certainly think we should be able to, man. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. Niners or Rams? To be the best, we need to beat the best. I want the Niners, then the Rams. Be confident in this team. And remember, 2 more wins. That's it. Be confident in this team, Seahawks fans. I can understand looking for the more advantageous matchup. I'm going to be there right there with you guys tomorrow, hoping that 49er team can get it done and that's going to be our matchup. That would be lovely. But we can take on anybody in our house. We've proven this year we can stand up with anybody. Your 3 losses are collectively lost by 9 total points. You have stood toe-to-toe with these Rams prior. You can stand toe-to-toe and once again. Ain't nobody knocking us off the block in this playoffs. We can stand up with anybody. So be confident. It's not empty confidence, not false confidence. It's not biased confidence. It's not homer confidence. It's hard-earned, real confidence. 14 wins for the first time in your franchise history. 14 wins. A team is at almost full health as you absolutely could positively ask for. All of your starters out there. It's really a question of Kobe or not. Now in Kobe and you're down toward hell, you got Elijah Arroyo back in the mix here. Like literally everybody you've got at your full dispense, starters, backups, depth. We got the means to get this done. We got the means. Jack, how have the Hawks won since Paul Allen passed away? Not since he passed away. You never know, Vin. Niners might win tomorrow. It does not go without saying. Think to Brandon on point. Play that 49ers defense next week. Hoping the Bears beat LA. Potentially so. Potentially so, man. I'd love to see it. Tough matchup for LA, that's for sure with Caleb. They showed you today. They can have some issues with guys that can move around the pocket like Caleb can or like Bryce Young did today. Kale Vineyard, thank you for the $2 donation. Respect to Field, but this team is special. Hashtag no fear. It's got a lot of the earmarks of teams in the past that have won Super Bowls. And that's why you're calling it special. That's why I'm calling it special. That's why I'm saying this is more unique than just simply you went on a run and you closed out the season nice and you got yourself to 14 wins. It's that this is a hard-earned 14 wins and that you have been trying to drive towards creating greatness and building this as the team that you wanted to from the offseason to here. And it's been a building process. It's been a building process of acclimating on new offensive coordinator, new quarterback. It's been a building process of getting the run game unlocked. It's been a building process of being able to unlock all the measures within this defense that you can call upon which is a very thick playbook from this defense. It's all of that being brought to bear. And now you've earned the right to have this confidence. You're going to play like gangbusters in your house. You're going to make a long day for whoever walks into your office, and you've got the means to take down anybody in this sport. There's no team, especially walking into your building, that's going to be looked at as the favorite. You will be the favorite, and there's a reason Vegas is going to see it that way. No fear, Kale. That's right. I respect the Field. I'm not saying it's going to be easy games, but I'm saying that I feel like we've got a big-time advantage heading into this playoffs right now where we stand, especially seeing these teams play today. I'm not seeing anybody playing their best football right now. I'm seeing a lot of teams with question marks here and a little over here, and that's even the teams that are winning. Gives me a lot of feeling. The confidence just increases. Increases there, Kale. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. Beyond Balance, I feel like I'm the only one, but I want the Rams next week. When we had rest and they had a hard game across the country, I think it's a valid outlook of it. I mean, I'm leaning towards more of a 49er, but I think that this is that advantage that you're going to get in playing a Rams team that Travels out to Carolina, travels back. They got to travel back out to Seattle after a very hard-fought game this week that they had to play. And they've had no rest. Long season, long time since they've had their bye. And so I can get that. You're going to have a big advantage as far as your freshness factor goes to first where they're going to be. And that can play a part in these games, having the crowd advantage, having the rest advantage, having them having to play last week in a very tough game that came down the line that took all of their effort and energy in order to go and get that win. All of that can add up well to you being able to just be enough to get the job done at that point. I love the confidence beyond balance. Balance tube, sorry. But I also just love you guys having the faith in this team, man. I love it. It's well earned. I don't think you guys are just being homer with it. You've seen this team this year and they've earned this right, I think, to have this confidence in them. Manny, our stadium will be fully Hawks if we play Rams. I agree. It's one thing about this Packer game, the probably difference is that if the Packers win this game, you're probably having a lot more Packer fans taking over the stadium versus Ram fans taking over the stadium this next week. That's a good point. Gene Davis says, have faith in the Hawk fans. Our coach is the best in the world. Let's go. Let's go. Mission accepted, says D Nugget. I'll be at the game. I'll be screaming my head off. Screaming your head off. And if you see somebody around you that's not screaming their head off, you see somebody that's quiet, I'm not saying you got to make them feel awful for that, but I think you should push back against them and say, why aren't you screaming? This team needs you right now. Why are you not giving them what you need? You're failing your team right now. Make them look you in the eye and say, I'm willing to fail my team because I got to stuff my face full as hot dog. I'm willing to fail my team because I'm too big to get out of my chair and get loud. You haven't got your chair if you're big. Sit in the chair and be big. Be loud. Be loud. So if you're loud in that stadium, be loud. But then also you see people sitting around you sitting down saying, our team needs us right now. Come on. You can be quiet any other game of the year. This is the playoffs. Now is the time for you to be at your loudest. I'm saying this for a reason, folks, because I've been in that stadium in the last 10 years and seen too many fans sitting on their hands. Too much of this becoming the standard issue of fans walking in that stadium. I know you paid your ticket. You earn your way. You can sit at home and be quiet watching on your couch. You don't have to take up a ticket in that stadium as somebody who would have been loud because you just want to see it in person and be quiet. That doesn't work. That's not who we are. That's not the culture we come from. You want to go be that way? Go down to LA and be an LA fan. You want to be that way? Go down to Arizona and go be an Arizona fan. We're different here. We're cut from a different style, a different type of cloth. Remember that this week. Remember the generations prior to you and your grandfather and your fathers and your mothers and your grandmothers who walked that stadium and gave it all they had. And they weren't rooting on Super Bowl winning teams. They had to sometimes root on losers. Oh, Mom coming in with the dinner. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate you. They weren't bringing that to play. We are. They're giving you much more benefit on the back of that to make this happen. Shout out to the mom for coming over today and hooking me up with some dinner, knowing I was going to be busy. Mom's the best. Stafford's finger might not be 100%. We'll see how that thing goes. Another potential mitigating factor. How's if you're relying on Panthers and Packers, then you don't believe this team can get it done? I say, bring on any team. We lost 3 games by 9 points. We earned the number 1 seed. Let's go, man. Let's go. I love that spirit and energy, and I agree 100%. Anybody, anytime, anywhere. Back alley brawl, we don't care. Got to wrap our knuckles in glass, don't care. Debo says, you're right, B. Bring the best on. Let's go. Hawks, whoever wants to smoke, come on. Come on. We'll take you all on. We'll take you all on at once. Can't forget, we did hold Stafford to less than 150 yards, 130 yards passing in that first matchup. Once I'd rather face Broccoli Purdy than play the presumed MVP. Well, that's true. Don't know about Horton at this point, Nicholas. We're going to have to see on that. That remains up in the air. Up in the air. Dick Hammer says, I want the Rams. We're coming off a week's rest. Let's go. Let's go. Charles Cross should play, Vaughn. He should be playing. Yes, sir. Resting Skeptic face, and don't yell when the offense is on the field, dumbasses. Yes, also part of the puzzle here is you're quiet when the offense is on the field. Don't talk. I don't even want you chewing. Just silence, like you're in a library when the offense is on the field. Frank Poole says, Rams look like trash today. Easy beat down. Love it. Let's go with this guy. I want this confidence. Let's go. And he says that Rams D has been suspect and their special teams is trash still. Indeed. Special teams will come into a part next week if we got to play them. Justin says, go Hawks. Can't wait. Can't wait, Justin. Green Earth says, just give me the chance to take a shot on the Rams off the bye right now. This Bear team does not look ready to take down the Rams. No, they don't. I don't think that they can handle maybe the Eagles, but I don't think they can take down the Rams team. Rams team would have put it down on them in this third quarter. They wouldn't have let him back into it, I don't think. Brandy says, I don't think relying on their performance today is a good idea. Rams always play us tough. It's going to be a hard game. Lovely says, we got the bye. We can dominate next week. Let's go, Lovely. Nice, let's have it go. Let's go. Don't matter who we play. Addis, we haven't had a home playoff game in a long time. It has been a while. Dick says, I hope Beast Mode, Cam, Sherman, B-Wags, but not Russ. Show up next week. Hope all those guys. That would be cool. Devo, I really don't think any team in the NFL is better than us. We're on point. If Sam not turn the ball over, then no one's touching us. Play clean game. Limit the turnovers. This can be as big a factor as anything going into this game. And it's certainly a lot of what we're going to talk about this week, which is you got to be mindful of it. It's important. Keep it at the forefront of your thinking, both not just from Sam's perspective, of course, but as well from the ball carriers and protecting the ball and making sure that, we're going to make the Rams earn this the hard way if they're going to get this. And it's not going to be on the back of short fields. It's not going to be on the back of losing the turnover war. Hopefully that's a bit at the forefront of what they're looking to try to make sure is important coming into next week's game. Albert Dickus, I'm sticking to my prediction. We beat the Niners, Rams, then it's Steelers versus Seahawks Super Bowl. Ooh, I'll take that, man, all day long and twice on Sunday. My YC says, this is our house. Always remember. Don't forget. Brady's saying Steelers ain't winning tomorrow. Jack of No Trades. Those of you crying about having to see the Rams need to stop being negative. Hawks are playing their best ball right now. Amen, man. We play our best ball. No one can beat us. We are true to who we are in ourselves and our talent and what we can do schematic on both sides of the ball and just everything we have on point, health situation where it stands, we beat anybody. So when we try to step outside of ourselves, when we try to do too much more than that, I think is where we're in danger zone. Anna says, nervous or not, we have the right to say, bring it on, bring it on. Come on. Two fingers, I'll take the ticket if they don't want to scream. That's what I'm saying, man. You're going to show up and you're like, I don't want to scream, Brandon. It's not what I like to do. My voice is a very sensitive one and I don't like my ears. Then give your ticket to somebody else. Give it to somebody else who's going to bring that energy and spirit. I need everyone in that house. I need 70%. I need 73% of the people screaming and the other 27% sitting on their hands. Everybody in that building, bring it. You should be exhausted at the end of the game. You should be like me after an 8-hour live stream. Just nothing left. Could squeeze you out like a rag and there wouldn't be a drop that came from it. Rusty's Kevin Fez. Brandon, do you think with the bye we will have a slow start? No, I think we come out with a good game plan on both ends. I think the certainly if it's the Rams team we're playing versus the Niners is different, that they're going to give you a counter punch at some point and come back in. It's going to be tight. But no, I think that it's more going to be to our benefit than anything else coming off of this bye and being able to rest some of these guys up. You think about a guy like Gray Zabel with that lower leg injury he had, or Sundell, the lower leg injury he had. Those guys coming back as they have, give them an extra week like that's got to make them feel a little bit better. Say nothing to Charles Cross. No, I think you'll be in good shape. Balance 3 Tube, thank you for the $5 donation. Balance. He says, if you said this already, sorry, joined late. If we have to play the Rams next week or in the NFC Championship, what do you choose? I would choose the championship if I had my choice. The easier path to me is one that I'm always going to take. Not that I'm scared then of taking on the tougher matchups, but just an easier matchup's easier. Kind of is just pretty straightforward as that. It ain't really anything deep to like, well, I'm scared of this team or that team. If I can have it easier for me to win these games and I can take on a 49er team where I might be up in the fourth quarter and able to rest starters into the fourth quarter versus a team like the Rams that can take you to the brink and can challenge you all across the board. And then maybe then you get beat up a little bit. Well, I certainly am going to take the former rather than the latter. So 49ers would just be so much of an easier matchup. And I just don't think they've got the goods to be able to stand with us, even if they beat the Eagles. So that would be the team that I still would take nonetheless here, Balance Tube. But I'm not scared of any of these teams for sure. None of them frighten me. All of them have flaws. All of them have parts to wit that you can attack and go after, I think. There's strength within them too. Moms are the best. She's awesome for coming over. She knows them for a long stream day. So, I'll get you hooked up. Well, Dallas Cowboys says, can we all agree Dak sucks? Thank you. Brian says, well, barring an epic choke by Philly, we're facing the Rams next week. And if that's the case, we better not beat them. We better throttle them. Let's go, Brian. Nicholas Hawks are the best team in the NFL, period, Brandon. Amen. Say it. Say it. Brandon says, no root for San Francisco. Their bandwagon fans travel really well. Very well might. Still got faith in Mike's defense, Jack. That's right. Addicted Brandon, fans need to learn to sign, why are you quiet? If the person next to them is screaming. That'd be cool. Maybe turn it into like a meme or something. They don't like when you ask them why they're being so quiet. They just give you a look and then they don't respond. And on regular season days, I'll put up with that. In the playoffs, no. Got to play the Rams at some point, no matter what, probably, Rob, right? Get it out of the way. They're the most troublesome opponents, Healer. That is what it is. I think that's all you say. Not scared of them, but hey, they're troublesome. They're tough. They'll give us the hardest fight. You can sign, why are you quiet? When they look at you, scream, why are you quiet? Sorry, I don't sign. Then why are you quiet? Wake up. Kale Vineyard, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, shout out to Mom. Coming in through with the dinner. Yes, sir. Big shout out to Mom. Coming up huge. Huge. Mixes that throw by Caleb on 4th down was just insane. Definitely deserved that win. He took it, man. And he had to make some big time throws through the course of this game. Not easy. Kid showed his mettle out there. And I think you don't have to be sold on Caleb Williams out of this game, but I think you certainly got to be impressed by him. And he's got to open up people's eyes that were so very anti him last year, where he's getting spoken about in the same terms people were talking about Bryce after the first year or two. And he's a better player, better prospect, more potential. Level Skip Rams have legit the corniest fans online. Oh my God. Well, there's many new ones there at Level. You got to give them time to grow and learn. Now, Beck, so I want the T-Mobile Park playoff energy injected into Lumen. That's right. That's absolutely right. That spirit, and that's a spirit that's pervasive through Seattle fandom, through many years, through many decades, and especially is known for being at those times when you're in the playoffs. Could have been the Sonics back in Key Arena. It can be the Seahawks. It can be the Mariners out there in T-Mobile Park, and Seahawks and Lumen are back in Kingdom. This is the energy you're known for. This is who you're known for. Nationally, worldwide. Make them remember. Make them remember. I think they've forgotten a little bit. Remind them next week. John, the Rams defensive backs are definitely suspect, man. You can get after them. They got to play very physically in order to get by. Makes us Clint, please don't play around in games like these. Don't get away from the run game. I think that's, if I was to say anything about these early games and stuff, run the ball is hard, but also you're seeing a lot of offensive coordinators in some of these games here today getting away from the running game on both sides of the ball at times when they don't need to. How pass happy did the Panthers get jumping out in that game from the start? That would not be my approach. For Breeze, if we let Puka get open as much as the Panthers did today, we're going to struggle to have a tough time. Stafford struggled when he was pressured even just a little bit. Indeed, when they're able to create some pressure, Stafford definitely had some problems back there. And you were able to get him rattled a little bit at times, Panthers, with some of those shock blitzes where he tried to call kind of the fast snaps, and you were able to kind of punish him for it. Addicted Brandon, what is the net total score differential with the Rams? Play the Rams, but don't be Tony Montana from Scarface before the game starts. Two legit teams. Players get cocky. No, thank you. Yeah, you want confidence, not cockiness, I think. What is the net total score differential with the Rams? Yeah, a couple points in the 2 games, to your point on that. Perhaps we break a noise record next week. I'd like to see it. That'd be telling me that we got those people connected like I'm asking for. So please. But it's going to take everybody in the house. Anybody that's been in that stadium over the past 10 years knows that we're not getting enough of the close to even the 90 percentile screaming at the utmost of their lungs. Doesn't mean you can't still be loud at 90%, but when it's cooking at full 100%, when it's rocking all the way, it's just a different level. Should be deaf, no voice after that win next week. Lex says, good to get them out the way after we play a bloody game with them, and then we have to go up against the Eagles, who are very physical again. True. Very true. Jarl says, the Niners aren't winning tomorrow. It's going to be the LA Rams and then in Philly, I bet. Very well looks like it could be that way. So that's the most likely. Chav says, Dak, he's a good quarterback with the F. Dallas Cowboy fans don't like Dak, Chacho. I can attest to this coming to my chat for years. Many of them do not like him. It's a very much a uniform thing amongst Dallas Cowboy fans. Thank you, D-Boyle. Skeptic Face says, let's make it, I'll take the ticket, go viral. I want all Seahawks fans to be held accountable. Yes. You got somebody quiet in that stadium that's being silent. I want you to film them, and then I want you to post it online and then embarrass them, shame them. This is what this is going to take. If Philly beats the Niners, then we play the Rams, correct? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chacho says, okay, Brandon, I'm out watching Jake. Sounds good, Chacho. Have a go, man. Brenny, as long as Sam doesn't turn the ball over, we run the ball well and play our style of defense, no one can beat us. That's what I'm saying too. We just be who we are. We operate how we operate. With the brand of football, especially on the back half of the schedule that we've kind of been living in, that'll get the job done. Dick to Brandon, yes, make the Rams play two tough games before we play them. You are Tom Hagen for the Syndicate, by the way. Do you have a Robert Duvall voice? I wish I did. I can't quite do Robert. Yeah, I've tried with him. He's hard to kind of nail down. You feel there aren't a lot of people who can do a Duvall. Cowboys' new slogan, do we win this decade? No. Do we win the next decade? No. Do we win in any decade? No. Rusty Skeptic, Brandon, what'd your mom make you for dinner? She's made me a couple of burgers, man. A little bit of some meat. Righty here. Tiza, thank you for the $5 donation, Tiza. The back end miscommunications EJ mentioned versus the Rams. I'm confident Mike will get the guys right, just like he did against the Niners. I'm hyped. Yeah, I think if you're looking at that second matchup and you're drawing too much away from that and saying that this is going to be what the Rams are going to be able to throw at us again this next week, I would just push back against that heavily. I don't think that that's going to be the case at all. And what happened last time was as much you had some miscommunications. I think Mike, based on what we were hearing from them, was trying to trot out too complicated of a game plan when he's on only having those 4 days to the Thursday night to play the game. Julian Love talked in a press conference this week about how when they're installing a Mike McDonald defensive game plan, it's like first you get the Mondays and then you get the Tuesdays and the Wednesdays, and they're just kind of still like working everything out, trying to fine tune it and figure it out. You're getting a little bit more on point by Thursday. You're starting to really lock it in by Saturday and by Friday. And then by the Saturday walkthrough, if you go listen to Julian Love talk about this, it's by the Saturday walkthrough that you really lock in the last of those details. This is the part of having a defense that's so complicatedly run like our defense is, where it's going to take that extra time to get it built. So when you're on a shorter week, when you got to play at Thursday, that's where it's going to punish a defense like that. Versus when you get to have the bye week and you get the extra week of rest, and now you get the extra time to put the little bit more, that extra layer of preparation on things, that little bit of extra another layer of frosting on top of the other frosting. We'll put another layer of frosting on top of that. So you'd think that it would work out that way, Tiza. I do believe it will work out that way. See if it does in practicality, but I do not think you're giving up 35 points again to the Rams at home in this next week's game. Not even close. 25 points probably wins the game next Sunday. Ormelia, props, Brandon. Each game is fluid. What happened versus the Panthers means nothing when the Rams play the Hawks or Philly. No, it's a matchup game, this sport. Different matchups, different attacks, different styles, different ways. Different ways your personnel matches up to that personnel. It's hard to just try to take everything in mass, extrapolate things one game to the next on that, for sure. Much in the same way of trying to extrapolate too much on the last two matchups, and pull too much one way or the other on that one between the Hawks and the Seahawks on either side of the ball is probably also a little bit wayward. And then it's not really going to tell you the whole story of what you're going to be seeing this next week, for sure. Just have Game of Thrones to quiet the fans. Shame. Just have the big board shame them. Like that. I wish they would do that in the stadium. Like shoot it onto a person's face who's quiet when people are screaming, and put the little lettering above them. Like, why aren't you screaming? Why aren't you helping your team? Question mark. Right on their face. Hopefully, right as they're stuffing their mouth full of a hot dog. Orlando Rocco. Hey, B, did you catch that Christopher Walken beer commercial during the game? I saw it and immediately thought of your impressions. Laughed my ass off. It's paying well, this impression. Christopher's sat down now, and he's allowed me to get up and take over his voice work. So I am now. Pays well. Easy work. I didn't see it, but people did tell me about it in the chat there, Orlando. And it's good to hear Chris still getting I'm not getting leading man pots like I once did. Sucks badly, but commercials pay well most of the time. Big Fur, I remember when the national media laughed when D-Law said he came to Seattle to win a ring, and now he's got a couple of games to go out there and prove them wrong. Oh, he's going to be playing his ass off this next week. You better believe that. Northwest 12 says Stafford's going to wear his Depends when he plays us next. Got the adult diapers on. Might as well get him out of the way, Nia. We'll get him out the way. Did look like Stafford hurt his finger. We'll see how bad it is on his throwing hand. Dick to Brandon, any plans for a show with your brother and your mom in the future? If the Hawks survive NFC, maybe a show before the Super Bowl. Maybe. They're a little bit shy or off camera. You know, they don't know sports as well. Brother knows football well, but mom's not as much really into it as on that front. But maybe we'll get an appearance of them, or at least on the 24-hour stream for charity when we do that. Would the Hawks play on Saturday or Sunday if the Rams are the opponent? I don't know if the NFL's given us an indicator on that quite yet, Tiza. In fact, I would say that the NFL's not giving us an indicator on that yet. It's all TBD'd. All TBD'd. Man, we got a lot of people cooking up here, man. Woo! Still over 500 people in the chat tonight. You guys are excited and hyped, and we're almost 8 hours in the stream, still cooking up with over 500 all in here. All right, let's go. Let's go. Little Dallas Cowboy. Brandon, I tried to get Darnold to Dallas after the Jets if I could, but this whole year I got Sam, Super Bowl MVP, no jinx. I'm Catholic. Don't believe in it. But that quarterback in Seattle is the best or a mess. I don't know if you're saying he was the best or he was the nest. Cut you off on that side of it. But we're pretty happy with him, man. He's playing good football for us, and we're not paying him all the money in the world, which is also a big part of this factor. Horn fellas, Brock's going to go crazy versus Philly. I just feel like all the NFC West teams are moving on. Let's go. GTG. Go Hawks, man. Good game. Still don't know about when Seattle's playing. I'm seeing a lot of questions in the tap. Mendoza, I see you there as well. So I understand completely where you guys are coming from on the question standpoint. We're going to have to wait till I think at least tomorrow and maybe even to Monday to really figure out when the timing of this is going to happen. So the NFL likes to keep this very close at a guard. They want to, of course, have the best matchups at the best times, the lesser matchups at the lesser times. So we're just going to have to kind of see how they choose to kind of roll that, but we don't know quite yet. I understand completely asking, and if I had an update, I'd give it to you guys, but we do not know when the times of the games are going to be at this point. Brandon, do you think KJ Barnes has the potential to be a top 5 tight end in this league? Maybe right on the outside of top 5 state. I think that he's never going to quite get into sort of above that. That's kind of the ceiling, but he could climb up into top 5-ish. I don't see him as being quite above that. I think there's just going to be too many guys that are just a little bit fully all the way around talented, like a Tyler Warren kind, that there's always about 3 or 4 of those other guys in the league that sort of end up superseding that. Like for my running me besting skepting face, please hit that like button if you get the chance to read today, please. And we will probably start to kind of put a little bit of a button on this, folks, as 8 hours in the stream. We're going to do a stream tomorrow as well with the San Francisco game at 1:30. Might still go even longer into the Charger New England game, depending on how fresh I'm feeling. But with that said, we'll probably kind of wrap this one up as we've gone pretty deep today. And I think we've kind of covered it all here today on this for the most part. Definitely think Mike's going to be in the lab. Definitely he's going to have a lot dialed up for this game, giving him the extra 2 weeks of preparation. As I said, I think he's the kind of coach. And remember, this is how Andy Reid was for years, right? Part of why you had Andy Reid, who was so successful in the playoffs, is he was always a guy that was also very successful in the regular season when you gave him a bye week. And there's certain coaches where you give them that extra time and they get extra creative with it. They go extra deep with that creativity. And maybe that'll be enough of a factor to push us on. Hopefully so. Yeah, don't be the Ducks against Indiana yesterday. Thing with that is Indiana had outplayed the Ducks, already had beaten the Ducks in the year so far. Definitely had earned the right with that on, them not just beating them fluky wise, but they were the better team and they'd proved it already once before. And yes, Dan Lanning does look all coked up. Boy, does he ever. Oh my goodness. Lay off the bumps, man. I think they'll make the announcement after the Monday Night Football game. I do too. I think you're going to have to wait until that final game's played. And I'm going to have people jumpy all day tomorrow like, when's the time? When's the time? When's the time? Like, yeah, it's just not, they're not going to let us know. They're going to hold that close to the vest. Should be a primetime game, especially the opponent's LA. I think so. But you never know with that East Coast bias to Orlando, right? Never know when they're like, West Coast teams. Who's really watching? We'll put them on at 1:30. A1 says if we have a dominant edge rush, I feel like we're way better facing the Rams. I agree. We can get some pressure getting pressure on Stafford quick. It's a little bit like the key with Brock Purdy is going to be such a key point of this matchup. See y'all tomorrow at us. Good night, Brandon. Good night, 12s. Excited for this opportunity this week, whoever we play. I'll say this one last time. Bring it on and go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. I will see you tomorrow, brother. Ray Barrio says Hawks are only 25th in yards per rush, but the Rams' run defense has been bad lately. It's also a little bit of Ray where you take a bottom line stat like that, and really that stat's heavily laden behind the inadequacies you had in running the ball early on in the year. And so you've run the ball a lot better. I've been posting this stat, of course, which really does kind of encapsulate this really well when you're looking at this, where you can see on the first part of your schedule here, you're not able to even run for 100 yards in a lot of games in the first 8 weeks of the season. The back half of the season, you've had one game where you haven't run for at least 100 yards. You just came off of another 200-yard performance with almost a 200-yard rushing performance of the 49ers. It's gotten better for a reason, I would say. It's not just getting better because you kind of lucked into that with it. But I'd also say within that, if you're just taking that total data, it's not really telling the whole story because so much of that data is so heavily slanted from the inability early on to run the ball. And it's understandable your inability to run the ball early on because you were bringing on a new system. You had a new coach. You had a new offensive coordinator. It's a very detailed driven scheme when it comes to how you run the ball. So it not being effective early on in the year is less of a concern and more of would only be a concern if you weren't able to round it back into shape in the back half of the schedule, which you were able to get done. Don't know if Garrett's even going to be available. Dante, unlike Crosby, that's a deal where he signed a contract extension last year, and that's probably going to keep him stuck, held on in there in Cleveland for the foreseeable future. Plus, Cleveland's got a buttload of first-round picks, and so they're probably going to be like, we'll keep him because we're ready to go finally now. Something like that. McVay sounds like a 13-year-old. He does kind of have a little bit of it also has a little bit of a gratingness to the voice as well, which is weird. He both sounds really young and really old at the same time. And Stafford hates pressure, LeBron, especially if he can create that fast pressure he's not anticipating. He doesn't react to it necessarily great, but it's hard. It's easier said than done to be able to create that pressure, especially with the balance of the rushing attack of the Rams and how they don't tend to go with a high volume passing approach. So they do a lot to kind of protect him within the play calling itself. Resting Skeptic Face, thank you, man. You have yourself a great night as well. Appreciate everybody checking out the show and the channel today and riding with us. Much, much appreciated. Ken Yama, Next Generation Stats. The Bears have recorded 2 of the 8 most unlikely comebacks, 0.5 and 3% of the season against the Packers. Do you see them as real threats? I don't know. They have still more work to be done, and with that defense and the way that it's set up, Ken, it's just like that ends up becoming something that's going to rear itself at some point or another, where you're going to run into that, where the defense is going to lose you a game here in the playoffs when it's kind of that bad, and it's not a good defense at all. They lost a couple of guys today too, in addition to it. It's a hard brand of football to sustain. You have a guy in Caleb. I think they can be magic. I think when I said he came out with Caleb, my comparison, Ken, to Caleb was I said he's Russell Wilson of 2012, only minus 3 inches. And what you get with that kind of quarterback is a dynamicism which can't be undersold, the ability to improvise, which can't be undersold, an ability to work off script, which can't be undersold. And that guy will allow him to make miracle plays happen at times. But as we've seen with Russ, and what can happen with those kind of quarterbacks is it all ends up being a lot of times the story being told on them in a particular game has to do with how they play on script, on time, how well they can actually just kind of execute the offense within the context of what the defense is giving them, versus having to be the miracle worker on every play, break the pocket, throw off your off platform, rolling to your left while you're getting hit in the face. Yeah, you can make some of those beautiful throws in this game in that way, but that's a hard way to sustain. And he does not have the Seahawks defense like Russell did. He does not have a Marshawn Lynch-like force to run the ball with like Seattle did, in order to have that element of his game work just interconnectedly really nicely with the rest of the team. It kind of works on itself outside of the team a little bit and what's going on with the rest of the squad there. And we will put the wrap up here. So I'm going to kind of, if you have more questions, we can definitely kick them up tomorrow. We got one more donation here. So we'll get the last dono in. We're going to be going live tomorrow at 1:30. We've already got about 8 hours today. So I know the discussion would still go hot and heavy into tonight, but I want to save a little bit of my voice for tomorrow and maybe even potentially for me to go live on Monday and do that Buffalo game. So we will be kind of wrapping up on this note at this point. Let's see if we got a couple other questions here. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Jeffrey, he says, this is fine. I want to kick the Rams' ass. Oh, another shot at him, take him down twice. That wouldn't be too shabby at all, would it, Jeff? Get a chance to take him down twice in a season. That storybook year just keeps coming to be, and maybe we'll be tomorrow or in a week from now. You take on the Rams, get a chance to take them on, take down the Eagles, just keep this thing running. I got confidence in this team, man. We can take this Rams team on. We can handle them. We get this in our house after a week. We got it. Little Dallas Cowboy, the Nest compliment, the greatest, the awesomeness, the brownness. Yeah, you got that dude in Sammy. He's a great player, man. Tough as hell. It ain't perfect, but you really love what he brings to play. He's been just absolutely awesome for us, Dallas Cowboys. Rewarding your faith in him. 14 wins at 2 different organizations, most wins in 2 years for a quarterback in NFL history. You don't get this done unless you got the goods, the Ness, as you call it, little Dallas Cowboy. It's always great to see you in the house here, man. And hopefully you're getting through okay with your Cowboy team and the season they had. Another rough one for you to kind of get through. Some moments of glimmers of hope, but then the hope gets removed from you. It's gonna be like a movie next week. Get ready. Dick to Brandon. See you tomorrow. Great work today. Hope the 49ers is exciting. 3 West teams in the next round would be cool. Adios. Go Hawks. Hey, adios to you and go Hawks to you, man. That would be pretty cool. Thank you for the kind words. And we will have a great one tomorrow here with the Niners, maybe potentially taking down this Eagle team. You never know. We'll have to play at some point. We'll have to play the Rams at some point. This is A1. It's true. We're going to have to get around to them at some point. See, blessings to you as well. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Division dominance. Let's go. Let's go. Dallas goes, hell yeah. Dallas playing Cancun home team on Sunday. Hey, you got maybe an extra first round pick in the future at some point, Dallas Cowboy here. Old Jerry there just like, Trump going to Venezuela. I'm the captain now. I'm running the ship. Make sure we know that when we're making call about, I hire coordinators here, not Sean. He don't need to know about his coordinators. I know about coordinators. I'm one of the best coordinator hires in the sport. Cowboys, first America's team. Ain't that way unless you know how to hire coordinators. I'm a coordinator master. I'm a master coordinator. Bears left tackle out for the season. Ozzie Trapillo went right off the field. Not good for them in the next round. Yowzer. Moo will finish us off here. Says, I need to quit giving up on games late in them. I quit watching this one, and apparently the Bears came back. And I quit watching the Rams game just before the punt return touchdown. These NFL games can swing wildly, and in the playoffs, guys are going to lay it on the line. They're going to play hot. They're going to play like there is no tomorrow, and that can lead to some of these great comebacks that come to be. We've seen it ourselves, right, with the Packers back 10 years ago. You gotta keep it on for all 60 minutes to see how it plays out. And that momentum stuff swings even more wildly, it feels like, in the playoffs at times, doesn't it? It is wild to watch. Seahawks 360 says it'll be the 49ers, then Rams in the NFC Championship. I like it. I'll take it. That'd be a hell of a way to finish this off, getting us to the Super Bowl if that's going to be the path and approach, man. The Packers choked on that game hard. They should have taken. They had the lead at halftime. Felt like they got a little bit conservative at the end of the half, coming back in the next half, kind of a little bit of a wonky game plan there from LaFleur there, rather than close it out. It's kind of stood on your laurels a little bit and hope that was going to get it through. Big Northwest, I'd like to initiate Caleb DeLumen. I wouldn't mind that either. They take down the Eagles. We get I could take that as well. Now, yeah, imagine the playoff run ends up with the Seahawks knocking out the division bullies and the Whiners and Lambs for the better part of a decade. That'd be a special playoff run. You better believe it would. Storybook is the word that I keep coming back into it, and there's nothing that would separate from the regular season in that storybook fashion if that's your pathway to then getting to the Super Bowl. The only, I guess, chef's kiss at that point is you take out a Steelers or a Patriots team that had you once before, right? That'd be the only final, just doesn't get better than that. You couldn't have written it up better than that. The script writers couldn't have put together a better story. Dante, wasn't Jordan Love supposed to be the next Aaron Rodgers? He was supposed to be. It's not coming to fruition, and the man can't get off of his first read for his life. He just can't. Once he gets off his first read, it becomes improvisation as an instantaneous second. And that's just not an easy way to live life, expecting that your coach is going to get the first read constantly scripted up easy for you. One more thing. Seahawks branding cough drops. There we go. I can go for that. I can go for those. If you want the big trophies, got to beat the big boys. No easy pathways when it comes to the NFL playoffs. That's the beauty of the playoffs, is that they're a hard road to fight your way through, and you got to earn your way to get there. No one's backing their way in the playoffs. No one's backing their way through into the Super Bowl. You're going to have to take these teams down like these teams took the others down today, and that those were hard-fought wins across the board today, and I'm expecting tomorrow, even if the Eagles can take that Iron team, it's going to be a tough-fought game. So it's just going to fit the form in the playoffs. This is big boy football. This is going to make you nervous. This is going to have you in that heart attack hawk phase. Embrace it. Wrap your mind around it. Be ready for it. And know that next week we've earned the opportunity to be in the position we've been. So we will be back tomorrow. We've got the Niners, Eagles. Maybe we'll try to also get in the Chargers and New England game if we possibly can in the late window. But 1:30 p.m. I will be back with a 49er game tomorrow. Big shout out here to the sponsor of the show, of course, which is Sleeper. Use Sleeper today. Get 100% match of your first deposit up to $100 when you use their app. There's also the freebie $20 no deposit needed, a part of that portion of it. Just create a login. They'll put $20 in your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Get on it today. Get in on this NFL playoffs. Get in the tomorrow playoffs, the overs, the unders. We'll get you some picks tomorrow just before the game on that with the Niners and the Eagles. But please do utilize Sleeper today, as they've been so kind to sponsor us. Limitations in the state of Washington do apply. Please see their site for details, because terms and conditions do apply, including in the state of Washington. There's some still issues at times with getting it in full use, but that is supposed to open up in full here soon. And you can always use it on a casino if you need to. We'll go with the last question right here. Thank you guys for the activity. You guys are still cooking hot. It's 9:35. I'm 8 hours over in this stream. We've watched 2 games. We still got almost 500 people in here. You guys are hyped for this Seahawks team, and I dig that about you. Let's go. Hawks Nation, question. So if John Harbaugh gets a head coaching job, which will be likely, do you think John Harbaugh, we'll call it Jay Harbaugh, Seahawks special teams coordinator, and put him on the team? Nothing is out of pocket of possibility when it comes to family like that. And certainly you wouldn't think that Mike McDonald will be like, no, we can't let you go there because I own you and he can't have you. And just because he's family, I don't care. Mike doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would be like that. All that being said, Hawks Nation, I think that if Harbaugh was really that interested in Jay Harbaugh as a special teams coach, he would have had him as a special team coach prior to this point. I think John probably just hires the current special teams coach that he had with the Ravens. That's probably the guy that he ends up hiring. But hard to say on that, Hawks Nation, you never know with assembling a new staff. And again, I don't think Mike McDonald would put his foot down and be like, no, he's mine. He's mine. He's mine. He's mine. The old, like what, Yosemite Sam kind of thing or something, It's mine. It's mine. Mine. I don't think he would do that. I don't think he's kept in that cloth, but possible. When you're assembling a new staff, everything's in play. And it's an easy way for a head coach. If you're not happy with the prior special teams guide to a degree that you can go to the next one. But I'd estimate that he'd probably just hire on this kind of the ones that he's hired on before, and that would be my guess. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you again for the $2 donation. Says, this is fine. I want to kick the Rams' ass. Anyone, anywhere, anytime. This team has earned the right for you to say that. It ain't false hope. It ain't false bravado. It ain't you talking yourself into this team. This team has earned the right for you to have confidence in them. Not because they stacked up wins, not because they have the number 1 bye, because they're playing the best football right now at the end of the season, because they're as healthy as they've been all right now at the end of the season. You're looking for what drives historically NFL teams to the Super Bowl. What are markers you can look for and track that are indicators that that team is on its way to greatness? They've given you every one of those indicators. Be ready. Be ready for this team to potentially do some great things. And I don't care who walks in our building. I don't care if it's Steelers in the late 70s that are reborn and they pulled all those guys up out of the ground and get them out there. I don't care. I don't care if it's the 49ers in the late 80s. I don't care if it's the Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s. I don't care if it's one of the great defenses that we have to face, which we're not going to have to face. There ain't no 86 Bears defense out, 85 Bears defense out there. There's no Ravens defense or Tampa Bay defense out there. We can get this done, folks. They've earned the right for you to have that confidence. So, yeah, Rams will be a tough matchup if that's who we got to face. 49ers, we got to decide tomorrow. We'll see which way this goes, but we ain't got to fear nobody. We can stand toe-to-toe with anybody in this sport. This team is that good. This coaching staff is that good. This team is that well-rested going into next week. Get ready. Lock in. And I'll say one more time on the end of this. If you're in that stadium next week, if you're one of those people that is lucky enough to have a ticket to be in that stadium, to get to experience that performance arena, get to experience this team, get to experience that environment in person, maximize it, make the most of it. Give your voice all you got to that team. I'm not telling you a lie. If you're a younger fan, you're like, what do you mean? You give the voice to the team, it's going to do something. I'm telling you, us old heads would tell you this over and over again. If you can ignite it in that stadium, if you can light that wildfire in that stadium of unbridled chaos from the crowd, and you can tap into that old time spirit, you will push this team to victory. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Bring it to bear next week. Bring it to bear in full with all you've got. Every snap, everything you got, every person in that stadium. Spread the word. We'll be back here in 24 hours. Thank you to you, Jeffrey, for the big donations today and all of those folks that donated multiple times over. You better be right. You better be ready. You better be wrapped and rolled here for this game next week. But if you aren't, just in case, if you're a little bit concerned and worried, well, it's the Rams. They play us stuff. Just in case you're a little concerned, let me remind you, don't you ever forget, we run this block. We're the number 1 seed. It's coming through Seattle. You want to go to Super Bowl. You're going to win. You got to come through Seattle. You got to come through our crowd. You got to come through that defense. Good luck. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare.